Well, welcome one and all to the K.O.E Nation. Let me make double dog sure. Yes, you are hearing the beautiful, soft, sweet summer sounds that are my voice. Welcome, all of you beautiful people, here to the K.O.E Nation on YouTube, on Twitch, and also joining us at Big Buckin' Empire on Facebook. And it is I, folks, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, one damn handsome man, the conqueror of the ethereal. And folks, I am glad to be here with all of you folks here. You can find me at KOE Nation on YouTube, KOE Nation on Twitch, KOE Nation on TikTok, folks, here on the KOE Nation. And folks, a surprise run-in, an unexpected guest. I sent out the bat signal to see who would answer, and it has been answered, and we are answered by Skinnerd. How we doing there, sir? Good evening, and welcome to the KOE Nation. Can't hear you, sir.
Evening to you too.
There we go.
And now, okay, we've been muting and hitting each other's buttons. All right,
yeah,
we're good now,
we're
right?
doing like the door lock thing, like 90s kids will get that one.
Greetings and salutations. Yeah, I figured I'd jump on and say hi to all the lovely folks out there in Facebook land and YouTube land and Twitch land or wherever the heck you're on. So hi everybody.
Well, I mean, since you're here, what is your Twitch handle that everybody can find you at?
Oh, I'm just a TikToker. I'm at
that's right.
West Lynn #4 at TikTok, I guess, or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah. I've got up to 130 some followers already. I mean, wow. I mean,
hot shit, man.
Pretty big deal.
I mean, I got to give you credit. Now, hey, you're farther in TikTok than I am. I just got it. My friends basically demanded that I get it because they're not as strict on copyrighted music, and you can like kind of do things with music. And like, I like doing music parodies, as you've been occasionally party to. And
I was part of last night with my suggestions. Thank you for that, though. I want that for my TikTok. That's the only reason I was like, yep.
The only one that I messed up on, I felt bad one, was the Mr. Grinch one. That's because I was singing it in my mind to the old school version, but the lyrics that Google gave me were like the new one from the Jim Carrey movie. I'm like, you motherfucker. You fucked me, Google. And that's why it sounded awful. And so that one I do apologize. But yeah, that was one of those like, oh God, I'm sure. Is there some way we can blame Twitter's new CEO on this? Damn it. No, I want to be able to. Nice. But so, sir, this evening, beyond, we got P-Pop. Yeah, Tyler, the Creator lyrics. That was the one that's like, son of a biscuit. It was glorious. It was gloriously bad. I'll give you that. It was literally the low light of my singing career. But, hey, Lynn, he paid the tax, he paid the way, and if that's what he wants, then I will give the public even bad singing if I must. But man,
it was glorious. It was beautiful. I do like the rendition of Chicken doing his rant against you, whilst you singing Silent Night. That was something that took me off the top of my head. I was like, what can I make them both do? Because man, I don't know, man. I had a couple of drinks in me, and I was like, "Hey, that would be a good idea." Sure enough, man,
yeah, that would be.
I hate to shoot my own horn, but damn, that was a good idea.
That one was pretty good. Did you? And yeah, we will have to put that up on TikTok. That will be pretty goddamn good. And so yeah, if you want a good song rendition from your King of Extreme on the Dog and Chicken Show, say one that I just know off the top of my head. Unfortunately, now I thought I knew Mr. Grinch, but I had the wrong lyrics, and it was
Rick Astley. You did pretty good. You did pretty good at Rick Astley.
Yep, as you can tell, it's been a few years since I've heard it. So, but we all know, never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. Everybody knows that. So I could just
Yeah, just kind of wanted to rickroll everybody that night by
I
it.
I was just like, all right, I can just, fucking work my way through the parts I don't really remember all that well and get to the parts we do, and everybody will love it again. So that was it was quite the night, but yeah, that was pretty good. Silent night and chickens just going off. And that was all because of this man right here, which you can find at West Lynn or at TikTok, folks. That's a place you need to be to find Skinnered over yonder, as you can see over here. But now, sir, as you can probably see by the main headline here, there's a headline I wanted to get into just a little bit here, and I'm curious. You probably know about as much as I do, and probably everybody else, if I had to spect. But it's oh nope, we'll get there. There we go. All right.
Yeah, you
Lynn
did
was
it.
thinking like, no, he's probably just gonna make him really big and disappear me. But no, would I do that? Jeez, Lynn. But yes, I figure we need to cover the main headline this evening. CNN fires Chris Cuomo. This is CNN Business, written by Brian Stelter, the guy who's probably taking his time slot.
Well,
Just like
opportunity.
I got it. Like, even if you hate Brian Stelter, even if you're somebody who doesn't like Brian Stelter, you gotta give the boy points. Are you kidding me? like,
You
like
know
he gets
what?
to write this article. Something tells me there was at least one or two times these two might not have got along backstage. Call me crazy.
I'm pretty sure he didn't type the article. He was doing like a voice to text thing because he was too busy rubbing his nipples while doing the story. Because he's just loving life.
Allegedly. Allegedly. But yeah, that old South Park bit, like, what are you gonna do now? But all right. So
That's such a
the
clue.
the Jesus, good Lord Almighty. Uh, Lynn's like, all right, how far can I push this tonight? God damn it, Lynn. But no, we love you, Lynn. Lynn is a special, he's a special kind of sauce that comes to any show, and it's undeniable. And so you really need to check him out on TikTok, Westlyn4 on TikTok, because like I always find myself whenever I find one of your videos, like, God damn it, you son of a bitch. That's just funny. Like that's
Well,
what happens.
it's usually good content. I don't have good quality as far as like I'm a dude that's like got a job and I ain't got any other time on my hands, so I'll record a video and make some stupid idea of it. But yeah, I don't have any production value or any of the money involved to it, and I don't think I ever will. It's just going to be a guy in his 40s who makes shitty TikTok videos that
I was about to say, like
sometimes they're fun.
the main edge that you got is your brother Chicken at least say, yeah, don't buy that camera. That camera sucks. Buy that one. That's a better camera. That's really about like because he's Chicken's kind of like our tech guru. I always kind of joke, but all right, we get back into the Brian Seltzer article. New York, CNN. CNN said Saturday that anchor Chris Cuomo has been, quote, terminated by the network, quote, effective immediately. The announcement came after an outside law firm was retained to review information about exactly how Cuomo aided his brother, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, when the then governor was accused of sexual harassment. CNN suspended Cuomo indefinitely on Tuesday. The law firm retained by the network submitted its findings on Friday, according to a source with knowledge on the matter. And CNN Worldwide President Jeff Zucker fired Cuomo on Saturday. So today, folks, producers and other staffers who work on Cuomo Primetime will remain in place. Michael Shmerkanish, Cuomo's regular substitute, will host the 9 p.m. Eastern hour next week. Notice how it's not like Brian Seltzer's not saying permanent change here. Just next week he's going to be taking the time slot, but wait until I get in.
Pretty much.
I heard that. Well, yeah, it was awful. It was awful. It was a crime against humanity and music because I had the wrong tune with the wrong lyrics. It was terrible. It was like trying to sing Blue Suede Shoes to Get Back by the Beatles, which now I kind of want to try. Tony wants Lynn's special sauce.
I
Oh
bet,
my.
man. You got to work for it, man. It's gotta put in that work, and you'll get some of that special sauce. I tell you.
Uh, the special sauce that is Lynn. Like, goddamn, I got a feeling like Justin's gonna have a T-shirt made up of that now. Lynn's special sauce at West Lynn
As long
410.
as Tony's got a big cup of it, it'll be all right.
Oh Lord! Now, folks, this is what you come to the KOE Nation for this kind of high-minded, highbrow content. But
Yeah.
oh Lord, but Jesus, no, that's fucking hilarious shit. Now, I love if you look off to the side here, you can see yields in your favor. Like you can tell what I look on my computer. If you look over on the right side of your screen, it's all soybean seed ads. I'm like, yeah. Sorry, I'm a farmer, folks.
Yeah, you don't want to see my screen.
It's a lot of bikinis, but all right.
That's
The
how the
article.
special spot sauce is made, man.
Lord. Well, all right. The article continues. CNN said in a statement Chris Cuomo was suspended earlier this week pending further evaluation of new information that came to light about his involvement with his brother's defense. We retained a respected law firm to conduct the review and have terminated him effective immediately. While in the process of that review, additional information has come to light. CNN's statement added, despite the termination, we will investigate as appropriate. A CNN spokesperson declined to share any further detail about the additional information. In a statement of his own Saturday, Chris Cuomo said, "This is not how I want my time at CNN to end, but I have already told you why and how I helped my brother. So let me now say, as disappointing as this is, I could not be more proud of the team at Cuomo Prime Time and the work we did as CNN's #1 show in the most competitive time slot. I owe them all and will miss that group of special people who really did important work." While the contours of Chris Cuomo's involvement with the governor's office were reported several months ago, the specifics were detailed in a massive document dump on Monday. The documents released by New York Attorney General, uh, damn it, New York Attorney General Mrs. James, after an investigation into the governor showed that Chris Cuomo, while working as one of CNN's top anchors, was also effectively working as an unpaid aide to the governor. The cozy and improper nature of the relationship was conveyed through text messages obtained by James' office. The text between the anchor and several aides and allies of the governor, it revealed that Chris Cuomo sought to use his connections in the press to help prepare Andrew Cuomo's team as accusers started to make their stories public. And let's just check a couple of comments here. Tony G says, given that Cuomo is now a tainted commodity, will he be able to find any work? And will you rail my wife? Well done. Cuomo's special sauce by Peapod Humperdinck and Tony G's. I bet it tastes like Old Mayo and Sierra Mist. That's gross and specific. Like that's very, very specific. But what can I say? Now before I continue, like to me, I was kind of shocked that he was even able to keep his job for as long as he did. Like I'm curious, like you're probably just getting awakened to this as we all are at the same time. I mean, do you have any thoughts on this? I'm just curious.
As far as the Cuomo story,
Yeah.
my wife actually told me about it while we were eating. I took her out for steak dinner tonight, and we were just hanging out. And she gave me the news. Normally, I'm the one who's telling her big breaking news stories, but she's like, "Yeah, Chris Cuomo got fired," and I'm like, "Huh? I thought he was just suspended." Huh? And then I had to find out. I was trying to find out what was it last night or today, and I didn't really get it, so I didn't share it with you guys. And then you popped up the story like, "Hey, yeah, he got fired today," and I'm like, "Well, man, I just can't believe my wife got that news story before I did." That's the other thing that really shocked me about it. Like, yeah, normally she don't really share me any news at all. She's usually just like here's what the kids want for Christmas, and here's what I want for Christmas, and get your laundry from upstairs and bring it to the laundry room. But never anything news related. It was shocking. But
Oh, Lord. Well, hey, it's the Christmas season. All kinds of things are in the air at this point. So what are you gonna do? But yeah, I would like to me, like you said, I was in the middle of a nice meal myself. It was Saturday night. Like I even heard you talking like, yeah, I'm gonna go out for a steak dinner. It was actually hearing that like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna treat myself too. Why not? And so I went to a really nice restaurant in the area and got myself the house special. I said, wow, get me one of those. That sounds delicious. Nice big prime rib. And I said, all right, I like it. And that's when I got the news too. Cuomo, no more at CNN. So that almost kind of rhymed. I almost made that work. But the article continues. On the day his brother resigned back in August, Chris Cuomo told viewers that, quote, this situation is unlike anything I could have imagined, end quote. He pointed out that he never reported on the sexual harassment scandal or tried to interfere in CNN's coverage, and he acknowledged that he, quote, tried to be there for my brother, end quote, when the scandal erupted. Quote, I'm not an advisor, I'm a brother. I wasn't in control of anything. I was there to listen and offer my take, end quote, he said. CNN management showed support for Cuomo, and Cuomo Primetime, often the network's highest rated show, stayed on the air throughout the controversy. But as reliable sources reported at the time, some CNN staffers were angry at Cuomo and his violations of journalistic norms. Reliable sources is Brian Seltzer's show. So, but as reliable sources reported, so suddenly I'm starting to see some of the little passive aggressive jabs back and forth. Um, oh boy. We will get back to that here in a second. The dissent only intensified at the article continues. The dissent only intensified after James' office released the text messages, sworn testimony, and other raw materials from her investigation into the ex-governor. When the documents were released on Monday, CNN management said that, quote, thousands of pages of additional transcripts and exhibits would be reviewed over the next several days. On Tuesday evening, CNN indicated that the contents were serious enough to merit a suspension. Quote, when Chris admitted to us that he had offered advice to his brother's staff, he broke our rules, and we acknowledge that publicly, the network said in a statement. But we also appreciated the unique position he was in and understood his need to put family first and jobs second, end quote. A new quote, however, network said, these documents point to a greater level of involvement in his brother's efforts than we previously knew. As a result, we have suspended Chris indefinitely pending further evaluation. Cuomo initially declined to comment. He said on his radio show on Wednesday that the suspension was, quote, embarrassing, end quote, but understandable. He also said he never wanted to, quote, compromise any of my colleagues, end quote, and said he would respect the process. According to Saturday's announcement, the process included an outside law firm, a fact that was not previously known. With information in the text and documents pointing to a serious breach of CNN standards, Cuomo was notified of his termination on Saturday. And that is the end of that particular article. So, oh no, I like that. There we go. I like
hey,
that better.
there we
Gives
go.
us some uh now let's see. Tony G says, I'm a brother. I can offer opinions, says the biased opinion commentary guy. Yeah, that is uh oh boy. So that is an understandable perspective if that was all it was hey, he's my brother and I gave him some advice. Now honestly, I called this on the Dog and Chicken show as soon as Andrew Cuomo was relieved of his gubernatorial duties. I said give it about 6 to 9 months and Andrew Cuomo is going to be out of his, or Chris Cuomo is going to be out of his time slot. and they moved fast within months of each other. They both fallen from considerable grace. And so I wonder how much of this is he breached journalistic standards and how much of this is we don't care what the fuck you had to say anymore because you're not the governor's brother anymore, so your fucking usefulness to us has expired. I wonder how much that's the reason he actually got the fucking boot from CNN. I'm curious what your thoughts are. What do you think's the more true assessment?
His name is tarnished because of his brother, and therefore, yeah, and he wasn't that good of a opinion guy anyway, or a reporter. So they just, yeah, they only using him for the fact that his brother was a governor anyway. And yeah, once that didn't, once that came up and about, they pretty much were like, well, yeah, get rid of this guy, because they pointed out during the pandemic all the stupid shit he was doing, like when he was like when he had COVID and he had to stay at home for 2 weeks, but then they caught him out having ice cream or something with his wife and kids, and just like, yeah, not really caring about his own personal quarantine, and everybody called him out, but it's a do as I say, not as I do situation with him. And then sure enough, he was shitting on Florida here like 2 months ago, and then somebody caught him in Florida hanging out, not wearing a mask, hanging out with all the other people in Florida, not wearing masks. It's like he's always been the do as I say, not as I do type of character, and I just love to see karma come. And yeah, karma come and swept him away. And bye, Mr. Cuomo. We hardly knew you.
Yeah, that's one of the things is
Fuck him.
when like you said, when people are the do as I say, not as I do types, it's a little harder to take all of their admonishments seriously. You know what I mean? Because it's like, okay, you're not even living, you're not practicing what you preach. And so it was, I think that like those things there did more to undermine the official narrative than anything else and any other like than all the fucking crazy ass conspiracy theories combined. The people who are in the in club, the political class, as I like to say them, the people in the political class not following the rules that they're imposing on everybody else kind of undermined everything, in my opinion.
I mean, the words lead by example come to mind when it even comes to folks like Cuomo or certain president, just that certain one president guy that just happens to be kind of in charge right now. Yeah, yeah. He does a lot of stuff like that too, where he just tells us all how we're all supposed to live our lives, yet turns around and does the complete opposite. Like
Yep,
right after establishing in that mask mandate in federal buildings, and the same night, within hours, he was not wearing a mask in a federal building, and we're like, dickhead, what did you just say? But I digress. I don't like it when people do that, do as I say, not as I do shit. And it
there's
seems
that.
to,
And
yeah.
when you bring up Biden and the way he's talking and like this is the most concerning thing to me. Okay, whether you love Biden or hate him, doesn't matter. Wherever you sit on the scale, for better or for worse, he is the person that apparently a thin majority of us decided to be the leader of the free world. And we should want to know every thought that's coming out of his head. We should want to know everything he's got to say in every moment of the day. And people are cutting his mic off.
Yeah, and just
Okay.
playing
What?
America the Beautiful as he starts talking to somebody at the hot mic. They just
That is the leader of the free world. And his mic should not be getting cut by an underling or a subordinate. Like, this is troubling to the fucking umpteenth degree. That alone, I don't know what the full story is there, but when I see and hear that, that makes me very, very concerned indeed, sir. Because, I mean, who's the person that says pull the plug on the president's mic? Who I would love to know who is that person who makes that call. Do you think it's Jill? Do you think it's like one of his, like, I have no idea. But that's just one of those what I wouldn't give to be a fly on the wall situations. You know what I mean? Like, who's the person that makes the call to pull the plug on the president's mic?
Well, yeah. Who is he talking about when he said, "I've been advised to tell you guys about this"? He's the president, and he's been saying that over and over again. Something like, "They told me I can't talk about this, but I could talk." Who's they? Who who's advising him? That's what I want to know. Yes, it's
Yeah, so that
is
I
it
find,
Pelosi?
God, I hope not. Well, that would explain some things because
Yeah,
yeah, there's some recent videos of her where she's talking and she's not making a lick of sense one way or the other. Like it, like what? What are you trying to say? Who are you talking about, and why? And why is this funny to you? And so I think that like that and the stress is getting to her, and she knows that the Republicans are going to take the House in 2022. So she's just dipping out after her last. She's I've noticed that people who are Speaker of the House don't stick around when they're going to lose the House. It's kind of this weird thing that they do because they know it's like, I got to lose the House. Fuck this. I don't want to be the disgraced former Speaker. I don't want to give up my cushy office. This is bullshit. Because apparently the Speaker of the House office is actually pretty fucking nice. And so it is one of those, like, I don't want to go back to my stupid California congressman's office. Like Peapod Humperdinck says, his own staffers don't want him answering questions, which if that's the case, that's fine. I could understand that. If I was one of Trump's aides, I'd be like, hey Donald, you want to know what you could just make my do by making my day better? Just today, just not saying things. Just not new things. Just like
maybe one tweet a day.
Like if
Maybe
you
one,
could just if you could
one.
just say all the things that you've previously said again and not say a new thing today, make my job a lot easier. Because like even if you agree with every word he says, if you work for Trump, it's like, oh fuck, okay, all right, another avalanche. Okay. Because that guy could just pull reactions from people like it was nothing. Like I think that's why the folks at Twitch ultimate or not Twitch, Twitter tried to and ultimately succeeded in shutting him down. It's like, okay, this guy's figured out how to work the system a little too well. He's now he's now utilized our system in a way even we never understood he could. So, but that I think is when they realize like, oh no, somebody's hacked the system with their mind. Peapod Humperdinck says their entire New York Post about reporters choosing to field him questions. Well, yeah, I bet, but I don't really have any Peapod. The difference is Trump's cognitive decline is nowhere as obvious as Biden's. Unfortunately, that's true because like I don't think Trump's has anything obvious, but there are times like I even said this during the campaign that like there was points that felt like elder abuse. Like this guy is maybe there and they're putting him through all this shit, and that was always kind of an unfortunate thing, and I wonder if some of that sympathy is what helped him on election day. Like that's a weird thought. Is do you think sympathy for the way that he's just been kind of forced into this role might have helped him on election night? I had to keep my singing voice in fetch.
Feel sorry for the old guy, so we'll vote for him. Is that what you're kind of thinking of?
I'm kind of thinking that.
I don't know, man. I don't think. Well, 80 some million people, I guess. I don't know, man. Your guess is as good as mine.
Oh Lord Almighty. So now, Biden. Do you think he's going to run again?
Ooh,
That's the $1 million question, ain't it?
I still don't think he'll make it the next couple of years. I think something just mysteriously will just happen, and he'll have to bow out early, and we'll get our first female president.
Well, technically, we kind of already did.
Yeah, we did for like a couple hour day or a couple hours in one day because he had a camera up his butt.
Yep. Now, what's funny is I was in the chat at Tom Foolery Show the other night, and he's got a commenter that's there that calls themselves Hillary Clinton. Just hello, I'm Hill, and just does the gimmick as if they're Hillary Clinton coming to talk at the Tom Foolery Show. And I go, "Hey, Hillary, you want to know what's the best thing? Kamala was the first female president, and not you." So that felt pretty good. That felt pretty good. So even regardless, even if you're not happy about Kamala being the first female president, if you're not happy about that, I guarantee you are also the kind of person that takes a little bit of joy in the fact that Hillary Clinton was not the first female president. So
I
there's
mean,
always that.
but it's kind of like two peas in a pod, though, because Kamala's not that great of a pea in that pod, if you know what I'm saying. I mean, I guess, well, Hillary's got a little more rooted in her evil, but Kamala, she's an evil all on her own too. She's done some bad deeds in her day. She's
Well,
not.
yes, but the reason that folks are worried about Kamala is she's like, unfortunately, if you look at how she's operated, she's very effective. Okay. Like, look at how few votes she actually got in the primary, and she somehow leveraged that into being the president for at least a few hours. So she's incredibly effective. And so that's why conservatives are so worried about her, is that she's going to be very, very effective if she actually gets to the office. Now, I don't think she's going to, because she's going to have enough of that Biden stain. And like Biden, like you said, I don't think by 2022 the Republicans are going to take the House, and if they take the House and the Senate, then yeah, Biden's just going to be like, well, health is it's caught me, folks. It gets all of us once in a while, but I suppose I'm going to have to resign. Kamala, take it from here. You got it right. And then she might try to run, but I don't think she would take it if that's the case, because any Republican could just run. Like Ron DeSantis could just do this. I'm running on, I don't care if you're Republican, you're Democrat, you're left, you're right, whatever. Wouldn't a fresh start be good?
Yeah, like a reset.
Yep, we're just voting Ron DeSantis is just hitting the reset button. We get a fresh start, America. We can put all this Trump Biden ugliness behind us, and we can go to a better, brighter tomorrow, which is why you should vote Phil K.O.E. But, Ron DeSantis, also, thank you. You're welcome. You can send your, check in the mail to me for, send that check in the mail to me for giving you that free fucking campaign victory there. I mean, that's all you need to do is just run on that Republican. Basically, we just need a Republican that's reasonably handsome, has reasonably good policy positions to appeal to the base, can also appeal to the moderates in 5 states, and then we've got a Republican president for 2 terms. It's like,
And he's already hated by CNN. So,
and that's a plus to the Republican voting base all fucking day long.
yeah, there's nobody on the left likes old DeSantis. I mean, come on. He's only just rubbed this whole pandemic everything right back into their faces, like for the last year and a half or whatever. Yeah, think he's right, think he's wrong. It doesn't matter. He done pissed them off. I mean, every time they wanted to do one thing, he turned around and said no. And what was he bringing back now? He wants the state guard or something.
Yeah. DeSantis is bringing back the state guard, and what's hilarious is to me, like, I know what this is. This is a PR move. It's tremendous public relations. It's great for DeSantis image building. Like, that'll be one of his 3 big image building things. Like the way he handled COVID, that was huge for his image building and movement building. The next was being even if you agree or disagree or don't think it's correct, just him being seen as pushing back against CRT in schools was another big movement building for him. And yes, this state state army or state military, uh, it sounds like you're a bit more familiar with that. Like I just heard about it today on my way
Yeah.
back. And what's funny is like I turned on Twitch and like Vosh is like, the right is building its own army. I'm like, oh God. So,
No,
but
it's from what I gather, it's just like a couple of thousand extra people to help deal with emergency situations and shit for even like hurricanes, which happen in Florida a lot. So why they didn't they had a state guard back in like the 50s and they disbanded it, and so he's just kind of bringing it back as
yes,
from what I gather. It's just it's it's a good resource to have, and it's kind of other states do it already, not a lot, but it's kind of
yeah,
one of
that'd be
those.
kind of neat. A state
It,
guard like that.
it kind of pisses off the left because they just don't like him. But even if he could give every homeless guy $1,000 in his state to better themselves just out of the goodness of his heart, and the left would figure out a way to call him Satan because no matter what he does, they hate him. So
Well,
that's
yeah,
why I think maybe he's all right.
they see him as a possible effective Republican challenger, so that's why they're trying. But the state
Yeah,
guard thing, and you corrected me on that. The state guard thing. The reason it's brilliant in terms of PR is because it energizes the people you need to and want to energize on both sides of the aisle in the way you want it to with a single action. Because the folks on the left are flipping out and losing their shit over this. And like, yeah, Vosh is even going with this hyperbole that the right is building a new army and shit like that. And so the left has a boogeyman for them to talk about. And so now they're talking about Ron DeSantis rather than Trump as their big boogeyman. And on I'll just mute you for a second. Get that cough out. You gotta. It sounded like it's like just get her, just go nut. All righty, all
that's much
right.
gooder.
Oh, that's much gooder. And then on the right, if you're a Second Amendment type, or if you're some elements of like the thin blue line types, um, that's gonna be a positive for you. If you're a pro military guy, if you're like hell, even if you're like somebody that's just like really, really supportive of the scouts and that kind of stuff. Because like, yeah, like you said, this sounds like just a state guard that can be, and like a state like Florida, they could probably use one. You know, like they, I think it's fair to say they get a few more natural disasters than we do. I could be wrong
Right?
there, but I don't think I am. They do seem to get a couple.
They're like one or two hurricanes a year, no big deal.
Oh Lord, Lynn's trying to figure out what's what on his fucking lights, and like, yes,
Yeah, I'm
folks, this is the
trying to
high
turn the light
level.
back on. It's being stupid. There we
This
go.
is there we are. There we
Yeah,
are.
I just had to adjust it. It went from yellow to white. Now it's a little better.
Yeah, I like that. All right, rocket. But yeah, like I was gonna play some other videos here in a little bit, but while I got you a chat, like I just want to let you know, for the first time in a long time, I was grabbing that oh shit, we're all gonna die handle. I sent a video to you guys in the side chat. I let my little one. I taught her how to drive on our farmland.
Oh well, yeah, I
Originally,
saw that. I saw that.
and like, so there was a couple of those. You know that oh shit, we're all gonna die handle that they put in the passenger seat of most vehicles now.
Mm, yeah.
And so yeah, I was gripping that a little hard, but nope, she did good. She did good. So the next generation is doing all right. She can drive a pickup truck now. So
Stick shift or automatic?
automatic. I mean, come on
Oh,
now. Like we're gonna have to now. Weirdly enough, stick shift was what I learned on originally. My old man wouldn't even let me drive an automatic until I knew a stick shift well. And then I also drove some short trucks, and now I even drive 22 wheelers. So now I see why the old man insisted on that. But no, it was automatic transmission for for that one, but it was a fun experience. It's like, oh, good lord, they grow
Well,
like
I
corn
mean,
stalks.
how old is she for driving learning? Uh,
She's 12.
well, so I got a 10-year-old, and I'm like, okay, 6 more years, she's gonna be 16. It's already, pressing. I mean, for you only got 4 more years till you have to buy her a car and then trust her with today's
Just
society of
start
people.
twitching a little bit just
Yeah,
hearing that. Like,
it's just the father
no.
thing. You gotta worry about that shit. Well, and not even that. I gotta worry about little punks that are just like me when I was that age, like trying to come knock on her door and escort her to wherever the hell she. It's like if they were anything like I was, I need to watch out. I need to get my guns. I,
Well, there was a allegedly in a video game, but
in a video game, yes.
but I was chuckling because I saw a tweet the other day. I was thinking, yeah, probably gonna have to. This guy says, I'm gonna take my daughter to see the world and take her on a lot of trips so that when she gets older, she's not impressed by a trip to Miami with your dusty son. I was like, yes, this guy's got it figured out. I just thought that was pretty damn funny. I was like, damn it. Gonna have to go some more places, I suppose. But yeah, driving. Oh, good lord.
Ugh.
Yeah, that was interesting. But luckily we just did it on my farmland, so there was no problem. It was just, you got plenty of room. Just don't go into that draw over there. Otherwise, we're gonna need to have grandpa bring the loader tractor back and pull us out. So that's what I've been doing this weekend, and it's been actually a pretty fun time. But all right, Lynn, I'm gonna do a select here, but while I find this video, why don't you tell the people where you can be found one more time, Lynn?
Oh, of course, you could find me at the Westland 4 on TikTok because only the best TikToks ever. I mean, I'm just pre-viral right now,
You're
but
pre-viral.
if I get them followers up to the point where I can actually do live videos, I'm pretty sure we'd take off after that. But yeah, the kids these days, they don't really do all the clicking and liking when it comes to the old guys like us. So
All the
got to get
click
all
and
your other
liking.
old people. I know old people still get on TikTok. They just don't want to tell anybody. They think, oh no, that's just for fucking kids. Nah, nah. I see a lot more older people that are on there than yeah. The algorithm only shows me the conservative TikTok and like other weird shit. Oh, I know there's a following. I just got to tap into it.
Oh,
And then
I
when that
see.
happens, we
I
will we
s-
will live stream and do the podcast at the same time and get more viewers.
I see all the TikToks because I also let my daughter just like show me like other weird shit on TikTok, and she sends me all this kind of like just like I get a lot of cat videos now. Like that's like at least 40% of TikTok, like cat and puppy dog videos when I'm flipping through my phone. But then I also get the guy who does the I am a guy who will sing songs about politics, and I always sing the same song, and it always sounds like shit. And it's like I get that guy all the fucking time, at least once a day. I get him. So it's TikTok's a weird fucking app, and like I was going over with my kiddo, actually, was like, this was actually made by the communist Chinese. You know that, right? Like everybody that uses this is giving them all kinds of information about themselves, their names, locations, what they're into, everything. And they're implanting ideas in people's heads. And you don't think they're laughing their asses off about that? Like, of course they would. Like, I got to give them credit. That's actually a pretty esoteric sense of humor, but that's pretty up there. But yeah, so TikTok, it's one of those things. It's kind of like Twitter. I wonder if you could say it's been an objective good to the world or not.
I on Twitter no, because I told Chicken this a long time ago. It's Twitter always reminded me of a porta-john in the United States Army. Like any Army post you ever been on, if you're out on the range shooting and doing training, and they always have like 5 or 6 porta shitters out there just for you to go and do your business in. And as soon as you go in there and you sit down on that plastic freaking toilet seat and you look to your left and you look to your right and you see some of the most foul and grotesque just writings and stupidity you'd ever see, like gross jokes, gross humor, bad statements, could be racist, could be just homophobic, there could be everything in the world, and just some of the grossest stuff you'll ever read. And that's Twitter in a nutshell. It's like you just sit down in an army crapper and take a look and just read how stupid people really are. And
Twitter is like the wall of an army crapper. I like that.
That's my analogy, and I'm sticking
Stitch
to it.
that into a pillow, folks. That is beautiful. I hate to say that is gorgeous. But now, folks, we're gonna do something a little special here because we've referenced it a few times. The episode from last night, camping. I'm gonna play a few minutes of this. I'm actually also gonna run off to the restroom for a second. So, yes, folks, you're going to be treated to this. And Lynn, you also got yourself a little break time too if you need it. And folks, to set the world
Mix me another drink.
on fire.
Please welcome Tom Thumbney.
In your heart,
I'm here, and
in
the white
my
privileges
heart,
are going to
I
save you
have
tonight, okay, guys?
one desire, and that one is you. No other will do. I've lost all ambition for worldly acclaim.
Any government is to monopolize as much violence as possible in order for it to inflict it on as many citizens as possible.
I've been on this like weird anarchist art for a few months now. This is playing by their rules, exactly how they are.
I don't want to set the world on fire. I just want to start a flame.
You're watching the Dog and Chicken Show. Like, share, subscribe.
That's right. It's time for the Dog and Chicken Show.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is episode 116 of the Dog and Chicken Show. We're camping. We're gonna talk about camping tonight in Australia. There's so many things that happened this week that we're not. There's like a few things we actually just completely cut out. That tells you how good of a show we're going to have tonight. Like, we're not going to talk about the 10 people from the CIA that are, potential pedophiles that, is not in the news right now that probably should be.
The 10 we know about.
Yeah, the 10 we know about.
All
we
right,
don't even have.
Start. That's our show tonight.
I was about to say.
We don't even have Chris Cuomo on here.
Let's just get right into the CIA pedophilia ring. It's like, and cut. Oh, wow, what do you know?
Yeah, let's start this over.
Can we?
I was about to say. There's at least that 11th we know of, Epstein.
Fuck you guys. I'm trying to promo the show as we open it up. Anyway, yes. What are y'all drinking tonight? I'm kicking off with some Maker's 46. That might be what I stick with all night. I got an extra bottle sitting here in front of me. So
that's kind of what I was thinking. I'm starting with the Maker's 46 cask strength. I've also got a nice fresh bottle of 46 standards, so I might have to get into that as well. Just, for science, mostly. I'm Tony G. Like, share, subscribe. And, of course, follow me at Tony the Rod 2.0 on TikTok because I'm only like 240 away from hitting that 1K so I can go live and immediately get banned.
Yes. Well done. And yes, I am your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. And if I was at Castle K.O.E. this evening, I left my camera and my mic here at the Mill of Extreme. So I figured I'm here. Why not? I would be drinking Maker's 46 as well if I was at Castle Extreme. How we doing there, Brendan Roy? Welcome. But yes, folks, I am the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower, your king of extreme, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, and one damn handsome man, if I do say so myself, Phil K.O.E. of the K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, K.O.E. Nation on Twitch, and K.O.E. Nation on TikTok. This is very, very much on brand. And yes, I've got the donk. I've got the best badonkadonk. Let's be frank. I've got all the junk in my trunk, everything you could ever imagine. Yes, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E. here, 116 camping, like those sad folks in the nation of Australia are having to do tonight. They are like, folks, I hate to say, and I hate to be the one to have to report it to you, and it is my regret to inform you that Australia may be lost to us. We may, like, in terms of free nations, Australia might actually be lost to us. We have actual internment camps in major modern nations now for people. This is, I don't know what.
So I guess we're not going to bury the lead. We're getting right into that one.
What else do we call it? Like, dude, this is the. I'm sorry.
Like that wasn't going to be our first story we talk about, but.
Well, well, it's a little.
You fucked up. You see what happened was you let Phil introduce himself.
It's a little flavor.
I know, right?
For what's coming. But I'm sorry. It's one of those that must be sang from the rooftops that, folks, if this can happen in Australia, this is the possibility of this being in our own backyard is very, very real. This is bad. Make do and make the best with the time you have left before this creeps up in our own nations, in our own backyards, anyone within the sound of my voice. Yes, I am raising the alarms. I'm doing whatever I can. Yes, K.O.E. warning. This is a big warning. Yes, we are sounding the alarms. We're going up to a higher DEFCON at the K.O.E. Nation, folks. This is a big deal, and I'm sorry. Yes, he was
K.O.E.
He was almost there. He was almost there
now.
But yes, a K.O.E. warning. But I just like. I'm sorry. We'll get into that a little. Yes, Dr. Phil, thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Jeremy Cuner, here on the Dog and Chicken Show. We've got Dr. Phil here this evening.
You like how I got the disapproving Alec Baldwin every time you guys like or share the stream? Yes.
Well, I mean, obviously, you need to like, share, subscribe, Big Buckin' Empire to all the corners of this glorious world. Really, every single person
DEFCON
you know.
K.O.E.
Yes, DEFCON K.O.E. But yes, every single person that you do not send this video to right now, you are depriving, you are robbing them. You are really doing them a disservice. Could you really call them your friend if you haven't shared this amazing show with them? Really? I mean, tell me where I'm wrong here, guys.
No, and that's partially.
You know, I couldn't have said it better myself. Oh, wait, I actually did. Wow, that was just a brilliant, beautiful opening promo to the show. We might get a little deeper into that a little later on this evening. But so, Lynn.
Yes, sir.
Where is it that they can find you again?
Oh, of course you can find me on West Lynn #4 on TikTok. The happening social media thing that all the kids are doing. And yeah, I encourage all of y'all to just get yourself a TikTok account. Go ahead, follow me, give me a like, share, and a subscribe, or whatever the hell they do down there.
The heart and the follow.
You get over there, you give me that little click of that like, and then you follow me, and you get me to 1,000. If you can get me to 1,000 before Tony, that'd be fucking awesome. Because then I'll get my 1,000 followers go live, and I'll get canceled.
So it's a race to get to 1,000 followers,
just to get canceled. Yeah,
who can get canceled faster. So
apparently, Tony has more time on his hands, even though he has like 9 billion children. For some reason, he could still manage to make like 4 TikTok videos a day. I do one like maybe every couple days, but that dude, and he's podcasting with you. Tony's a busy guy.
I know,
but apparently
he's also killing
know
it
what he
on
does.
TikTok too. So yes, folks, Westlin 4 and Tony the Rod 2.0, two TikTok channels that you definitely need to check out because they are in the drive to 1,000 subscribers, folks. They are on that way, and whoever gets to that 1,000 first can then go live. And then after that, it's really just a race to who can get canceled on TikTok first. And really, Skinner, Westlin 4, I believe in you. I really do. I think you can do it. I think you can actually achieve cancellation on TikTok. I think even the first episode where you go live, I think you can do it. Don't fucking.
I mean, it's a good work, though. I mean, it's taken a while to get it. Just, dude, I'm under 200 freaking followers right now. It's like shit. And then like my nephew Dalton gets over 1,000 followers. He's been on TikTok for maybe 3 months, and you know what he did? He just posted videos of his dog. So I got a 3-legged German Shepherd. I have not got one video of him at all. All I got to do is be like, "Oh, look at my little buddy," and I'd probably get 1,000 followers in one night. It'll go viral with a 3-legged German Shepherd, but I didn't want to be that guy, you know.
Man,
I wanted to
three-legged
like go
German
with my
Shepherd.
own
That
like.
might. I was about to say you just got like TikTok gold there. I just got a little Chihuahua, and I thought him being the world's smallest farm dog would get some YouTube recognition. Nothing. So, like,
Try him on the old Talk of the Tick, man. I'm pretty sure you might get somebody that'd be like, "Ooh, Chihuahua." They like cats. They like dogs. I got 2 cats. I got 2 dogs, and I haven't showed anybody any of them. Look at that look at that precious little animal right there. You should like, share, and subscribe to this freaking podcast based off of that dog all by itself. If you haven't done it, then there's a special place in hell for you.
Look at his eyes. How can you tell him no?
Damn right.
Go play puppy.
Anyway, do we have any viewers yet?
Oh yeah, we actually do got quite a few folks watching. Actually,
all right, cool.
Literally, the minute I did the just blatant appeal with my dog, some folks dropped off, which is understandable. Like, I mean, folks saying, "Okay, fuck you, Phil. You're trying to whore with the dog." I totally get it, but no, he's my little guy. He's the great thing about a Chihuahua is nobody gets a drop on you. Anything gets near, you'll know it.
Yeah. It's the little dogs that are more savage than the bigger ones. My 2 German Shepherds are just friendly as can be, and they'll just lay up against you, and they're all lazy and shit. But the little dogs, those are the ones that'll bite your ankle, sniff at you, snarl, show their teeth all the time. Always got that little big man syndrome. Always watch out for the little dogs.
Oh yeah, I've noticed like my dog, he will actually nip at pit bulls. And I'm like, what do you think is gonna happen here? Like,
rub it in, Tony.
It's gonna be like 3 bites and you'll be gone. Like, knock it off. But Tony G, I was gonna wait a little bit to get to this, but Tony goes, I broke 800 plus today. Oh, so what are you at, Lynn?
Oh, dude, I'm under 200. I'm like 130 or something. Yeah, man, I'm like,
folks.
I'm not winning in the race. Y'all need to punch them numbers up.
I was about to say, I mean,
I keep cracking brilliant content, and something about the algorithm, man. They don't like me at all at the TikTok.
I mean, we've got Tony G here at Tony the Rod 2.0 on TikTok. And then we've also got Westlin 4 on TikTok. Let's see if I thought we had a banner that had all of our information on the TikTok. So I'll make one here in a little bit. But yes, Tony G, go check him out at Tony the Rod 2.0 on TikTok. And yes, Westlin 4 on TikTok. There we go. There we go. Lynn is getting his shameless self-promotion in. Westlin 4 on TikTok, folks. You need to go follow him to beat
I got
Tony G.
my handy laptop right next to me, so I can just type that shit right in for you. So I'm moving up in the world here. I got multitasking.
Nice. So, but yeah, Tony G, he's broke 800 today. So, folks, and your king of extreme. Let me check. Last time I checked, I was at 16 whole followers on TikTok, and now
Hey,
I'm
and
at,
I've been sharing some of your stuff or like
well, thank you.
duetting it. I did a
gave that
duet
thumbs
video
up.
with my kids, and it says that I had like 10 viewers on it. So there's something with the algorithm on that, because I noticed that anytime I do a video where it involves my 2 young children at all, like even if they're doing some funny stuff, we're like interacting with Alexa or something, or the Echo Dot or whatever.
Yeah.
Every time I have a video, no viewers whatsoever. It's like the algorithm can detect that I have some young children with me, and I can't do something with my own kids and make it go viral at all, even though they say
Interesting.
some funny shit. I got one where my 5-year-old, she's got a Coke box on her head, and she goes, "Dad, I'm a Coke head," and I thought it was funny as shit. I thought that fucking gets no. I got 3 views on that. 3 fucking views. Something's up with that damn algorithm. They want you to either be like political or fucking they want you to go a certain path, but you can't just do a legit I want to try to be funny thing anymore. It's got to be
Yeah. Now it's funny
political.
is I got 20 followers now, so hey, growing every day. Maybe I'll be
You're-
the
you're-
first
you're
one to
making
get
it
that.
up there in the world.
But like the one where I'm singing half of the song "Let It Go," which I only sang that because in our side Facebook chat, your
Yeah.
kids were singing the first half of it, and so I
Yep.
just fucking around because I've heard that song like 8 gajillion times. Because I've already mentioned I've got a daughter that's 12, so I've heard it more than a few times. So I just sang the other half back because it's always kind of funny when you hear a song that's not normally sang in baritone. And that to me, that's just kind of funny. And now it's got like 600 views on TikTok. And I figured, like, really? That's the thing that people are like, think
So
like,
like I said, I did a duet where I had my kids reacting to you singing that song. I got 5 views.
damn.
It's the same damn video, just shows my kids reacting to it. And I'm like, they have a fucking problem with my kids, man. TikTok does not like children, like at all.
Grow the Farm Up says, you've been shadow banned for talking about Metallica's album Saint Anger. What a steaming pile
Hey,
of fucking snake feces it was.
if you actually followed, I don't know if I do have a Saint Anger video on that, but I did. Might have gave my opinion on Saint Anger being the biggest pile of shit, but still,
Well, it's definitely the worst thing they've put out.
I will stand by this 110%. Saint Anger, in my opinion, was the worst album Metallica ever made. However, it's still better than anything else that came out that fucking year, music-wise in general. Which is a sad thing to say about fucking music of that it in any genre whatsoever. Metallica's album was the suckiest one, and they were still better than all the other shit that came out that year. It was like 2003. Fuck. I mean, change my mind.
Folks, thank Lynn for his time here at K.O.E. Like, no, I'm fucking with you.
Change my mind.
He had any fucking good thing to say about me. Bye, Lynn. What the fuck? But no, I'm kidding. But like we got
I get passionate about my Metallica. You know how that goes.
Amanda goes, hi Phil. Hi Sully. Oh my good lord.
Oh, it's Amanda Trips with the Z.
How we
She
doing, all
carried the
y'all?
Z this time.
Lord, grow the farm up. How we doing this evening? But yeah, thanks for getting us started on Metallica, which, like, to me, Saint Anger was like, I could just like how long do you got? Like, to me, it's just a crime against music. It's a crime against the note. It's a crime against musical ambition. It's a crime like
It's a crime against the snare drum.
Now, Limp Biscuit. Like, now, this is pretty funny. You cannot find this. They have vaulted it, but I swear to you this happened. You'll probably remember this, Lynn, because this was our generation. Okay, Limp Biscuit, right when they'd come out. And I forget the song, but you know, it goes, it's all about the he said, she said bullshit. Like, but the video, it's a commercial for MTV, and it's Donald Trump in the back of his limo jamming out to Limp Bizkit, but he's just like, listen to it like this, listen to it like this. The limo comes to a stop. The concierge or the the limo driver guy just opens up the door. Trump just goes, wait for a second. Talking that shit, punk. So come and get it. And then he gets up and walks out, and it's just got the logo of MTV. And I'm like, where is this fucking commercial? I mean, we need to find that, but nope, that's been stuffed in the
a
vault.
beautiful commercial, really. I mean, Limp Bizkit's one of those bands from like when I was like in my early 20s, and I don't know, they came out with a new album on Halloween. And I was I told the guys about it here about a month or two ago, like, because it came out on Halloween. I said, hey, man, I hate to say this, but goddamn, there's a couple good songs on that.
Do this, aren't we? We're going to start off like, dude.
I said, oh, my God. I was like,
Limp
why?
Bizkit sucks. Then you go like, but, I mean, I liked that song that they did for the Mission Impossible 2 soundtrack. Yeah, that was pretty awesome. And then,
Metallica did one, too.
Yeah, but and then like you list off like 3 or 4 fucking great Limp Bizkit songs that you love, and then I list off 2 or 3 like, yeah, I really like it. And then by the time we're done, it's like, dude, I fucking love Limp Bizkit. Oh my god, we're going to the next concert. Like, yeah, it's like Limp Bizkit is one of those bands.
I don't know, dude. You could probably pay me to go to a Limp Bizkit concert. I'll do it if you pay me, but I don't think I would pay money to go see them. But at the same time, that last album had like maybe 3 or 4 songs to kind of slap.
It would depend on what the rest of the act was, because
I mean, there's a song called Dad Vibes on it. It's like for my generation. We're all dads now. It's like, hey, they're getting with the times. They're like, hey, we're still Limp Bizkit, but now we know you're all dads now, so you better listen to us as a dad.
Like
I thought it was pretty badass.
I was just giving Fred Durst credit for not doing because turns out like he's got a daughter that's 31 now, so that means when he was getting big, he had like a daughter that was like 10, 11, 12. Yeah. And I really need to thank him for not inundating us with awful fucking fatherhood lyrics, because we always like, gonna give you things I never had, gonna want to be the best of the dad, like some fucking awful song like that. And at least he waited till he was now to start dropping his Dad Vibes song on us, because Eminem wasted no time with awful fatherhood lyrics.
He dropped them lyrics not saying as a personal thing. It was more like, my listeners are all dads now. Like the guys that were friends of me are all dads. So I'm going to come out with a song about dad vibes for all my young dads out there. And it's like, we're not young either. I'm 40 now. I'm 41. Fuck. It's been a minute. But but it's like, holy crap, finally, my generation finally has a spokesperson, and it's Fred fucking Durst. Really?
It's like, he actually used to be a music executive before he got into Limp Bizkit. And what's funny is like he had an artist tell him that you can't do what I do. I'm a unique artist, and you're an executive. I'm an artist. You can't replicate what I do. And he's like, oh, I can't, can I? The rest, as they say, is history. Amanda says, hi, Lynn.
Oh, now she gives me a name. Pay your bills, pay your rent, pay your taxes, Amanda. Build back better, Amanda.
For those who don't know, Amanda is kind of the shut up Meg of the Big Buckin' Empire show. It's like her and your brother Chicken get along just like it's just a box of fluffy doves.
Yeah, she's been on hiatus from the show for a little while. I mean, I'm not saying I miss her, but
and then Grow the Farm Up's just trying to goat me here, because I'll be your Chad Kroger. I've been holstering that joke for years now, and I finally got a fucking excuse to unholster it. I'm gonna fucking use it. But
are you so high that you could hear heaven?
Jesus, no. But Chad Kroeger of Nickelback.
Yeah. They say a hero could save us. I'm not going to stand here and wait.
Now, actually, while we get into that, there's something I need to get into here. You know, since we brought it up, where is...
Are you going to hold on to the wings of the eagles and watch as they all fly away?
Oh, God damn it. I'm trying to find my video where I challenged the worst possible accusation that I've ever had to face to this day. It looks like I'm just going to have to find it straight up, but it won't be hard, folks. Don't worry. But yes, I've had one hell of a set of accusations levied against me, and I finally have... There we go. I've found it. So I'm sorry. I need your analysis with me on this, Lynn. I actually do.
I'm here for expert opinion analysis, man. I'm here. I'm here for you.
Walking up and down your block. Nah, like I'll never forget Kid Rock. Like that's just a Midwestern 90s kids thing. If you're from the Midwest, Kid Rock was a thing. And I'll never forget Kid Rock's like, yeah, I'm coming up, motherfucker. And then it's like, I'm going to bring Uncle Cracker with me too. Yeah. Let's do new, crazy, amazing music. And Uncle Cracker goes, nah, I think I'm just going to sell out. And Kid Rock goes, yeah, I guess I will too. What the fuck? And yeah, that's pretty much the end of that. But now, Lynn, I need your expert analysis and opinion on this accusation because I bring my evidence to bear, but also I'm a
Let's go with the accusations, sir. Let's see what we get.
Pure rapscallion ne'er-do-wellery.
Oh, he's going to take a break so I can watch this.
Welcome one and all to the K.O.E. Nation. Today, I answer an accusation, a grave accusation, one of the most terrible accusations that has ever been levied against your King of Extreme. In the history of the K.O.E. Nation on YouTube and Twitch, this is the most vile, reprehensible,
Nice choice of whiskey, by the way.
Possible accusation. And your King of Extreme meets it head on. Without further ado, let's take a look at this despicable accusation and see what your thoughts are, folks.
Tony, you can turn off your headphones. Let's be real.
Want to. It sounds really
like a press conference.
It makes me feel cool.
Makes me feel so hollow. Okay.
Tony singing fucking Nickelback.
Yeah.
You just singing Nickelback?
I was about to say,
fucking-
yeah.
I was waiting for somebody to
Take
catch that.
shit off.
I was waiting for somebody to catch it.
No, that's bullshit right there.
All right,
Fuck you, that's a good song. I don't give a
That
shit.
makes Tony's blind like double.
Song
That's a
about
good, I don't get
violence,
it. Fuck
but
you.
okay.
That's a good song. Phil owned like the triple
Nickelback.
platinum goddamn album of Silver Side Up. Yes, you
No, I
did. Yeah,
did
you did.
not.
Yeah, you did.
Fuck you.
No, no, don't no.
No, I had a soundtrack that had that song on it.
Oh no, motherfucker,
No, I
no.
did not. No, I've
You
never
owned
put Nickelback album ever.
Nickelback Silver
No.
Side Up. Yes, you
No.
did. Yes, you
You're thinking of
did.
somebody else.
No, I'm not.
Can you believe this
Phil?
shit? Now, look at what I have posted as evidence here. Nickelback Silver Side Up does not feature the song Leader of Men. Phil K.O.E. Mike fucking drop.
Boom. Yeah, wasn't that their first album?
Yes, or their first major album.
Even Chicken
Yeah.
can admit it.
I ain't gonna lie.
Never
Phil,
owned that
no.
album.
Yeah, I
What's
ain't gonna
that?
lie. I got Nickelback's first album when it came out. It was like in the late 90s, maybe something like 98, 99. And it had that Hard to Swallow song on it. And I don't remember any of the other songs on it, but I remember them and I'm like, this Nickelback, they're going places. I didn't know they were going to go straight fucking to the toilet and have every song sound exactly the fucking same for like 10 years straight. But I knew they were going places. But I was like, I gave them the benefit of the doubt that first fucking album. And I was like, yeah, I brought the CD and I think I gave it to Chicken, and Chicken listened to it and he was like, "Hey, this is really great." He may tell me no, but I know he's in the comments, so I know he'll be like, "No, he didn't give it." Yeah, I gave him that fucking album like
No.
back in the late '90s.
No, Wes J. Ryan is going even worse, saying Phil is a closet Nickelback fan, which I mean, now
He likes the first album, right, Phil? You like that first album?
like
You're a
it's a
fucking
good
hipster.
thing that
You're
you're
a fucking hipster,
commenting
at
that
least.
on your it's a good thing you're commenting that on your own platform, Chicken, because I don't even know what I would have to do to even fucking have to block you there. But yeah, you rapscallion there too. Well, how dare you, like, Chicken, you realize you could actually be deplatformed for spreading disinformation and misinformation.
Misinformation.
Okay, you realize, like, for spreading such vile misinformation into this world, like I don't want to like actually risk your platform, Chicken. So I want you to just like I want you to reconsider. But so no, we must
You
get
better
deeper.
take that back, bruh.
We must get deeper into this testimony, evidence, and dossier, if you will.
I own a soundtrack with one Nickelback song on it. And
No.
that was the one.
We doing Texas?
Dossier.
Yeah, we'll just stick to holding.
Phil, God damn it, don't even.
Fuck you, Tony.
You owned Silver Side Up. I think that was her
No,
album. I think that was the name of it. Whatever it was, you owned it.
no.
Leader of Men. That's a good song. I don't give a
Leader
shit.
of Men was actually a good
Yeah,
song.
great song. Love that one. Stuff after
Like
that.
Leader-
Yeah.
Leader of Cola.
Nickelback album is really underappreciated.
Yeah.
I actually thought it was a good album.
That's why Phil loved it and owned it,
No, I didn't.
but won't admit to it now.
No, I never owned that album. You just
I'm
you're just
not.
wrong on this, man. I
No,
never
I'm
owned
not.
That one.
I'm not.
Well,
Let us
damn.
know in the comments what soundtrack.
And then I had to look it up. It's MTV's Return of Rock, which I did actually own that soundtrack. So, but now Peapod, Utu Peapod, saying I look like a Creed
Oh.
stan. Ah,
That's
Oh.
all right. Peapod, dude. I'm gonna take that almost personally too, because you know what? Fucking My Own Prison, whatever that fucking album was on, dude, there was like at least 6 songs on that album that fucking slapped. I ain't gonna fucking lie. That first Creed album was pretty fucking good. And then they just kind of took that MTV money and they fucking rolled with it and put out a bunch of other fucking shit like With Arms Wide Open, and just it just went downhill.
Oh yeah, like no, he's got that one song. I feel angry, I feel helpless.
That's like
Wanna
Human Clay.
change the world, yeah. I'm
I
sure.
think it was off that. Yeah, they had Human Clay, but what the one where My Own Prison? It had like a song called One, and there was like a handful of fucking songs on their first CD. It was pretty fucking tits. And I ain't gonna lie, when I was like 17 when that album came out, maybe 16, 17. It was like 96, 97. It was pretty fucking good at the time. And then their new shit just got worse. And it just like went downhill. They were like the Def Leppard of the 90s. And then
Dude.
Nickelback became the Def Leppard of the 2000s.
Dude. That wow.
Because
That-
even Def Leppard had a good
that's a
fucking
parallel.
album. Def Leppard had a good album in the 80s. And then the drummer lost his arm and they went fucking stupid.
I gotta get a
Just
couple of
saying.
these comments here. Grow the Farm Up says, "What dossier did you pee on, K.O.E? What did I pee on? I pissed all over the lies of this vile accusation." Okay, Scott Stapp killed Creed. True, turns out.
Yes, it's true.
K.O.E.
And
Golden Shower all over
Alter Bridge
lies.
wasn't bad because it
What's
was
that?
basically Creed without Scott. Alter Bridge.
Now, what's funny is at one point in Lincoln, it was being advertised on the radio. Come all, come all. And it was a very small venue, and it was for an evening with Scott Stapp. Yes, that's what everybody wanted. An evening with Scott Stapp.
And
And it,
people sold it out because they wanted to just
no,
see
at one
irony.
point they had to give you buy one get one free.
No, I thought it was like people were just gonna go just to see a train wreck.
Oh, I like for a while until they had to cancel the show. My brother and I were dead set on we're gonna go just to heckle him. Just like the second he gets on stage, boo, you suck, fuck you, you piece of shit, boo, just immediately get ejected. Just like that. Like our objective was to be ejected from the show within 5 minutes. And we just like, we were crying, laughing at the idea of just the minute you see Scott Stapp for a second, boo, you fucking suck. You just like, that's all he hears.
So, Chicken can attest to this one, and I know he's still in the comments, but I don't know how many years ago it was. There was a karaoke function at the Legion in good old Fairmont, Nebraska, and we both attended. And Chicken was doing his own little karaoke number back then. He was Big Buck and Entertainment was more of a karaoke thing for bars, and he was actually paid to fucking do karaoke shit. But he wasn't doing it that night. We were just there because some other hired gun was there doing this shit. And for some reason, I decided it would be a great idea to do a Creed song. And I did my totally just like over the top fucking wannabe Scott Stapp fucking just impression. And apparently it was that good because they were like, oh my God, that sounded just like him. And they were like clapping and like it was like the best song they ever heard. And I'm like, I was mocking that dude the whole time. I was like, hold my nose when I was singing. Wow, weird shit like that, and they just ate it up. So yeah, I found out that karaoke people were pretty fucking weird. But and other than that, Chicken was there. He saw it. And I wanted to do like mock you songs from then on. Every time there's a karaoke night, I want to do one song that just like mocks the shit out of the first. So yeah, I'll go out and do like your Scott Stapp shit, and I'll do a Limp Bizkit song. I'll do whatever as long as I can do an impression of the voice, just to see if people think that I'm actually legit trying to sound like them or not. And to see if I was trying to honor them or mock them, which is great. But I don't know.
Whenever I do karaoke at the bar, which has been a while, but me and Tony always do Tenacious D, greatest song in the world. It's like kind of a thing where we're known to do, and we've tried it both ways. Where I do Jack Black's part, Tony does KG's part, and we've tried it both ways. Let's be frank. Me doing KG's kind of like Jeff Hardy doing the Swanton Bomb, or more like Matt Hardy doing the Swanton Bomb, and Jeff doing the Twist of Fate, which they tried on Raw a few times. It's neat to see, but like we all know what the folks really came to see. It was Phil K.O.E. doing Jack Black, but but no, that's something what we do a lot. And then after that, I'll just like kind of like what you guys do, just spin the wheel, see if I know the song, and if I don't know the.
I would say me and Chicken, and me and Tony have both went up there and done fucking Tenacious D, Fuck Her Gently, because that's a beautiful song. It's all about
fuck her. My throat's actually a little off this evening, so I'm not going to try and go for them high notes quite yet. But Grow the Farm Up says butt rock has its time and place on the toilet when you really need to give her hell. Oh Lord, butt rock.
Butt rock in general. You're thinking of bands like Buck Cherry comes to mind when you hear butt rock. Buck Cherry is like the king of butt rock bands. And tell me if I'm wrong, Farmer. Grow the Farmer Up. Yes, Buck Cherry, in my opinion, is the epitome of butt rock bands. Maybe Can you give me a couple other examples
God, I'm
of
trying
butt
to
rock
think of
bands?
anything better than Buck Cherry, man. Like you just fucking hit it
Yeah, that's
square
the
on the
epitome of butt rock. Butt rock is Buck Cherry, and
finger
then
11. Oh,
Finger
man.
11 is the butt rock band. Yeah.
Now they're a little late to the party, but like even like the one who does the cover of Bad Company. Till the day I
Five Finger.
die. Like that's a late entry.
All right, no, Five Finger Death Punch is what I. You know how you guys got Bro Country? You know what I'm talking about, Bro Country, which
Yeah.
would be like fucking Florida Georgia Line. Well, Five Finger Death Punch is what I call bro metal. It's the same thing. It's the Florida
Bunch of
Georgia
dudes that
line of
when they
metal
get done
music.
singing, bro, that was awesome, bro. Let's go pump some reps, bro.
Yeah, it's basically bro metal. Five Finger Death Punch. And you know what, dude? I shit on that band. I call them
Hinder.
I call them Five Flavor Fruit Punch. But honestly, you know, dude, they're really good for the veterans. They go to USO shows. They're really, you know, they're like the Toby Keith of metal. You know what I mean?
Oh
They
God.
they're
Lips
really
of
there
an
for the
angel
veterans. So, you
sound
know.
so sweet. I don't know what band that is, but I saw them at the Nebraska State Fair years ago, and
Was it Hoobastank?
yeah, whoever it was, but yeah, they were putting in about as much effort as you would expect. You know, like, well, how we doing?
Then you got
Nebraska State Fair.
was that Trapped? Trapped's got like a following on TikTok a little bit, but they've been canceled because the lead singer of Trapped is conservative. So he's like,
Oh wow.
nobody
I think
follows
Grow the
me because
Farm
I'm like
Up.
conservative. I'm like, dude, it's because you're the lead singer of Trapped and nobody likes Trapped because Trapped sucks.
Skinner,
But
you're gonna
it's
agree
not
with this. Grow the Farm Up might have just discovered patient zero of butt rock here because it goes Buck Cherry pretty much sums it all up. Def Leppard, a little buttock, Twisted Sister, and all basically anything on the Blaze from 2000 to 2005. But holy shit, fucking Twisted Sister. That's fucking patient zero of butt rock. We're not gonna take it. No, we ain't got it. Like I like how Dave Chappelle when he made that joke about like when he's with his white friend and like it's the goddamn cops, Dave. Can you believe? And he's got his music all turned up as the cops are coming up. We're not gonna take it. Like it's just yes.
Now, as far as your as far as your I get it because you're right because Twisted Sister kind of sucked as far as butt rock goes. But I tell you, Dee Snider, the lead singer of fucking Twisted Sister, back in the 80s, when the PMRC was like a big thing, and Al Gore's wife was trying to censor music because it was just totally fucking with the kids of America, and she wanted to like put, I don't know, they wanted to cancel all fucking music at one time or the other, and it was like a giant censorship thing, and they were trying and like that whole fucking era was crazy. And that's where you ended up with the parental advisory sticker on your fucking CD back in the day, and which basically increased sales. If you had a parental advisory sticker, it means buy me because we have
Yeah.
shit that your parents don't like. And so it did the opposite effect. But either way, Tipper Gore was a giant villain in the fucking 80s and 90s. And if you believe, just go and look on YouTube later on after the show, not now. You look later on in the show or after the show is over. You go and look up Dee Snider, Dee Snider, goes up to Congress and he does like a fucking whole like spill. And he talks about like the way lyrics are and music and blah, blah, blah. They thought he was just going to be some fucking metalhead guy that was the dumbest shit. Turned out he was eloquent. He spoke great. And he went up and just like put a boot in the ass of fucking Tipper Gore and told her she was basically a cunt. It was beautiful. for 1980s type fucking politics, but yeah.
Oh yeah, Twisted Sister did a lot for free speech. So
Yeah.
even if you're not a
I
big fan
mean,
of their music,
also
you got to give D. Snyder credit on that. But
John
yes, even to
Denver
grow the
was on
farm
the
up
same
agrees.
speech thing too, because like John Denver was on D. Snyder's back.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
yeah.
And I
yeah.
think the two of them weren't exactly like best of buddies, but they were on the
No,
same
they
side
weren't.
of this.
But they were on the same team when it came to the fucking PMRC, man. Everybody
Yeah.
wanted free speech and they wanted freedom of expression. And that's something that they had to fight for and they got, and now we got WAP.
Yep.
So-
Now Norwalk is talking about. Please talk about Rage Against the Machine. Boy, has their tunes changed. Fuck you, better do what they tell you. Fuck you, better do what they tell you. Like, and
Yeah.
charging hundreds of dollars for a ticket while talking about Marxism. Like, I bet that's Bosch's favorite band. Like, because
Dude,
it's
I
just
lost
fucking beautiful
all-
capitalist grift of the Marxist ideas, which is fucking hilarious.
I lost my respect for Rage Against the Machine because they left us when we needed them the most. All right, so they pretty much bowed out in like the late 90s, early 2000s. Then Bush became president, and we went to fucking war. 9/11 happened, and where was Rage Against the Machine to talk about all the fucking war for oil? Any of that? No, they didn't say shit. They fucking had a hiatus. They were all gone. They created fucking Audio Slave. They were fucking. It was like, dude, Zach De La Rocha, the lead singer of fucking Rage Against the Machine, just disappeared off the face of the earth for like fucking 15 years. And now he comes back and he's like, you better put your mask on. Fuck off, dude.
Well, I think
fuck
what
that guy.
happened is he got into the endless leftist purity test, which can be, and then it's like, none of you are living up to my standard of purity, so we're not doing this. And then he comes back and he can't be like, I'm super leftist and then anti-mask at the same time. There's just certain thresholds to be a leftist nowadays.
He picked the wrong horse in the race, if you ask me. Because right now
that could be the case. Grow the farm up with thank Nirvana. Whether you like them or not is irrelevant. I'm not a big Nirvana fan. Now the band Seattle with Chris Cornell, yes, rocked. Won't go hungry, won't go hungry. Yeah, that was fucking.
Oh, Temple of the Dog was pretty decent. Yes.
Whenever you got any of those bands coming together and making fucking like that was where I got my love of collaborative music, was when bands like that were doing. But like Nirvana, they fucking like, even if you hate Nirvana, they fucking just changed the goddamn map. They just changed all music after that. I know that wasn't Seattle. Fuck you. I can sing whatever song I like. I liked that one. Tiberius D, how we doing there, good sir? Welcome to the K.O.E. Nation. We're actually getting down into a rabbit hole of discovery, and we're just talking, just having ourselves a fun little chat.
We got into music talk after like Cuomo.
Yeah, Cuomo's gone, and then we started getting into music because I'm joined by Westland 4 on TikTok.
And I like talking shit. I like talking shit, especially on music. I do. If y'all got an opinion you think is pretty fucking based, let me know. If you got one that's like fringe, like something that only you got, I want to hear your thoughts. I really do. It'd be great. And
Tiberius,
Chicken is right. Paralyzer is the worst song ever.
Nice. Tiberius is actually a pretty smart guy. Oh shit. If you want to come on, it'll take me a minute to get on my handy dandy phone to send you. I'm on StreamYard. So, but yeah. If you want to send me a thumbs up. But yeah, Tiberius, real smart guy, really cool cat. But while we're waiting on that, I'm gonna. Sweet. All right. I'm going to play a little bit more of this while I face my worst accusation yet of having owned the album, a Nickelback album. This is really the worst accusation I've ever faced. So,
that song.
Give me a minute here. It'll take me a second to figure it all out, but I think I'll get it.
You had the actual Nickelback.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Never bought it, man. Sorry.
You don't have to be sorry.
The first time I ever heard that song was actually on an advertisement for
a fucking soundtrack. So I was like, oh wow, that's a pretty cool soundtrack.
He gets more defensive about this than he does the football stuff.
All right.
Oh well, 'cause this fucking matters. God damn it. The record must be set. Like, you're accusing me of Nickelback fannery, and you're not expecting any pushback.
Well,
This is the look of an innocent man pushing back against being wrongfully accused, folks.
We all expected more leader of men and less other stuff.
That's far.
Turn him.
He got the ace.
Two of them.
Takes it.
Damn. Go ahead.
Two of them. That sucked.
Pocket Rockets. That's
Yep.
a hell of a hand.
Yeah, it was. Would have been.
Oh,
Alright,
dear.
you're fucking
I'll still
shovel.
take it.
You're fucking shovel.
So Phil owned Nickelback. Let's get back to
Bringing it back.
Okay, now
Just more lies.
Let's get off the Nickelback thing.
Chicken's trying to
No,
put
no,
it
You
down.
owned the album too.
No. We need. So
Never
anyway,
owned
Phil
it.
had Nickelback.
Owned Nickelback on CD. Not just.
That's how you know you made it in life, when people make up wild conspiracy theories about
Okay,
you. That's
okay.
how you
Phil,
know
I
you made
could
it.
probably list multiple albums that you owned on CD.
Let's get some real.
Because
Yeah,
when you
no.
owned a CD, you fucking played that CD into the goddamn dirt.
Yep,
Most
I
of
did.
the Smashing Pumpkins albums.
Oh yes, I did own those.
A couple of the early
Siamese
Clutch
Dream
albums.
was the shit.
Is he gonna say
The
it?
rest of
Please
them
don't.
suck.
Like, there's one that's honest and true that I'm a little embarrassed, but he's gonna have to say I had a pretty complete collection.
Metallica S&M.
Hang on here, folks. Hang on. Stop the presses. Stop the presses, folks. We have got a special announcement. We've got a special guest, a special run-in, if you will, from the one, the only, one of Twitch's true big brains. He has graced us with his presence. Thank you for being here. The one, the only, Tiberius. How are we doing, good sir, this evening?
I'm doing fine. How about yourself?
Oh, I can't complain too terribly hard. So I'm just here having a fun little chat, this evening with a good buddy of mine here, and just talking to all the great people at the K.O.E Nation. And so you were on a panel. So
Yep.
Where was that at?
That was Prime K's, and it was the small council that he usually does on Saturdays. Sometimes that panel is a little fun, sometimes it's a little out there, and this was definitely the out there episode. He was trying to get into the meta ethics of, like, at what point does a law become unjust, or why is that? And good conversation topic to try to start, but it went nowhere.
Oh boy, I can just about imagine, because, like, for me, I've always viewed law as downstream from morality. Like, law is not necessarily the measure of right and wrong. There can be unjust laws, and you can go as far back into history as you'd like, and you can find examples of unjust laws at some point. But I can about imagine that one. I'm guessing there's at least two guests that were, like, so off in the weeds, off in left field, that you probably didn't even know why they were in the conversation. There's probably about two folks that were really good, really smart, and you felt yourself the greater prophet for having interacted with them. And then a couple of folks that you've run into before and you like them anyways. Am I pretty close? That's how some Prime panels go, I've found.
So it was only, like, Prime and 4 other people, and it memed. It was just a bunch of damn memes, and I'm not shaking it for it. It was just, like, we were talking about, like, okay, so the left has a serious issue with immigration, and, like, how, there's a lot of, like, economic refugees that come here. And they're like, all right, at what point is it unjust? And of course, they're largely on the point that it's just unjust to have those laws because we are the land of the free and we should allow people to come in. Well, I didn't really, like, get too much into that. The other side of that is, like, we brought up 2A and the fact that, like, if you, had a gun and the government came in tomorrow, it's like, you have to turn in your guns. We're not paying you for it. None of that shit, would you keep your guns? And actually it was interesting because almost every person on that panel was like, yeah, you know what? Hide it in the fucking wall if you have to. So, like, it's just a really interesting conversation, but we, like, just, I don't think we had the words to really get into the ethics of why it was this, if that makes any sense.
Well, like I actually had an exchange with Tom Foolery the other day that was kind of close to this, and we were talking about self-defense and if you have the right to do it. And to me, it's like, like what are rights? And to me, because everybody always talks like, well, you ain't got a right, I've got a right. You shouldn't do that. Like, well, what are rights? And so the best that I've come up with in this life is that rights are the necessary conditions of one's proper existence, nothing more, nothing less.
Okay.
And any government that would violate those rights is wrong. And a necessary condition of your proper existence is an ability to repel threats to yourself and others. And there's many governments that have violated that necessary condition to your proper existence, but just because they've done so doesn't mean that you don't have that right. And so that's one way that I look at it. I'm sure many people disagree with that, but it's a structure that I've found to work. But also I could see like the gears in that big brain of yours are turning, and it's beautiful. I can see. But while you're doing that, folks, this is Tiberius D's YouTube channel. I dropped it in all the chats. Definitely check that out. Always subscribe. And actually, I just did myself. So definitely subscribe to Tiberius D on YouTube. But yeah, so when you're talking about rights and versus law versus right and wrong, like there's that old quote from Martin Luther King: everything Hitler did was legal.
Fair enough. That's pretty heavy-handed, but I'll take it. So are you wanting like my take on this one, or
yes. I the deep dive omnibus?
Sure. So I've got two lines of thought here. Number one is that if I'm going with, I'll put it this way: I have a very naturalistic view of rights, as a friend would like to put it, and that there almost really isn't any, because a right basically entails that you have, in one regard. I've got another side I want to hit this, but a right largely entails that you have the privilege to do so without somebody being able to take that from you. And for me, there's only one right within all of humanity that you have that somebody can't take away from you. That's the right to die. Everything else, your thoughts, your the ability to walk, all this shit, somebody can take away from you from with the proper application of force. Right. So there's a level where I'm just like, what you have is privileges, and we outline what those privileges are to you. Now, let me separate that onto the other side of the argument. For me, what I feel that rights should be, as outlined by a country or a constitution, is that they are absolute limits of breakaway, if you will. Is that no matter how much I don't like you, no matter how much I disagree with you, no matter what you generally do or behave as, is that there are certain things that we will not do to you. And I think in those regards, those are, for me, the more modern interpretation of rights, and what they should be is that, hey, you know what? I don't like you, but I'll still give you your freedom of speech. Hey, I don't like what you're doing here, but I'm still going to give you the right to the Second Amendment so that you can protect yours and your family, and vice versa, right? So I hope that I can at least iterate what I'm thinking in that regard.
No, I really I understand what you're saying quite well, and it's kind of like what I say when I'm talking about fair. There's really, if you want to boil it down to it, there's no actual fair. You can't fill up a bucket of fair. There's like you can fill up a bucket of fair and a bucket of rights, but that's how all concepts. How are we doing there, Skinner? Oh no, we're losing them. As I understand quite well what you're saying there is that, that's true of all concepts, is that there's only a certain extent that you can project them into reality. But again, it's just because they can be violated doesn't mean that they're invalid.
Right.
So now I'm curious, how would you think you fared on that particular panel?
I think I did fine.
I was gonna make,
yeah, sure. I think I did fine. I don't think. Excuse me. I think I did fine. The problem with that panel it lost its meaning and its motive somewhere along the line, and it just didn't happen, if you will. It was. We literally just kind of sat around and memed for the better part of 2 hours. I mean, I hate to be like, but it's just. Anytime that there was some serious substance, we either all agreed on it or we all kind of agreed. It's just where do you go? Because we touched into abortion at one point, and it was just they were trying to be I'm sorry. Prime was largely asking on that particular subject. Number one is that, if a woman felt like she needed to and she, or she had to, or what have you, like, are you going to encourage her? And I'm like, if you need to. And I'm like, for me, the metric of being need is that she's going to die if she doesn't have an abortion. And obviously the answer is just yes, right? Even if it's illegal, because it's like living gives you options that death does not. Right? When you're dead, you don't have any options. When you're alive, even though I don't like abortion in any way, shape, or form, is that if it's going to kill you, at least, go down the road of it's giving yourselves options where, yeah, you might get arrested. Yeah, you might have complications from the procedure, all that other shit, but you still got a chance. So like for me on that side, like we already were off to the rails, and then he tried to act like, all right, cool. Well, what happens if you just don't like the law? Are you going to break it? And I'm like, no. It's like, so there was just a level where the problem is that like he was trying to like get into the methods of like where our principles lie, and that's fine, but that requires a level of conversation that like only a very few people are really equipped for on Twitch.
Yeah, and I've noticed, like, I've been on panels with you before, and like when it boils down to the memeing, you really don't like that. Like it's something like I could just see it, just like it just hits a switch in the back of your mind when you're just like, really, come on, fuck this, because like I can like there can be actual change affected by these panels because it helps spread ideas, but when it boils down to these kind of just memeing back and forth, I can understand the very real frustrations, because there are times when you should have something very serious, like this abortion topic you're talking about. I've been on some panels where I felt that there were some people on the panel that they were just being far too flippant about the topic, and it was like there's a level of sensitivity and, by God, maybe even a little bit of empathy that should be projected into this particular topic, and it was just being in far too flippant a way. Norwalk IRL says, right should precede you and outlast you. This comes to a moral axiom or belief structure, societal structure. The problem is not all people will agree and therefore will not respect one's rights. Yes. We have to make assumptions on how others will agree to a silent social contract. Many times government was put in place to help with this. Today it's messy and these assumptions are being removed. Thank you, Norwalk IRL. Definitely check him out on YouTube as well. More good salt of the earth folk. Norwalk IRL. Just trying to build a voice and a community. Just kind of an interesting project over there. But so in the end, so actually, who was all on the panel?
There was Captain A. Jones, which I don't know if you're familiar with.
I don't think we met.
Okay. Insane Wiggle made a return, or just Wiggle. He made a return. He's been offline largely for the good while. I think he just kind of got tired of the game. But he's been coming back around a little bit more recently, and I hope to see him further. He's a wonderful person. And there was Problematic Pan, which I'm a nerd, and I like nerd things, but this guy just takes it to another level, man. It's just like he was literally trying to quantify like reasoning. Like it's like, if I have like 49.5 reasons to do this, and 49.9 reasons to do this, well, I'm obviously going to do this. And then I'm like, all right, dude, I'm a nerd, but I'm never going to try to sell like my reasoning in that framework to most people, because they're more emotional thinkers, not like hard logicians. But if I may, for just a second, Skinner, it is a pleasure. Skinner, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have no idea who you are. My name is WST.
Well, hi. How the hell are you? I'm just sitting here just watching you guys go. I'm just, I'm here doing my thing. Anyway, yeah. How the hell are you?
Honestly, I'm going to be straight honest with you, because that's the kind of person I am. I'm doing okay, but I'm going through the ringer because Grandma got put in the ICU today. She's probably on her last leg. Look, don't get me wrong. I'm not here for the sympathy party. I'm just letting you know where I'm at. She's 75. She's a smoking all over life, and like I can hear her wisp every time she breathes. And it's just one of those deals where she's at that phase. And if you all see me completely like go off the deep end for 3 days after a moment, you'll know why. And so that's just who I am. But I am I'm the son of farmers in southwestern or Indiana. They've been doing it for like 6-7 generations. I think my brother's a 7th generation farmer.
Nice.
That's your grandma?
Yeah.
And
Grandma,
she said she's 70. You said she's 75?
75.
Yep. We'll all be praying for
That's
diabetes.
almost the same age as my mother. And yeah, dude, I get you. I get it. Dude, I have a grandma that's 95, but my mother is like in her mid 70s, and it's like anything that goes to, hey, it's an older generation, and they didn't take care of themselves like they're supposed to. And I'm not going to say that I never took care of myself too good either. I mean, I still smoke, so
Right.
I get it. And it's
Nobody's
a
perfect.
bad situation to be in, man. And hey, I'm all for, I hope everything turns out as the best possibility that it could. But
So, like, let me hit it with you, man. I like, we didn't think she was going to be around 2 years ago for Christmas. Like, we've been blessed to have her around as long as we have. She's just at that point now where like it's not okay, right? She's suffering and it's all that, and I'm not. The only thing I'm trying to communicate with this is that like I had a maternal grandmother pass away. Let me get to that, McFadden, here in just a second.
Yeah, take all the time you need, man.
Excuse me. Lost maternal grandmother in August of 19. She died of lung complications, but she had a disease where like she had bacteria in her lungs. It was slowly filling up. Her sister died 10 years earlier of that. But she got like sundowners really bad. And so it was a long, drawn out process where she just slowly declined over like 5 years, right? And it's just one of these deals where, like, I'm happy to have the times with them that we do, but when it gets to the point where my grandmother's at, this might sound horribly morbid, but it's like I'll be happy when she passes on, because this is no way for anyone to be alive. So I do feel bad. Don't get me wrong. I cried earlier today, but right now it's just like nothing I can do. Just kind of waiting for the phone call.
Sounds like you're at acceptance, which that's good. And
Yeah.
we, all of us here at the K.O.E Nation, me, everybody, will be praying for you, your family, your grandmother. That's rough time, man.
It is rough times, but I appreciate it.
You're here in stride regardless. And we do appreciate that. And yes, as a fellow farmer, it's like, hell, like I said last time, it's like us farmers got to stick together, man. So,
hell yeah.
But I do appreciate but first, hugs to grandma. Yes.
True.
Yes. That's always a very important thing. And I'm just glad to hear, but yeah, 7 generations of farming in America. I'm a 6th generation American farmer, a 5th generation Nebraska farmer myself. So you got me by a couple of generations there, kid. But
well, if it makes you feel any better, like it's not the life for me. My brother does it and it's great. I've done it. I don't love it. And when you're putting 55 hours a week in on your slow weeks and 80 hours a week in on your busy weeks, I don't
sounds a little more like it.
I don't. Yeah. Or you're like, I mean, 80 plus on your, for us is on harvest. And, whenever you're in the shop, just doing maintenance on your stuff on the slow seasons, then, winter, summer and winter, is that you're still busy as hell and you got to love it. And I like it. I love playing with the, a 500 horsepower tractor going in with a 9-shank ripper. That's kind of cool as hell. But when you're doing it day in, day out, you have to love it. And I just don't, man. I wish I did. I would that life would be laid out for me, but I don't. But I do want to talk to the Californian out there whenever we get a chance.
Oh, let it roll, man. Let it roll.
All right. So what I did is that I started studying in economics and political science. I found this guy named Peter Zion who explained something called geopolitics to me. And long story short is that I look at where demography, geography, demographics, politics, all these things come together and like what pictures do they paint. And California, when it comes to agriculture, is a very interesting case study. yes, guys, you are a huge agricultural state. You've got like literally the biggest corporations as far as agriculture out there, but you got a problem. You guys are running out
Water.
of water.
Yep.
And from everything that I'm seeing, even with the water rights having it that you guys get 80%, 80% of the water from the Colorado River you guys get, everything north of Fresno in particular is just, I'm sorry, everything south of Fresno is going to go offline sooner or later. So everything in the southern part of that state is going to start getting redirected into Los Angeles and is going to get redirected into municipalities because they don't have it. And the only salvation that I'm seeing that you guys could possibly have is if you guys get nuclear desalination up and running. And so far, your state is fighting tooth and nail because it's bad. Well, it's not bad. It's what you need.
Now, I'm curious.
Nuclear made it bad.
Well, yeah, nuclear power is always.
Yeah, nuclear. It's just people are scared shitless of nuclear. So.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, Chernobyl didn't help anything, but but to me, like, I've actually made this argument before to some folks from California, and it seems like this argument gets a lot of resistance. It's like, well, you got these rivers that run out into the ocean. Why do you not try to capture that fresh water before it goes in the ocean? And then I hear a lot of arguments about ocean oversalinization, fish migration paths, and things such as that. And like, okay, I understand that, but what's more important to you? A fish migration pattern or having enough water to drink for every man, woman, and child in California? You can ignore reality for only so long, but you cannot ignore the consequences of ignoring reality. And that's one thing that when I hear about this water shortages coming to California, like I remember a couple of years ago until they got a rain, it's like, yeah, this one major city's just going to run out of water in 2 months. It's like, fuck, really? So, like, I'm curious now you're somebody that would have a much better understanding and sensitivity to the environmental concerns, because to me, I'm not from California. Okay. Right. I've got some kinfolk out there, but like, to me, I just see this fresh water going out into the ocean. And I'm like, why is no effort being made to capture it?
At least a fraction of it.
Yeah.
Not all of it, just some of it.
So here's the number one reason I can give you straight out of gate. While the United States has done an amazing job at, and thank you for the plug. Appreciate that.
Oh, I'm never above shameless self-promotion or shameless promotion of others. Come now.
Fantastic.
This is the K.O.E. Nation. We are a kingdom of self-promotion.
I might need to take a few lessons. I'm really bad about promoting outside of a few instances, but
we'll get into that in a bit.
Sure. Anyway, long story short here is that while the United States has done an amazing job of pollution controls, one of the worst areas in the country is the Los Angeles metropolitan area. I don't think you need me to explain why, but if I need to, I can break out in a couple of things. But the long story short, at least from what I have, huh?
Oh no, he's complaining about his attempt at shameless self-promotion.
He
messed up his
typo.
It's supposed to be Westland 4 and he went Westland $. He fucked up his chance at self-promotion.
It should have been better. It should have been better.
One shot. Oh God.
Now I regret. I should have had a $sign instead of the 4. I mean,
true.
Very true. Very true.
So,
but
yeah. Anyway, so the big one that I'm familiar with is that the area around that you most likely could capture around Los Angeles is has a higher susceptibility to acid rain, and that the water that's going to come off into that area that you would want to capture has a significantly higher pH, and it would actually be harmful to humans. You can capture what comes out of the mountains, but it's one of the most arid places in the country. And so we're not talking about a lot of water. If you actually look at, most of the places in the Los Angeles region in particular, those rivers are dry 10 months out of the year. So there's just not a lot you can work into. They actually have to build, as far as I'm aware, most of the water that goes to Los Angeles is either desalinated or it comes out of 2 aqueducts, viaducts, whatever words that you want to use there.
the aqueduct.
Well, I mean, I'm an old Roman citizen. I'm about 4,000 years old. Anyway,
the people's front of Judea.
Yeah. So anyway, long story short is that it comes off of like two major water tributary systems that come out of the north or out of the basically the Sierra Nevada. So travels literally like 100 miles. One of them does. So anyway, that's the problem as far as
So
I'm
you're
aware.
saying they're still pretty much relying on the Colorado River, no matter how they really want to.
Well, okay, so details. Colorado River, almost all of that, as far as I'm aware, actually goes to southern agriculture and agriculture in Southern California. Let me pull up a map real quick just so I actually have my names right because I don't speak Spanish. These places, most of these places were named during the Spanish colonial era.
Oh, it's actually pretty funny. There's a comedian. His name's Tom Segura. Like his father apparently was a native Spanish speaker, and he's like, I've gone my whole life speaking fluent Spanish, and I was like 32 years old when I realized Los Angeles was Spanish for Los Angeles. Yeah, my father was very disappointed in me. Like, yeah, it was actually a pretty damn funny bit. So it was like, let's see. Grow the farm, but environmental concerns stop dam building, but water could be argued to be the one element most crucial to life. Other than oxygen, I don't know if it really can be argued. Without water, there is no life. And so that's why I look at, like, even just on a statewide effort, if there's some river that's dumping tens of thousands of gallons a minute out into the ocean, maybe capture it, because I mean, fuck, because like here in Nebraska, we've got the Ogallala Aquifer underneath us. It's the world's largest freshwater aquifer, and that's how we can keep irrigation and we can keep water coming to us. And so like when we hear about these other places going to like complete water shortage, we're just like it's kind of almost horrifying to hear for us, like, oh dear fucking god.
Well,
and like
I want to peg you on this one here in a minute because the aquifer, as far as I'm aware, has dropped like 25 feet in the last few years, or in the last 30 years. You guys are actually draining it quicker than it can replenish.
Well, when we had our 100-year reign back in the 90s, we actually had at higher levels than it's ever been recorded. So we've discovered that it is actually a replenishable resource, but you have to have a very heavy rain year for that to actually happen. So we were told for years up until the 90s, it's a non-replenishable resource. It can't be replenished. Once it's gone forever. Then we found out it can be replenished. So it's one of those things, like, I always get nervous when people are over pumping. Trust me. We're starting to call each other out on it a lot more. If somebody's pivots running on the road, we call them fucking me like, hey man, your fucking pivots on the road. What the fuck? You're wasting water. And so it's our self-policing started to become a little bit more, just because it's kind of a dick move to be wasting water in a world where there might be thirsty people somewhere out there. So it's something that we always try to keep in mind. Grow the farm up. If the petroleum runs out, we got big problems. But if the water runs out, we got like 72 hours. And if the sun quits shining, we got about 8 minutes. Yes, I'm a science nerd too, damn it.
If the sun stops shining, you've got about, 36 hours, maybe 48, 72. Everything the planet freezes over in like 2 days. So
yep. So at that point, it's like, all right, whatever robed Illuminati people have deep down bunkers, they might make it a couple more years. That's about it. So
it's not worth it. It's not worth it at all.
Now,
that's when the Hollow Earth people take over, right?
Oh Christ,
Jesus! Yes. Now, actually, have you seen the show Inside Job on Netflix?
No, I have not.
Fucking hilarious. It's a show about
a cartoon about conspiracy shit.
Yes, where every conspiracy theory is true, even the ones that contradict each other. So the Earth is flat, but they also didn't actually land on the moon, even though the moon isn't real. And yeah, it's just a fucking ridiculous show. And it's it's one worth checking out if you haven't seen it. But now, I forgot where I was going with this, but it looks like you got some stats you're ready to just fire out at us here today.
No, actually, I was trying to look over your neck of the woods, your neighborhood, to see like
Nebraska.
And just see what I'm dealing with. Because I'm not worried about the aquifer, but I am looking into how you guys irrigate, because if I'm looking out into
center drive pivots.
if I'm looking out excuse me, near Nebraska or where the Nebraska-Colorado border is, you guys got like it's just circle. Versus when you get off to like Omaha, you see what I'm very used to, which is a bunch of square fields.
Gravity irrigation.
Gravity irrigation or just normal rain irrigation. Like they don't actually run anything.
You rapscallions. Yeah, we always kind of joke about, well, the folks out east, they got to worry about doing this because they get enough rain. So that's always our like we one time had a family friend of ours who lives out in Illinois, and they called us like, how do you get this pivot working? I ain't had to fire it up in 20 years. It's like,
it's probably rusted shut, but have a nice day.
Yeah, it's like good luck, my friend.
Yep.
But yeah, around here, like the Ogallala Aquifer pretty much sustains our lives. That's why so many of us were so resistant to the Keystone XL pipeline, because the tar sands that the tar sand oil that was going to be going through, that actually sinks into water. It doesn't float up, because we've got a lot of pipelines here in Nebraska, and it's not good when they leak, but the cleanup process is fairly straightforward, to be honest. It's not like this. It's not good, but you can do it. It's not undoable. But so that's why there was some very heavy resistance to the Keystone XL pipeline, because this Ogallala Aquifer is how we make our living, and it's how the water we drink. And so, yeah, you're looking at the maps and like, yeah, at the Colorado border, that's where we get a lot of our runoff. And then there's the Platte River, mile wide, inch deep. And that's why that joke on South Park where the kids throw Kenny off with the concrete shoes off the river and he lands and he only goes like this deep into like, dang it, how deep is the Platte River? Like that's why that's funny, kids. Like I tell you, when that episode dropped, everyone in Nebraska was fucking peeing themselves. But yeah, actually, Nebraska, in terms of its irrigation, we've had to do what we can for. There's areas that are more regulated than others. It just depends on, like you said, its level. We've had some parts, especially in the, I want to say in some areas of the northwestern parts of the state where we've had some problems. And so they're doing their best for recharging. But yeah, this is one of those resources that I thank the Lord we got it under us, because it's a rechargeable water source and might be one of the last ones in the world, folks. we get to keep going for like 3 more weeks past the apocalypse. That's fucking right. But yeah, so now I remember one time you were go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if you guys are looking for a little joke, it's one of my favorites, and it's from our good boy Mark Twain. Is that if you ever find out the apocalypse is coming, go to Kentucky, because everything lasts there or happens there 20 years later.
Nice. But at least you'll have some nice bourbon to keep you company during those last 20 years. Kentucky's good bourbon country.
Better in Tennessee though.
What, it not better or better?
It's better in Tennessee.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's a thing. Me and Tony have a eternal back and forth. He says Tennessee whiskey is bourbon. I say it is Tennessee whiskey. Do not sully the good name of bourbon with things like
I'm staying out of that fight. I apologize to bring that up.
Oh, no, it's like, no, you don't get it. Like, it's our fucking, like, the Empire Strikes Back, Revenge of the Sith. It's like no, this is this is the one where like that and almond milk. Those are the two that we've just been battling it out for the last few months. So they've
been debating a lot on Star Wars. Don't let him fool you.
Star Wars and almond milk.
I'll end the conversation. It's Empire.
Well, now where do you fall on the Darth Jar Jar theory?
Darth Jar Jar? Fucking Lucas bitched out and he should have done it.
But do you think it's like, because I always joke with Tony, like, nope, Darth Jar Jar is real. All of this is really just Darth Jar Jar secretly manipulating events. The fact that Joe Biden is president, that's Darth Jar Jar secretly manipulating events all behind the scenes. And he's fucking actually the actual Grand Lord. He's actually the Lord of the Sith. He's the Dark Lord, Master of the Sith. And yes, there's none higher. Palpatine is actually an apprentice to Darth Jar Jar, Tony. Admit it. And then, also he likes almond milk. And I'm like, no, God's own cow's milk.
So
I'm a corn farmer, full disclosure.
I'm definitely with you on the cow milk, but where I'm with this on there is like the Darth Jar Jar thing. Absolutely wonderful little fan thing, and it really wasn't a fan theory. If you watch the like the video commentary from episode 1, clearly what we eventually came to know as Plagueis or Darth Plagueis, which is Sidious's master, was going to be Jar Jar. Absolutely was going to be the original intent, and was going to be the big plot twist of the prequels. Was what the bumbling idiot is a bumbling idiot? Wait, he's the master of loopy drunken fists and can beat everyone's ass. Oh, okay, that's great. That absolutely was going to be a thing. And honestly,
But
fuck
if
you.
they wouldn't have made him so fucking annoying, it would have probably worked out.
No, like that would actually have made it worth all the while. Is that all of a sudden is you got basically the deal of crouching tiger, hidden badass going on. That literally is what that character archetype is.
You ever hear the tale of Plagueis the Wise, Annie boy?
If they would have made him a lovable idiot, that would have been great. But he wasn't lovable. He was fucking straight annoying. That was my only issue with the whole thing. It was like, yes, I'm down with the whole Darth Jar Jar thing, but if he wasn't such a hateable character from the get-go.
Like the thing that sold me on it was the fact that he's just got the Sithiest Sith eyes that ever Sith-eyed in all of Sithhood. Like that, when I saw it, like, damn it, they just animated him with like, yeah, those are just Sith eyes. Like, yeah, me just walk around with Sith eyes all day. Ooh, me never get hurt. Like, yeah. So and I was like, okay. So I think even to this day, like no, don't give me any spoilers, but I think I think they should have made Darth Jar Jar the actual villain in the Disney sequels even. So I haven't seen them yet. I'm going to see them with my daughter. And
no. I'll stop you right here. Just don't watch them.
Hey, that'll help.
I'm for real, dude. If you think the prequels are bad, I don't know if you do, but if you think the prequels are remotely bad in any way, the sequels will like make you want to rip out your eyes. Like, holy crap.
Now, here's my take on the prequels, because, okay, if you go over the story arc of the prequels, it's a young boy that was a slave, finds freedom, becomes the most powerful being in the galaxy, betrays the order that trained him, and is cut down by the person that he loved the most and trained him, and his own brother in arms. That is an operatic story. It's actually very well put together. The dialogue sucked fucking worse than
the acting was fucking horrible.
In my opinion, it is the Jedi that are evil. It's like, God damn it. And that and Hayden Christensen and Natalie Portman couldn't have had less chemistry if they were in different movies. That was the big problem.
So, all right. Let me break that down for a second, because there's levels where I absolutely agree with this. The real problem here is outside the dialogue is that number one is a great setup, but to two entirely different movies. Is that you literally skip from 1 to 2 and it's 10 years. Like, this literally number one and number two need an entire movie between them, if not 2 or 3. And that's number one problem. Number two problem is that Clone Wars is just a terrible fucking movie. In every way, shape, and form, Clone Wars is just really bad. It's not just the dialogue. It's not just the lack of chemistry. It's that the plot is fucking abominable. It doesn't make hardly any sense. And it's literally just there to set up 3. But within 3 is that you actually have a pretty decent movie. The problem is everything leading up to it just kind of terrible. So that's kind of where I'm at on that.
Yeah, I mean, like when you go back and watch the original Darth Maul, Qui-Gon Jinn fight with Obi-Wan, that one stands up. That was way better than I remember it being. When I went back and watched that, I was like, oh, fuck, Darth Maul fucking putting the work in. Yes. But as one of those like, well, okay, now I know why Obi-Wan's like, no, Anakin, I've got the high ground. I've seen how you can fuck this up before, so don't try it. Like, yeah, like I got fucking lucky as a ducky on that one, and I'm still walking, but you won't, fucker. So now I actually sent this to my buddies the other day. It's a picture of Anakin Skywalker, and who is this? Wrong answers only. My answer, a Jedi Master.
Oh, shots fired.
Hey, yo, Freak checking in on KOE. Hey there, to Freak. Hayden's acting is on par with David Spade. God damn. What's up, KOE? Tiberius Skinner, don't know you, piece. Oh, God. But yeah, like, when it comes to Star Wars, like, I've got this plan where we're going to watch, me and my daughter are going to watch the original 3 movies, give a review of them, then watch the prequels, and then maybe watch the sequels. And I like your just don't. But no, you'll love this. When she was about 7 years old, she's 12 now, so this is years ago, but she was 7. She'd never seen him before. And so we watched the first movie. And then the next night, we watched the second movie. The Empire Strikes Back. And we get to that scene, Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father. He told me enough. Told me you killed him. No, I am your father. I look over, she goes, is that true? I'm like, yes, look at that shit. I'm making your childhood magical. Fucking slam, fucking dunk on that shit. But yeah, like, so that one was pretty good. And then that movie gets over. She looks at me and like, Daddy, can we watch the third movie? It was like 11 o'clock on a school
we'll do
night.
it tonight.
Yeah, we're fucking watching that shit right now. Yes. And so that was like, yep, all right. I got my good dad badge for that one. Yeah. But so yeah, so Star Wars is one of those like franchises that a lot of people have a lot of personal memories. And I think that's why people hate, like, this is Tony's theory on Star Wars. It's why people hate the prequels, and it's why they hate the sequels. And it's because everybody for 30 years has been imagining what they think the perfect conclusion to Star Wars would be. And unless every single person got to sit in the theater seat and get a Skyrim-esque, fully customizable experience where you get to make your own customizable chosen one and defeat the Dark Lord of the Sith, whoever it might be in this particular franchise, at your own leisure as you see fit, people are still going to shit on it.
So there's a level where that's true, but there's a level where I don't think that's true. And can I give you a thing? Right? There, Men in Black 3, right? It's not the movie that nobody wanted. And a lot of people were like, yeah, I would have loved to see a third movie. And then what was it, like 10, 15 years later, it finally happens. And it's a good movie. And while it may not have been exactly the next epilogue and whatever story that you would expect from those two characters, is that I don't think many people were going to bitch. Now, of course, Star Wars is going to be a lot higher on that totem pole because a lot of people are going to fan theory. A lot more people are going to be like, yeah, I would like to see this or that. But like, it is absolutely to the degree that the reason why this didn't just pan out is that the prequels unfortunately aren't that good, because while George Lucas is really good at painting a picture and painting a story, is that he's really bad about dotting his I's and crossing his T's. And he just, when he was completely in charge of those and he didn't have, the other directors and everybody else helping him out with those others, is that we didn't get the full vision and the full picture of people who are qualified, not just with Lucas, but everybody else, to get us there on that full scope. And when it was Lucas at the helm entirely, and he called every decision, is that we saw what happened with Lucas only.
Yeah, I get that. Like, to me, I look at it as he's not very good at scene directing. He's great at world building.
Yes.
And also this is a factor that a lot of people don't talk about anymore, but when George Lucas got his divorce, it was at the time one of the biggest divorces in Hollywood. It happened right at the end of Star Wars. His wife was actually one of the head editors for the original Star Wars trilogy, and she had heavy input. And when she was shown a leaked copy of the original of the Phantom Menace, she said she cried, because it's like, oh good God, what the fuck have they done? And so a lot of people don't really like. I think George Lucas's first wife actually had a lot more input in making this a complete product than anybody really gives her credit for. Now, at the time when they got a divorce, she got $50 million, which at the time was fucking unheard of. Now, a Hollywood divorce, that seems like almost kind of paltry. Like, but it's kind of interesting. Like Tiberius is like, wait, what? This all happened? Because it's fascinating that George Lucas is like defining life achievement is in the professional world is also connected to the falling apart of his family life. And so it's got to be this really bittersweet thing where, like, you know, I could see why the guy would be look like, yeah, I'll sell it for $4 billion. Fuck it, man. I want to fucking.
So, like, I've heard a rumor that's been going around for a while, and I don't know if it's true, but I think it is.
Coming back.
No, it is that Lucas sold sold Lucasfilm to Disney, because after the better part of 10 years, or at least the better part of 5 years after the release of Return of the Jedi, is that he's heard nothing but people bitch and question him. Just across the board. It's like, oh, the prequels weren't that good. George Lucas really isn't that big of a visionary, da-da-da-da-da. And he sells it. And he doesn't even look the other way until episode 7 comes out, and then 8 and 9. And, you know, it goes into the whole interview, the white slavers and everything. Like, what really happened, at least from what I've seen, is that Lucas saw that the audience is fickle as fuck, because you had so many people that were cursing his name and how he ruined Star Wars, and then Disney gets its whole hand of it, and then they do the sequels, and so many people are like, well, I wish I would have seen what Lucas would have actually done with this. And there's a level where there could not be enough eye rolling from Lucas for the rest of his life on that one. And he said something along the lines of, and I got to remember the quote. I should have not have sold it because, quite honestly, the audience is completely full of shit.
Oh, wow. So yeah, a little jaded. But I remember he just made a quote one time that was like, you know, I liked making movies, but then people would just yell at me. But yeah, the Freak's got like, yeah, it had unbelievably high expectations. And now to me, I'm as much of a Star Wars nerd. If the sequels would have just been Dark Empire, I would have fucking just yes, 1,000 times yes, 1,000,000 times yes.
I can't say anything. Fuck. Either give me the ability to say something or don't, but you have to tell me yes or no.
Yes. Go.
Okay.
All right.
9 is
on,
Dark Empire, and it's fucking terrible.
Oh, you hate Dark Empire?
No.
Oh.
9 is the repurposed version of Dark Empire.
Okay,
the Rise of Skywalker is Dark Empire, but reworked, and it's fucking awful.
So
Now,
I don't want to like get too far into the fucking Star Wars shit without like just getting into the whole Disney Plus fucking Mandalorian, everything going on with the Boba Fett thing, that's supposed to come out here in like in a few weeks, if not. What's your opinions on how the Mandalorian went and what they're going to do with the storyline as far as that goes? I mean, they can take a broken fucking storyline and then like pick it back up just with this streaming service. I mean, holy shit. I mean, it's better than the movies. Mandalorian was so much better than the last fucking 3 fucking movies.
So
in my opinion.
I agree with you, and I can rephrase this entire conversation into something that's really easy and able to deconstruct. If Dave Filoni's in charge and he's running the show, you're fine. But if he's not, and it's like Kathleen Kennedy calling the shots, fuck it, you're screwed.
The Mandalorian is fucking, and yeah, from what I've seen of the Mandalorian, it's fucking great, and it's like basically okay, it's Star Wars, but it's a cowboy western in space. I like it.
Season 1's a lot like that. Season 2 is more of an odyssey, and season 2 is great. Yeah, Mandalorian season. Okay, I've had this conversation with my friends a lot. Is that I honestly think season 2 is actually written first, and then season 1 was written as the prequel. Because there's been a few shows that I've seen like that where You see season 1, and you're kind of going, this is kind of neat. And then season 2 just rolls into it, and it's not that it's rolling with a different theme, but it has an entirely different feel and flow to it. And season 2 of Mandalorian absolutely has that, where it goes from like this space western where you're just kind of exploring whatever this character is doing to there's a mission and a purpose and a story and a world that you are now a part of, and you're just going with it. And it has a completely different flow. And I really do think that not Filoni. Give me a second. Who's the director? Directed Iron Man 1, 2, and 3.
Fuck. I can't. He did a good job. Can't remember his name though.
Yeah, I usually have his name on or like right there ready to fire off, but for some reason I'm being a moron. It's probably because
it's Saturday night, man.
Yeah,
like that's why I keep these chats kind of chill. It's like not like you will define every fucking term we say in every sentence of this debate. Like that's like that's great.
I was gonna say I've been drinking. You can't hang on my words.
Yeah. So anyway, whatever the director he helped start the MCU, and now he's largely started like Mandalorian. That guy, whoever the hell his name is, I'll have to look it up here in a minute.
Favreau.
Yes,
Thank
Favreau. He has done an amazing job at setting all this up, and I'm just pretty sure that what largely happened is they had an outline. He largely had everything of what season 2 was going to be in his head, and how he was going to break that down, write it all out. But they wanted something to lead into and something to like get the audience kind of moved into it, and so season 1 came part of that. Now I have no evidence to that. But everything that I've seen, I'm firmly convinced that was the case.
So you think that the second season of Mandalorian might have been what was originally written?
And I think it was. I think it was yes.
Okay.
I think it was absolutely the original like thesis, and like a studio director or what have you is just like, look, you've got something amazing here, but you need to like ground the story for
ease them
people.
into it.
Yeah, because like, and thinking about it in a way is that if season 2 had started where it does, you would be lost. You would be like, all right, there's way too much going on here, and yeah. So anyway,
and I like
he had to baby step his way into where he's got to get.
Yeah.
And when I was like, oh shit, they cast the Breaking Bad guy as the Moff. Fucking A, right? Yes. And they even kind of gave him some like Darth Vader light stuff. So like you can at least kind of understand just by looking at him in 2 seconds. Okay, he's Billy Bad, and over there is Johnny Good. And so it's I like how the visuals are beautiful on it, and it's just very easy to wrap your mind around. And me and my kiddo, we watched The Mandalorian, so it's one of those. So we're gonna get into all the Star Wars, but I'm curious how she's gonna take the prequels, because it's been a few decades since I've watched the full prequels, and so.
Damn.
Well, I watched them when they were in theaters.
You haven't watched them since they were in theaters, though?
No, I haven't rewatched them. No.
Oh, fair enough.
Well, now, granted, like I'll be honest, like here's another one of the reasons why I think people don't like the prequels, or at least say they don't, because for 3 movies they were identifying with following this character Anakin Skywalker, who in the end not only betrays his order, betrays the audience, but then gets horribly mutilated at the end of the movie. And for some people, that's not a very pleasant movie going experience. And so I think that's why some people say, like, well, we followed this character for like a decade almost, and now he's all sliced the fuck up. But then he gets made Darth Vader at the end. Now, I think they should have done the scene without the
That's the most iconic fucking theme ever.
Saved the whole fucking scene. Just Palpatine's evil little fucking grin. Cut the credits. That would have been a fucking better scene in my opinion.
No. And then you get the whole like massive Giga Chad ending of Rogue One.
You're gonna like almost look at me like I've committed blasphemy. I have not
Rogue
seen it
One
yet.
was like my favorite fucking movie.
Rogue One was a love letter to anyone who watched the original trilogy.
Okay, yeah, that was my jam. It was like you can do the fucking the original fucking 3 Rogue One and then just call it.
Well, the reason I
Fuck all
haven't
the
seen
rest
it
of the movies.
is twofold. It's twofold. I got a kid, the daughter that's 12. So any movie that I've seen in the last decade, unless it involves a Disney princess and her animal best friend, I really haven't been able to see it until recently. Like the last grown-up movie I was able to go to see in a theater was Godzilla versus Kong. So that gives you an
Wow.
idea. But also, it's like when you guys have seen the show Archer, right?
I know of it, but I haven't got a chance to watch it.
Okay. The one guy who like stop, I can only get so like when I saw the Darth Vader hallway scene, I was like stop, I can only get so like no. So I was like, I this might be an overload for me. I need to make sure that it's the proper night. It needs to be a special night. The weather has to be right. I'm gonna light a candle and then I'm gonna watch Rogue One. So that sounds like it needs to be like. Turn my phone off for an hour and a half. Just let everybody know. Don't fucking bother me. I'm watching Rogue One.
All right. So I gotta like kind of sidestep just a little bit because in a couple of weeks there's another phenomenon that's gonna be probably the biggest fucking movie ever, and that's the Spider-Man No Way Home.
Oh, I can't wait.
And I bought 4 tickets for my wife, my 2 kids, and myself. We bought that shit like 4 days ago because I heard that they were already trying to sell opening day tickets at $1,000 in certain places. So I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna go ahead and buy it at my local theater because apparently it's that big of a deal.
It's gonna be
2.5 hour fucking movie.
Yep.
So dude, what are your expectations? Do you think we're gonna see Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield?
I know we are. No, I've seen the leaked photos of Andrew Garfield on set with Tom Holland in Spider-Man or in Spider-Man suit.
No, Skinner is Chicken's older brother. Sorry.
Yeah,
by the way.
Skinner and Chicken are brothers, in case you're just wondering. But like
And
now, to me,
if you wanted to know that's a family connection.
I already saw the movie that I was stoked to see this year, which was the remake of Dune. I really wanted to see that, and it was gonna be frank at times better than the 1984 version. But like I was like almost kind of hoping they'd have the I'm going to whisper and you can hear what I'm thinking inside my head. Like I was like, oh, please tell me they're gonna keep that. It was so fucking cheesy in the 80s movie. I wanted it back. But so like the Spider-Man movie, I'm sure it'll be great. But like Dune, I gotta see it. It was the last showing at a little side theater in Hastings, Nebraska. That like it's so I got to see it in a little hole in the wall theater. It was like me and 6 other people. It's fucking awesome. And so that's what I love about going to an actual theater. But like just depends on which one you go to, because when
I watched Dune on like HBO Max or whatever, and I fell asleep halfway through.
You kind of have to be a nerd for this shit to like it. Like
I'm sorry, dude. It was like I fell asleep through the first Dune back in the 80s, man. I was like,
I haven't seen either one, so I'll leave that at where it is. But I have been told by most people that the remake is actually better than the first, and it was smart to do only half the story.
Mm-hmm.
And it was visually amazing. I mean, as far as like the way they did the cinematography was fucking spot perfect, awesome. Everything looked beautiful. Every shot was fucking perfect. Too bad the storyline was fucking snoozy, and I fucking fell asleep. Like, sorry. I hate to shit on Dune, but it was a really great dream.
Now, I'm sorry, Tiberius, you might just sign off immediately in the middle of the sentence I'm speaking, but just let me finish.
Mm-hmm.
Ben Shapiro said something that I thought was right. No, I'm kidding. Like he was reviewing Dune, and he said, because they stopped the movie in the middle of a story beat, you either feel like the movie is either 15 minutes too long or 2.5 hours too short. Like that's the only real issue he had with the movie. Other than that, he also agreed. But no, I figured like, oh no, Tiberius is gone. I said the word Ben Shapiro and Wright in the same sentence, and that was no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, you're fine. Okay, so Shapiro is a really interesting guy. I'm not a fan. I don't really watch what he does, but every time that I listen to him, even when his most hated people, like the people who hate him the fucking most, are posting up the things he has to say, is that he's really hard for me to just dismiss out of hand. He's got a way with words and rhetoric that is fucking amazing.
Harder than an eye.
Yeah.
It's like now I've noticed because I do a lot of impressions.
No, let me tell you something, gang. No, come on now, gang. No, what are you even asking me here?
The Ben Shapiro impression. The Ben Shapiro impression and the Ted Cruz impression are the same impression, just at 2 different speeds. Like, so if you're ever wanting to do an impression of either, and that's what I've noticed is just it's the same impression at 2 different, very different speeds. Because Ben can just go so fucking fast, and like I've heard some people accuse some people of gish galloping. It's like that's not exactly what Ben does. He's just so fast with his points that he just punches them, and he's dotted his I's and crossed his T's before a lot of debate folks can even go. So like now, has he made some points that are wrong before? Yeah. Like, I'm sure the day that whole WAP controversy hit, he wished he could have just, wish I could have taken that tweet back. But, like you said, he does have something that can be, it does have to be appreciated. Like, I was watching Destiny respond to Ben Shapiro's video about one of Destiny's fans was coming to Ben Shapiro college talk. And I was thinking like, God, if I was scoring this debate between Destiny and Ben Shapiro, I still would be giving some points to Ben Shapiro and Ben's not even in the same room with Destiny. God damn. So the guy's fucking sharp. And so I got to give you that. Like retro guy. K.O.E, if you feel weird posting my chat, don't worry. I rely on tech. No, it's just, there's a few things. I just think, you never know. You never know. I'm trying to keep things all chill around here and good. But no, retro, you're awesome. Don't worry about it. The freak Mark Levin is about the same, but slower. Ted Cruz missile. Oh no, please. But now I don't know if you've actually seen. I'm sure you have. I'm sure, Tiberius, you spend every waking day waiting for every new K.O.E Nation video to drop. So I'm sure you've already seen it. But I've actually started to grade and score debates like boxing matches. Oh, yeah? And it's actually pretty fun. Rob Noir versus Destiny back and forth. That one was close, very, very close. A lot of people thought Destiny blew it away. A lot of people thought Rob blew it away. It was a pretty close match. Destiny versus David Pacman wasn't even fucking close. Like that one was just a slaughter. Destiny was ahead by 17 points, and you can lose points in boxing. And Pacman was at like negative 14 points. So it was a brutal. It was pretty one-sided. But I'm thinking I'm gonna start doing that more just because it's really fun. You take this debate, you score it like it's a boxing match in the end, and here's the scorecard at the end. And it's gonna piss people off, but hey. What are you on Twitch for?
Yeah, if you want to do that, go for it. And that actually reminds me of something I forgot to comment towards earlier. I don't mind memes. I don't mind like sitting back, having a good time, joking around. There's a time and a place, and there's some topics that that are dead, right? There's some conversations you're like, whatever. Like
what we're gonna solve it all here.
Yeah, no, what kills me is and if I can promote anything to your audience, it's that
Rocket.
I've got a video called Why I Hate Politics, and it's about a 20-minute rant. And what it actually is, in a nutshell, is that I don't think that people respect politics and what it actually is. Because while we have very firm moral convictions and objective convictions as for how things should go and why they are, I fucking hate the theater. Because I think if anyone actually understands what politics is and how important it is and the implications of all of the shit that we do when it regards to policy crafting, policy making, and actually implementing this, lives are on the line. Livelihoods are on the line. And it's not a little bit. Like if we're talking national policy, even smaller policies can affect thousands of lives and literally kill people. You don't fucking make jokes of this shit, and you don't treat it as theater, and yet we do, and it drives me insane.
Yes, it's like what I was saying when I was in abortion panel debate. It's like there's far too much flippancy in this debate, and there needs to be maybe even a little empathy. And when you're talking about politics, very much real lives are on the line. And it's one thing like I've always noticed on Twitch panels, and a lot of
He
people on Twitch.
totally plugged that in the comments, by the
Oh
way.
yeah, I'm totally plugging Tiberius D. Why I Hate Politics video. There you go, folks. It's right there for you. Hey,
Thank you,
I am
Tony.
never above shameless self promotion here, but trying to think here, because I kind of lost my place there for a second. Sorry, I don't even have a pen with me. My daughter ran off with my pen last night, but when it comes to politics and having. Now I got it back. I got it. The brain of extreme got it back, folks. Don't worry about it. What I find on a lot of Twitch panels is you got folks that are very, very serious, but they're not sincere. Like that you feel like there's some sort of like act that they're playing, and like they'll take this false position just to get a fucking leg up on you in the moment. And so they're very, very serious, and they'll rain down with righteous indignation upon you on the slightest transgression. And I find that kind of a weird thing that we're getting in our world now, where we're very serious, but we're not sincere. Now, to me, I say, fuck it. I'm going to be the exact opposite. I'm not going to be serious, but I will be sincere. Like I do really sincere. Like it's something that I've noticed that on a lot of these panels, like there's folks that would, if they could hit the button that would just vaporize all of their political opposition, they would break their finger hitting that button. And for me, it's like when I'm on a panel, I would rather whatever fucking personal trials and tribulations y'all are going through in your life work out than some grander political ideal being manifest. So it's kind of an odd thing that I've seen. Like there's a lack of empathy going around, and also, like I said, seriousness without sincerity.
I don't disagree with that. I might frame it a little bit differently, but there's one thing I've been preaching to my there's one thing I've been preaching to the choir, if you will, and I don't know if you're going to agree with me on this or not. Stop talking to 20-year-olds because they're fucking 20-year-olds. Look, some of these guys are great folks. Don't get me wrong, but here's the reality. You know what? A lot of these folks are 20-year-old blue-haired shit kickers, right? And look, I'm not going to fault it. When you're 20, you're supposed to be a blue-haired, crazy-eyed shit kicker. But remind you that, a lot of these folks a little wet behind the ears,
Well, yeah, like I remember one time I was on a panel and the panel was about like, should parents be responsible for what kids do online?
Yes.
Well, hang on. You're going to like this. You're going to like this. Hang on. You're going to like this, though.
No, I'm not. I know I'm not, but go on.
No, you're just going to no, I'd been holstering this joke for too long. So I was like, so wait a minute. I'm curious. On this panel,
I already know the joke.
Well, who here actually like has raised a kid? Anybody on this panel? Anyone? What? Oh, yeah, I actually have. Nobody else on this panel has. So I guess you best all just shut the fuck up. I finally got to drop a Dave Chappelle line. It was fucking, yes, it was fucking great. But like to me, like I do think there is a certain extent. I mean, if you own the fucking internet, like there is a certain extent of being responsible, but at the same time, like, let me ask you, Tiberius, was there ever a time in your life where you were ever, even if not yourself, you were around kids that were engaging in perhaps underage drinking, underage smoking, or some varying ne'er-do-wellery or rapscallionhood when you were, or being a general ruckus during your youth?
All of them?
Exactly. Now, should your parents be held responsible for all of your bad decisions? Because I made bad ones too. Yes.
Yeah. So
gray areas in philosophy. It's
right.
Weird, isn't it?
So, like, I had to think about that because there's a level where, at least in the way that I think of as a parent, is that you are technically responsible for that. They are a dependent, all that wonderful shit, right? The other side of that is that at some point you got to cut the goddamn umbilical cord, right? You got to let people, You got to let your kids kind of go out into the world, and they're going to fuck up and they're going to make mistakes. And, you know, you kind of just have to, I'm not religious, but you got to kind of sit there, hope and pray that they're not, you know, you raised them right.
Yeah. And it's kind of interesting because you're saying they should be responsible, but at the same time, you got to cut, because I always find like debates about like children's rights is always fascinating, because children are not fully rights-bearing creatures, but they do bear rights. I mean, we don't allow children to enter into contract. We don't allow children to vote, like purchase a gun. We don't consider, like, children can't consent to certain medical procedures because they lack the capacity for informed consent, is why we don't allow these things. And so any debate on that gets very fascinating, but you can never really tack it down definitively. Lynn, what you got, sir?
So my question is, what do you think about the latest fucking high school shooter and the parent? The parents fucking they found out that they might be fucking charged with some shit, and they fled, and they made it within a mile of the fucking Canada border, and they got caught, and they're held on between the two of them about $1 million of fucking bail. And yeah, they're pleading not guilty to manslaughter charges because they bought the kid the gun like a few days prior, and they bragged about it on Facebook.
So
it's weird because it's like in my opinion, it's kind of fucking weird because I don't know exactly what kind of shit they were dealing out to their kid, but it seems to me like the kid had like all kinds of these like weird fucking drawings going out, and all these signs saying that he was going to be a fucking school shooter, and everybody was pointing him out. Even to the point of the same fucking day, they brought the parents into the school and said, "Hey, your child is fucking dangerous and he might need to be taken out of the school." And they fought against it. And then they were like, nah, my kid's just fine. Everything's great. And then within 2 hours, he went up and shot up a bunch of kids and caused havoc. So should the parents be fucking negligent for their child's behavior in that fucking, or should they be held accountable at all?
So
it sounds like there's going to be some level of accountability. I don't think the manslaughter charges are probably going to stick. I think, but we'll see what happens. I've been wrong before.
It's a weird, trippy story because I'm a father of 2 kids, and if I had knowledge that my kid was severely demented and like wanting to get revenge on fucking bullies and shit, and I bought him a gun, yeah, I think I'd probably think that I'm part of this, if some sort I helped. And the fact that they bought their kid a gun a few days prior to the shooting, I don't know, man. I don't know where to go on this story because it's kind of torn. It's like, Jesus Christ. What do you say to the common American that just says, what the fuck is going on with today's society?
So I'm curious, what's your thoughts on this, Tiberius?
So there's a bit of a problem here. Number one is that I don't know a lot about this particular issue in case. I know it's been in the news cycle for the better part of a week now, or almost a week.
Yeah,
maybe even longer. And the problem is like, I'm sorry, the media is cancer. I have to like step away for like literally weeks at a time and then kind of catch up. So there's a problem. I don't know a lot about this. The other side of that is that from what I have been told, just as the general overviews, is that like what are you talking about? They fled all the way to Canada. Assuming that's true,
almost to Canada.
Yeah,
1 mile from the Canada border.
Okay, so assuming that's true, these motherfuckers know they fucked up, and that's all you kind of need to know. Like, I'm conservative take on mine, but yeah, it's like, I mean, Jesus Christ, if you know that you're such a jackass that you're literally gonna like try to flee the country. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up for me.
Yeah, like I think that eventually something is going to come down on these parents. I think the homicide thing's probably not going to stick because that sets a really weird precedent in our country of you can now be held for a homicide charge that somebody else did entirely. That's like there's a few slim instances and like bank robberies and that kind of shit, but this is definitely a different level. So we'll see what happens in the courts. This is going to set some very interesting precedent going forward, but yeah, this is just a modern day Othello. It is a tragedy no matter which way you want to look at it, and it's just really unfortunate that the people had to lose our lives for us to get here on this. And so it's one of those unfortunate realities of like people already probably know the name of the shooter and such like that, but a lot of folks can very rarely name the victim.
Yeah.
All right. So my other question is all right, we're Phil, me and you are both fathers. So I'm gonna say this is we're both responsible for the actions of our children, right? So if we raise our children to be really great upstanding citizens, we can take credit. And if we want to make sure that our children don't want to have like certain things like brought upon them as such as like vaccines and whatnot, we have parental rights. So when our kid decides to go up and shoot up a fucking school, how are we not responsible? If we were responsible for them until the age of 18, how are we not fucking responsible for our children under the age of 18? That's where I'm getting at. Is we can't have our cake and eat it too. If you want your kids' rights before they turn 18 for vaccinations and whatnot, if they shoot up a fucking school, you're still responsible. It's just, you can't have your cake and eat it too.
Interesting argument. Like I always figured like if my kid like beat the shit out of somebody in a school or something, like I'd get called in and I might have some problems associated with that. Now it varies from state to state, but again, once you start to get into like these high crimes, that's still an interesting point of do we now like have people responsible for the high crimes of another? So that's I'm not sure I have a perfect answer for that, but this is the answer that this case is ultimately going to bring to a conclusion one way or another. But yeah, it's an interesting world because you talk about parental rights and like we have the right to, parents consent to medical procedures for their children. It's a very common, normal thing. And so where those boundaries are, like I say, it's a gray area debate every day because it's something I keep in mind. Like your kid, my kids, or your kids, my kid, they are smarter exponentially every few days you talk to them. And so it's such an interesting thing, like as they grow, like what their capacities are and what they can understand. And so it's the wonders of parenting, I suppose. But Tiberius,
I'm sorry, if a parent decides that their kid decided that they wanted to change genders at the age of 6, and so they went ahead with the fucking procedure to change their sex, then all right, if you can do that, then you must be responsible for any action that they make until they turn 18. Because if they're going to allow that, then you might as well fucking judge them for whatever decision they make until they turn 18.
Well, I mean, you are financially liable. Like if your kids like take your car and ram a bunch of shit and fucking destroy some shit, then you are financially liable. So to an extent, you already are correct, Lynn. But like I said, like I just wonder, like, because when you get to high crimes, that is a messy, messy area because like we don't believe in a society of sins of the father.
Yeah, I get it. Okay.
So,
So
I now Tiberius, you look like you were Googling something and you look like you're ready to fire something off. Was that a bad poker read?
No, a little bit. I'm just sorry. I'm looking around Omaha. Where apparently they rebuilt the I-29 I-80 interchange.
Okay. What's got you looking at Omaha? I'm just curious.
So actually, I wanted to throw this at you a little bit ago. Next year is I've already kind of got the whole trip planned out as far as where I'm going, and Omaha will be one of the places that I'll be stopping by. And I'll probably be there for at least 3 days. So if I'm anywhere near your neck of the woods, or if I need to take a trip out a little bit further out, we could probably arrange that.
Sweet, a fucking Twitch meetup, man. Hells yeah, definitely let me know. I mean, like, nobody makes it out here, so yeah, I'll fucking I might even come to meet you in Omaha if it's.
Yeah. Phil's literally 2 hours from Omaha.
Yeah, I live in a village of 300 people. Okay, so like if you come to Castle K.O.E, I got some really nice liquor, and we're gonna have a fucking great party. But that's like it's about all like so. There's an interesting nightlife in Omaha as well. Now,
But
what are you coming out?
he's also a farmer, and he can afford a hotel room, so you can just say, "Hey, go to Omaha, and you guys can meet in Omaha."
Yes, but yeah, it's so what's bringing you to Omaha? I'm just curious.
All right, so yeah, the full trip that I plan on doing is largely it's going to be a Twitch trip. Like everyone that I'm stopping to see is people I know through Twitch as part of my community. So day one we'll be driving up through Chicago into Milwaukee, and I'll be stopping with a guy in Milwaukee. I'll largely just stop by, eat dinner, hang out, crash there that night. The next day, I'll get in the vehicle and we're going to Minneapolis, and we're going to be meeting IPA Lot and another guy who usually he's a kind of like a universal mod, but his name's Sharpie. I don't know if you've met him at all, but
I don't think so.
Yeah, he's largely more behind the scenes kind of guy. But I'll be meeting them up in Minneapolis, and I'll hang out there for maybe a couple hours or maybe a day. But I'll definitely crash out the night there, and I might stay there for a day. But after that is about a 6.5 hour drive to Omaha, and there is the home of our wonderful friend Nate Dallin, who is an immigration lawyer out there, and he's on my show pretty consistently. I've got plenty of content revolving him. He's a semi-regular guest on Mask Off, and I've got a lot of my geopolitics stuff all relating to immigration, and he's on a lot of it. Particularly my conversations playlist, if anyone wants to check that out, about half of them are him, and we're just talking about immigration and kind of just going through all the things that are going on regarding that major topic, and he's in his know. He's in the know. He knows a lot what's going on, obviously, and he gives all the data dumps, the who's, the where's, the highs. Hey, Lasdo, good to see you, buddy.
Just had to throw it out. It's all right, interesting. But yeah, I'll definitely. Now, granted, like I said, I live a little over 2 hours away from Omaha, so I might need to, might at least meet you in Lincoln or something, because I'm not going to make you. No, you come all the fucking way down, because Nebraska's just a place you drive around. It's just the way it is. But
I'll still put it this way: I've got a 2014 Ford Mustang. I don't have a problem with driving.
Oh, well, if that's the case, then you might be down at Castle K.O.E. for a couple of whiskey reviews then. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. And you're looking like, uh-oh.
And so I got to be real with you. Liquor brings out a really nasty side of me. I will drink with you if you desire, if you want me to. But
we're doing it now.
All right, fair enough.
And then we're talking politic after, because that's always fun. Let me tell you, we record it. We don't go live, because me, Tony, and Chicken have done that before. Where
you gotta fucking edit it.
We review like 15 whiskeys in a night, and then we start talking politics. Like basically, just both are. You don't know shit. You don't know shit from apple butter. You don't know whether shit wind your watch, you motherfucker. So like some of those are either fucking awesome or awful. Some of them will never see the light of day. Some of them
some of them will get you canceled immediately.
Phil, if one of them was asked you if you had a secret security clearance,
Phil or me?
What?
Wait, Phil? Okay. Phil
there was an interaction where Phil was like, "Hey, you ever had a secret security clearance?" And Phil's like, "No." He's like, "You don't know shit about shit," and then fucking hung up.
Oh God, yeah. There, I was debating a guy in the military. He's like, "Have you ever been in a security clearance?" It's like, no. Then you don't know nothing about nothing. Like, Dude, that was years ago. But all right, whatever. Grow the farm up because mean, drunken politics is the only way to do it right. It's American. Cheers to the alcohol republic. Wow, no comment, Alesto. Yeah, God bless. Welcome, Alesto. But well, if that's the case, we might have to do I think that's going to be even better. I might even clean up the house a little bit. It won't look like a fucking bachelor pad, but but that sounds like a good. Now, honestly, Tiberius, my first thought was like, oh God, is he coming next year to canvas in Omaha? Like, no, Tiberius.
How dare I canvass for the Republican Party? Oh my God.
Oh, you're gonna canvas for the Republicans?
No, but
honestly, I thought he
mean,
was coming up for the World Series of Baseball or something.
Nah. But no, like people are like, hey, you should come canvas. I'm like, oh yeah, who are we canvassing for? It's like this person, this person, this person. Like they're all Democrats. They're like, like what? You're not a Democrat? I'm like, no, I'm not a Democrat. Have a nice day. Yeah, like, oh my God, they're fucking politics. God damn it.
Get into it. You wanna. But we've already ripped the Band-Aid off.
Yeah. All right. So here's the deal. Like, I don't like either party that much right now. I think like the Republicans have all they have the moral framework and they have the rhetoric, but they're fucking terrible. Just in a nutshell, I can't stand where the party is right now. Like the cult of Trump pisses me off no end because the morals and values crowd is not holding to their morals and values, and it's fucking disgusting. And then you get to fucking the Democrats, and it's just like, we're gonna combat sexism and racism with sexism and racism. Let's fucking go, boys. I'm so pissed at both parties right now, but
tough to get enthused.
It's not even an enthuse. It's just like, guys, like you can do some really good in the world. You can we're at a point right now where more Americans understand how the other Americans feel than at any point, because here's the reality. Doesn't matter if you're black or white or rich or poor. Most Americans feel they're angry and they're pissed off because the system doesn't listen to them. It doesn't work for them. And unless you're pretty much riding the gravy train, everyone is upset about it. And you can build a lot of bridges there if you stop playing some of these fuck games and start having a little bit of compromise, having a little bit of, adult behavior and being like, look, guys, we're all in this together. Fuck that guy, though. But overall, most of us are on the same play. No, I'm being a smart ass because there's always some asshole that's going to ruin it for us, right?
Welcome, Mr. Saxkeet.
But anyway, and a long story short is that there's if you give a little bit, we can gain a lot. And it's time to stop acting like fucking children, because quite honestly, we can't afford this shit anymore. We really can't. Like, something's going to break. Something's literally going to break. And I don't want to be there when shit breaks.
Well, I also would really like for everything to have a peaceful conclusion. Everything's just all hunky dory. So it's interesting to hear you say, because the Republicans, you think they have the moral and rhetorical high ground, but they're just awful. Did I hear you correctly? I think
more or less. That's largely how I feel about them. But go on.
Okay. All right. And then the Democrats, they seem to constantly trip over their own feet and down a fucking gulch all the goddamn time. Like, yeah. I was going to use a pro wrestling metaphor. It's like, and they're always tripping over their dicks into their own thumbtacks, but I don't think a lot of people would have understood that. But yeah, they seem to just can't get out of their own way. And it's very fascinating to watch the far left constantly goad the Democratic Party leadership in the same way that the Tea Party was doing with the Republican leadership back a couple of years ago. Now the Tea Party thing's kind of calmed down, like you said. Like, Trump kind of just changed everything. All politics is now measured in the pre and post Trump era. There was BT and AT now is how we measure our politics now because Trump broke everybody's mind. I will be fucking fully fucking admitted to that. And I said that on Big Bucket Empire and the Dog and Chicken Show over a year and a half ago. Like, Trump has broken everyone's ever loving fucking mind. We've got the Republicans are now trying to give out universal basic income, and the Democrats are the how are we gonna fucking pay for this means testers. Like, everything's fucking broken in our goddamn system at this point. So like, I understand, like, I don't like the, what do you mean by the cult of Trump exactly? I'm like, please, I hate getting into eternal definition debates because I don't think it's usually productive, but like
Doctor Who reference.
But I do think I'm just curious what do you mean by that?
All right, so
It's like the cult of Skaro. It's a Doctor Who reference.
oh my, no, it's not. It's not like the cult of Skaro, but Doctor Who is pretty fantastic. So thank you for going there. But all right, so here's my thoughts on Trump. All right. Trump, the reason why Trump is stupidly popular and the reason why Trump was incredibly successful, and he probably brought something like 10 million to 15 million new voters to the Republican Party, is that he said all the right shit. Or at least 90% of what he said was right, in the regards that, you know what, the system's screwed up. A lot of people feel abandoned. And, you know, the Midwest in particular has been absolutely fucked over because it's like, oh, we're going to have free trade and all this is going to be great. And all it did was put a bunch of money on Wall Street's in pocket while you got fucking less and less. He's absolutely right. And some of those policies reflected in that were right. The tariffs, looking at NATO, it's like, guys, the Cold War ended 30 years ago. We're not paying for your shit anymore. Like 90% of this shit's all right. The problem is, and I'm going to just blatantly put it in this regard, this man has no fucking moral character in any way, shape, or form. He has no humility. He has no ability to be like, hey, guys, I'm going to take an L. I'm going to take a knee because, you know what, I fucked up, or, you know, I said something wrong, and he can't shut the fuck up. And so there's, long story short, where it's like, look, I get it. You know, the media was up his ass the entire time. But there was a level where they were right, is that they might have pointed out every flaw he has, but the guy's got a lot. And this is not the kind of person that the Republican Party needs to be running the show.
And then there were two. Lynn's taken off for leaving. Check out West Lynn 4 on TikTok.
Hope I didn't run him off.
No, it's, you know,
it's like,
he's got kiddos. Yeah. But now I understand the complaints, but like this was something that I kind of put to a lot of people. Is like, okay, Donald Trump, in terms of furthering conservative goals, is kind of like going from a mud hut to a stone hut. You have made advancements. You've moved forward. You're not in a palatial mansion with a pool and 15 bedrooms and 26 bathrooms and such. You're not there, but you have moved your goals forward. He was an imperfect messenger, but you were right in the way that he did right place, right time in 2016. I think we could all agree, right place, right time. And everybody says Hillary Clinton was terrible candidate. Maybe
she was better than what a lot of people, when a lot of the left gave her credit for. It's that literally what it is yeah, Trump was right time, right place, and just said the right things, and he brought a coalition together that absolutely fucking stomped, and it got even bigger come 2020, even though, you know, the entire center turned against him.
Now, like, actually, my brother, he had a pretty good one. Like, he was never a big Trump fan. He didn't hate him, but like the word he would use was clown a lot when he would describe Trump. Like, he was listening to the right wing, getting pretty pissed off, and those sweet, delicious conspiracy theories. Those were some good times, weren't they? They were starting to swirl all over the place, and my brother had a good one. Like, okay, if Biden can even steal this thing from you, you have fucked up. Okay? If he can, like, that's how bad you fucked up. If he can even steal it from you, you fucked up bad. Okay? So, like, I was like, ooh, that fucking hurt. That hurt me. But so that was also another interesting evening. But so I wonder if Yeah, I wonder if that same enthusiasm is going to be able to carry over to the midterms, because at this point, I
No.
think the House is pretty much lost for the Democrats, and the Republicans are going to regain it. That's why Nancy Pelosi's already kind of preemptively retiring. Then I think we're the Senate, though. I'm curious what your thoughts are. Do you think the Senate's gonna like? I think normally 2022 was gonna be a pretty brutal year for Republicans, assuming Trump was still the president. But now that's all changed. I think there's actually a pretty damn good chance. Now, again, anybody that says I know 100% goddamn for sure this far out from the election, they're full of shit. Okay, let's be frank. A lot of things could happen, and later. Peace and love. No way Biden won. Okay. All right. Here we go.
Yeah.
But like that is the question is, so you don't think 2022 is going to hold over, but I'm just curious if you had to bet today, if you had to bet a silver dollar today, which way would you say the Senate goes?
I'm looking over it right now. Okay, so what's the flip seats? That's the big one. Georgia's going to be a contested one. I definitely see where the Republicans can pick that back up. Arizona, maybe. Arizona's going to be weird. So that's two. Go ahead.
No, I was just thinking, yeah, that one's going to be weird. Like, I'm going to be watching news of Arizona, just live feeds that night, waiting for fucking people to start getting pissed off in Arizona almost immediately. So, like, Arizona and Georgia, like, I've made. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so Arizona and Georgia are both Democrats that that could absolutely flip Republican. They're going to be fights, but they absolutely could be had. You've got on the Republican side is the biggest one's Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is leans a little bit blue. Now the Republicans do really, really well in the off-year elections there, so I'm not going to say that's off cuff, but it's within striking distance. And Wisconsin usually goes Republican, but that's also striking distance as well. I guess the last one here is maybe New Hampshire. Maybe you can flip that Republican, but so right now, just looking across the board and how everything could flip, 60% chance the Republicans get one more seat, and that puts it at 51-49.
All right. Well, all right. You heard it here first, folks. Now, like Tiberius will be one of the first people to admit, like making political predictions is kind of like economic projection. Like you're gonna.
I feel more comfortable with the econ, but anyway.
Well, but even then, like think of how many folks that you trust their economic projections, and think of how many times they've been fucking wrong before. I mean, like it's just that's just the nature of the fucking game. It's like trying to predict the weather. Yep. Like, oh, what do you know? It didn't rain today when I thought it was going to rain. That shit does actually happen. Now, I'm curious, do you base that off of the Virginia governor win at all? Is that a part of your equation? Because I don't really include it because
I don't.
Like, if you go into Virginia's history, this might just be Virginia doing what Virginia does. They always go for whoever's not in the White House. Like they've done that for 12 elections in a row now.
So Democrats were on track to win New Jersey and Virginia by like double digits all the way up until a month before the election. And the reason why that is that somehow, some way, CRT got put, or CRT and particularly education as a whole got put on the docket. And at least by the polling data that I've seen, is that CRT became literally the number 2 issue in the state, in both states. And they leaned blue, but it had such a violent reaction from parents that they voted Republican on education.
Well, Babylon Bee, which sometimes they really knock it out of the park. They had a good one where Terry McAuliffe shocked that telling parents that their children are property of the state, he's surprised that wasn't a winning strategy. Like now it's something interesting that like I've noticed Republicans in this new era, they poll really good on education. For some reason, it's kind of like how just generally Republicans kind of poll better on like the economy and shit like that. Like even if you don't think they should, just for whatever reason, more people seem to trust Republicans on the economy. They seem to really like Republicans on education. I think this is something that they could pull to a midterm victory. Democrats, they always poll really good on healthcare, but they haven't delivered shit. They've got all the branches, and I even said on election night eve in 2020 is if Trump loses because he didn't deliver anything on healthcare, I think that's a fair loss. If he lost because people were persuaded that he's some evil whatever person, that's not good, because then we've got a corrupt system. I think it should be based on what they did or didn't deliver. And if Biden doesn't deliver anything on healthcare in the next calendar year and the Democrats lose big, I think that's a fair loss.
So, the goddamn that now there's a lot I gotta say. Number one,
sorry,
no, you're fine. Number one is that I said that 22 was going to be the Democrats' race to lose, because regardless of how like the mechanics work out, is that optically the Democrats run the show right now with all three branches, or even with the minimum margins that they have, and generally as a whole is that the Democrats are just going to have to be able to keep their coalition together to run again in 22, and the way that they do that is by one, showing up and passing shit and getting shit done for the American people, and particularly who they voted for or who voted for them, right? They're maybe going to keep some of the center, because the center was absolutely the anti-Trump vote, but the further left-wing part of the party is absolutely fucking pissed with them, and I just don't see them coming out to vote again. And they really don't tend to turn out for midterm elections. Now, I could be wrong, because not only did we see that election, not only see voter share up in 2021, which was fucking ridiculous, because that's literally a red herring, or I'm sorry, not red herring. I'm sorry, that's a black swan. Like an off year election, and we're blowing out records. Like, okay. So anyway, long story short here is that the Democrats are going to absolutely have to play or to keep their coalition together, and I don't think they do that without Build Back Better. At least in some, at least $2 trillion spent, and the infrastructure bill is not enough at all, because literally it's exactly what the Republican Party wanted. So that's part one. Part two is fuck. What was the other thing I wanted to say? Sorry, I'm being a little prefacious right now, but
no, you're totally fine. I'm actually just trying to figure out how to send Alesto a message, because I was just trying to, I'm a millennial by generation, but I'm a boomer by my tech abilities. So I'm trying my hardest to all right, I'm trying to snail mail this to Alesto, but when you're talking about what they poll well and what they don't poll well on, and what they're going to be able to accomplish.
That's what I was going to go down. So here's the thing.
Give me a few more minutes on Discord.
Republicans good on economy. That might change with the way that the parties are realigning, because the Republican Party used to be the party of big business. It's not anymore. In fact, the Democrats are becoming the party of big business if they aren't already. Number two is that education. Republicans have had a really hard time lately with education, because while they're polling better, and it's not because Republicans are doing a better job at being pro education, it's because the Democrats are scaring everybody crapless when it comes to education, and that's largely around CRT, and that a lot of parents are openly like, "You're going to teach my kids to be racist." It's literally what it all boils down to. That's how most of them feel, is that we don't approve of the messaging that Democrats are putting out regarding or what they want to teach their kids, and so the Democrats are doing the work for the Republicans for them. But the problem is that if the Republicans don't deliver on getting their kids education, that's going to be a massive problem. And where that falls out for me is that Republicans haven't been saying, "Oh, we're going to run for school board. We're going to keep a strong and functional education system." they're advocating school choice where, oh, you know what? Just go private. Go to this school, go to that school. And all that's going to do within 10 years is that you're going to see the same thing that we've seen throughout most of the South, where all the rich kids get the nice schools and anybody else who's middle class or poor is going to be screwed. And you're going to see that completely flip notives on, they will flip back to Democrats within 15 years tops. And so I strongly caution Republicans that pushing school choice is not going to end up well for you.
Well, to me, okay, all right, that's what I was getting wrong. There's a bunch of numbers at the end of this Lesto Discord. Well, to me, I think school choice is, to me, it's more of a moral issue. Where you should be able, you as a parent, it is your obligation to deliver the best possible education that you can to your child. And if the school that you're at is not delivering that, then I think that not putting your child in the school that's best for them is almost dereliction of duty as a parent. So I understand what you're saying here, but at the same time, to me, it's not a parent's responsibility to build a less than perfect school from the ground up. You know what I mean?
So this is where, I got you 100%. I get where you're going though. But this is actually one of the things that bothers me about the Republican Party always, is that they always go for a more individualistic structure and not a communal structure. And this is actually where it bites us in the ass, because you need to be able to be like, no, we're here for the fight. We're not going to build the school from the ground up. We're going to be part of the apparatus. We're going to be part of the run, or of how it's run. And we're going to make sure that it's funded, it works, we have good teachers. And so you're not rebuilding the school, you're maintaining the school. And the Republicans have done a very bad job of largely letting the Democrats run the education system for the last 30 years. And we've paid a price for it. We absolutely have.
It's fascinating. I've had this exact same debate with Hans of Harkir, and he was vociferously arguing against school choice, saying it was the worst thing ever and we should absolutely not do it. And then he later admitted that he benefited from being able to have school choice, and he actually changed to a different school that was much better fit for him. And what I always say is, well, all I want is for more people to have the same opportunity you did. And I've actually had a lot of firsthand experience with this. My daughter spent a very short amount of time in what you would classify a private school. I homeschooled her for 6 months for health reasons. She's now in just, she's now in standard public school right now. I've been all over the education spectrum for that. And to me, they all have their virtues and they all got their drawbacks. But oh shit, hang on, before we get back into that, we've got a powerful introduction here, folks. We've got another run-in, folks. My cup runneth over with amazing guests this evening. We've got not only Tiberius D here, which you need to check him out on YouTube. You need to check him out on Twitch. Check him out on every possible platform you can, Tiberius D. But we are now joined by the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, Alesto. How are we doing? Oh, and look at that palatial mansion, by the way. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, yes, that is welcome one and all.
Good.
Welcome to Phil K.O.E.'s Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. We are here at Alesto's flat. It's marvelous. I'm Robin Leach.
That's amazing.
I kind of dated myself a little bit with that impression, though.
You did, but it's all good. You have to be dated to know the reference.
Yeah, true. There's a lot of these kids, these 20-year-olds, like you say on Twitch, they're like, who the fuck is he talking about? I remember one time everyone was roasting Prime. I'm like, God damn, is Dean Martin and Sammy Davis Jr. going to come out next? And they all look at me like, Phil, are you just a million years old? Well, I'm 36, so on Twitch, that's at least as old as Emperor Palpatine to some of these kids, which is hilarious. Because in farming, everybody tells me how young I am because the average farmer is 65 to 72 years old in Nebraska. But then I go onto Twitch. I'm like, yes, I'm the Gandalf the Grey. I will lead all of you children. Yes, follow me and we'll find a better world through subscribing to K.O.E. Nation on YouTube. So, Alesto, how are we doing this fine evening?
Oh, I'm still... So I had work, clinicals, and then work. So it's graveyard, day shift, graveyard. So
Ooh.
I'm still recovering from that. So I've been in a
Ouch.
food coma most of tonight and today.
Well, I do appreciate you joining us this fine evening. I actually went out for a prime rib earlier this evening. I treated myself. Why not? Here in Nebraska, the prime rib is fucking delish. But I figured, why not? A little bit of red meat's good for your heart, right? Right?
A couple bottles of wine are good for your heart too, in moderation.
Yes. But unironically, I love you, K.O.E. Well, I love you too, Mr. Sax Keaton, all of you beautiful people out of the K.O.E. Nation, every last one of you. But now we were getting into some pretty interesting topics here. We're getting into school choice. We're getting into just general education a little bit because, like I said, I homeschooled my daughter for 6 months. That wouldn't have been possible if we didn't have greater, like the state of Nebraska allows for at least some leniency and leeway in school choice. Now, homeschooling is kind of its own ball of wax. And like I said, since I've done it, I can say there's some drawbacks and some virtues. There's some things that are good, some things that are, like to me, I do have an actual respect for the skill and the craft of teaching. Like if you're capable of being a good teacher, that is a very incredible skill to me. But at the same time, for some people, they feel that is the necessary path to go. Now, Alesto of Alesto TV on Twitch. And do you have a YouTube, by the way?
Nope. Well,
No.
Yes, I have made it to save my name, but I don't do anything on it.
Oh, well, we need to change that, good sir.
Oh, you want to talk about boomer on the internet? Like, I literally just game. That's it.
Like, I even told Alesta one time, I was like, you remind me of Joe Friday. Like, you're just like, just the facts, ma'am. Like, and he was just like, I think even he was like, who? And he probably had to Google that. And it's like,
I had to Google it, but I have seen him.
Yes, just the facts, ma'am. But now I'm curious, what is your take on school choice and the discussion at hand, good sir? Because we're getting into education that polls well for the Republicans. We're getting into healthcare that polls well for the Democrats. And I've actually got something for Tiberius, a little bit of something I've been formulating and ruminating in my mind. Just curious what he thinks on that. I'm going to write that down now. But Alesto, you're a guest on my show, so please tell me what it is you think, good sir.
My personal opinion is people bring up CRT. I don't really care about their whole people bickering back and forth. Can you give me a curriculum for it? If you can't, then it shouldn't be in school. That you have no argument at that point. If you can't provide a curriculum, it shouldn't be in school. I don't have more than just that, but like if people are going to start forcing kids to learn things, I'm sorry, but if you want to really teach people sexual education and like try to adapt to that, teach them anatomy and physiology 1 and 2. Like that teaches
idea.
so much more than just sex ed. Like that is my big push. It's like if you're going to do sexual education, do anatomy and physiology. Because you teach more than just that. It's not a useless class.
Now, I notice a lot of people on the left, what they do is whenever there's a CRT debate that comes up, it immediately becomes what I like to personally call the no true CRT debate, kind of like the no true Scotsman. And folks on the left, well, that's not CRT, and that's not CRT either, and that's not. And in fact, there's really nothing that's actually CRT, and it's just a ghost and a phantasm. And then Scott Adams, a humorist, he had a pretty good comeback. Well, okay, then if it's not that, it's not anything, then we don't really need to worry about teaching it. It's like, oh, snap. But now I'm curious, like to me, like I do understand it's a legal theory that puts race and its interaction at the basis of its theory. So I get that at its base, but like, so I'm curious, like Tiberius, when you hear all this, like what is it that you like when you hear this CRT? Do you think it's kind of an overblown thing? Do you think it's just now symbolic, or do you think there's some actual substance here there's a reason people should be opposed to it? Or I'm just curious because whenever I listen, it just seems to descend into this no true CRT debate, even on like major network television debate shows.
So I got 3 pieces of ammo right here for you. Number one is that the people who are like, oh, I know it's CRT, or I know we should put CRT in, but I can't tell you exactly what it looks like. Don't listen to them because they're full of shit. Number two is that if you're looking at where most of the people who actually do advocate for CRT, in the regards of like the main spokespeople for it, I want to blatantly say it. They're all racist as holy hell. And they basically treat white people as the villains of fucking history. I'm not okay with this. And I don't trust them remotely to be teaching my kids anything. And like quite honestly, every time most of these folks get onto like an interview on like mainstream media, I'm amazed that they're not remotely fired, but that just shows where academia is today. Number three is that if you want to figure out, or if you want to talk about like where this ideology comes from, is that it was openly a Marxist theory back in the 1930s that came out of Germany. And the whole, like where this originates from, that you can still absolutely see within what people try to like teach in the doctrine, is that the world needs to be viewed through critical theory, which is the critical examination of these structures that we have. There's critical wealth theory, there's critical feminist theory, which end up, all this other shit. And what these theories are to do is that they are to show you that the world is incredibly unequal, that it's incredibly unjust, and the systems that perpetuate these inequalities need to be torn down. Well, here's the problem with that, assholes. Yeah, here's the problem with this. Through those lens, everything is racist, everything is sexist, everything is exploitive, everything is basically not worthy of its own existence, and we need to tear it all down in the pursuable goal of chaining communism. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like much fun at all. Now, the thing is that I say often is like, yeah, of course parents are going to be worried about what their kids are learning in schools. If you're not, your fucking head is not in the game, okay? If you're not worried what the kids like, yeah, every parent worries about what's being pumped into their kid's head. And now, my daughter, we've had this discussion of like, I don't think race is the best lens to look at life through, and especially through the CRT lens that we currently have, because the way critical race theory as I see it now is, now this is kind of a self-affirmation thing, but I do find it to be true. If you concentrate, what you concentrate on is generally what you get in life. If you concentrate on problems, you're going to get more problems. If you concentrate on solutions, you will get more solutions. And in the CRT that I see, it's very long on problems, very short on solutions. And so so I don't find, from what I've seen of it, to be the most useful lens or filter to look at life through. Welcome back, Alesta. What you drinking tonight?
I have a Angry Orchard, just a little
Nice.
canned beer, and then I get some juice.
Rocket. I got a lot more driving to do this evening after I'm done, so I'm not actually drinking tonight, but maybe when I get home. But Lord Almighty. So, well, I'm glad we've come to complete perfect consensus that CRT probably not the best thing as it's being presented and being sold as right now. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't that kind of a derivative from the 1619 project, or am I off on that?
I can't tell you. Give me a second here.
All right. It's an interesting topic. Well, yes, any topic that's discussed here at the K.O.E Nation on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok is always the most interesting topic that you could ever possibly hear in all human existence or in all auditory reception. DeFreak, does a racist, unequal society educate everybody that can read, right? That is an interesting point, is like, America, this is to kind of paraphrase when Winston Churchill said, democracy is the worst system in all the world, except
for all the others.
Yep. And the same could be said, America, it's the worst country in all the world, except all the other ones. So that could also be the case. But we won't speculate and assume. Well, and Little Fettuccine 69, how the fuck you doing there, my good friend? This is the OG of the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, which is another podcast that I do. Definitely go check out Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast on YouTube and Spotify. How the fuck we doing, Little Fettuccine? Oh, we lost sound from Alesto. Son of a biscuit. Son of a biscuit indeed. But still, definitely check him out on Twitch, Alesto TV on Twitch, and Tiberius D on Twitch. Of course, right after you're done following K.O.E Nation on Twitch. I mean, come on, folks. You know it's the right thing to do. But now, DeFreak says, anybody actually believe if any culture war was capable and able to colonize, do you think we would have stayed home for some moral reason? Interesting. Now, I'm curious what your thoughts are on this, Tiberius, before I get to my sales pitch on how, like, because I've actually got a sales pitch as a Republican. It's like, okay, Democrats, you want this Medicare for all thing? I can actually get you there, but I don't know if you actually want it. I think this might be something that you just want to campaign on. But but that is a different. But I'm curious what your thoughts are on. I've come up with this idea that we now in America, post COVID, we have two different cultures that have arisen in America. Which the best way I can put it in as few words as possible is the maskers and the anti-maskers. That's the best way that I can put it. You've got like, because here in Nebraska, other than Lincoln, there's a mask mandate for Lincoln. Like I went to Omaha. Most people weren't masking. People don't like, you can go into any restaurant, you can go to movie theater, you can go like, they just stopped acting like it was a thing. And we lost Alesto. I'm sure he'll be back. And then when I go to Lincoln, everybody's super masked. It's like very, very regimented. It's not quite as hard as those poor folks over in Australia, but it's definitely very regimented. And it's like, we have two different cultures that are rising in America now. And I'm just like, because this is divided families. Like, think about Thanksgiving. There's family members that didn't get together that normally would every year because of this COVID thing. So, I've never seen anything galvanize families, friends, and our culture like this before. So I'm just curious if you agree with that analysis or if you think I'm just don't know whether to shit or wind my watch on it.
I agree with it more than not, but I wouldn't put it in masker and anti-masker. It's largely just become literally like, I don't even want to say it's liberal and conservative because it's not even that. It's like progressive and MAGA, unironically enough. Is that like liberalism's kind of like, or liberals are largely on their last leg in the Democratic Party. Like they're just like, I'll put it this way. They've got all the power, but they don't have any of the rhetoric. And so either they're going to like get together with like the libertarian right, which looks like that actually might be a thing. And they're going to make a really big business, elite blue or white collar party, which very much could be the case. Or the progressives are going to just take that son of a bitch over. The Republicans are kind of in the same boat between like traditional conservatives and MAGA because they don't agree on shit. And I'm serious on that. But the problem is that if you look at almost every dividing line is that either you live in a city and you are, a Democrat, you are largely progressive, that kind of shit, or you live in what we refer to as a rural area. You live in areas that are less than 50,000 people. You tend to vote Republican. You tend to be a lot more, right-leaning in your mentality. And that, like, literally, it's just every way that you look at it, we're just split. We don't interact with each other. We don't agree with each other. And the only place where you actually have the clash of these two is in suburbia, and it's dying.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, suburbia really ain't what it used to be.
No, it's not.
It's used to be the American dream, and now it's just like in California. I always found it insane. Like, there's people that'll just like drive 3 hours to their work and then drive back, and like I was like, wow, that's fucking crazy. Little Fettuccine says, I'm okay, I guess. Just got a lot of things going on. Work, new baby, and well, congratulations. Just stressing myself. Well, congrats. Now, like that's the one thing. Like the left, there is a lot more vitriol and a lot of more anger and emotion that I am picking up from the left. Now, I'm sure, like, I'm picking up a background noise. We will identify.
I'm hearing that, but I don't see, or it's coming through my speakers. Excuse me.
Yep, I muted Alesto for a second. It was him. So sorry, my man. But
no, you're good. I'm gonna tweak it.
Alrighty. Now, so it basically boils down to liberal conservative for you, but like it's a little different from that. But yeah, like you said, the MAGA and the progressives, like the AOCs and the Trumps, like that's the best way you could. Yeah. If you were to put it down, like the people who think AOC is going to be president in 15 years. And I keep telling folks on the right, you ignore her at your own peril. She's got a lot of power and she could do some serious shit in the next 15 years. And the Republicans go, no, she can't make it. It's like, okay, all right. If put yourself in a time machine, go back to December of 2014 or early 2015 and tell yourself who is president in 2 years. You'll blow your own fucking mind. Like if you go back to 2015, I felt like we were in Back to the Future. If you're from the future, who's the president in 1985? Ronald Reagan. Ha! The actor? And yeah, we had Donald Trump. Name recognition is important. And what I found is AOC is right behind Donald Trump in terms of negative reactions from people. And from somebody who has a pro wrestling podcast, I can tell you whether they love you or they hate you, so long as they are reacting to you, you are on people's minds and you are front and fucking center in their mind. Why? Like for 4 years, Trump was the only thing on anybody's lips. I mean, in terms of politics, like, I mean, shit, you guys watched Twitch politics probably a lot longer than I did. Like first time I ever got onto a Twitch was first time I went onto a hippy dippy panel. And then afterwards, my buddy Chicken makes me a Twitch. And then I go on to a Twitch. It's like, I didn't know what's a Twitch. Who's twitching now? So you guys have probably been watching this a lot longer than me, but that's just how I see it.
Well, Twitch is like Twitter in some regards. It's a cesspool of the worst fucking people on the goddamn internet. I'm just being honest. Like, I mean, YouTube's got some characters, but Twitch has got almost the worst of everybody because it's the new thing. It's the last resort. So it's getting better, unironically enough, because you actually are seeing more people flooding in, and you've got people who are getting older that have been in on the platform, so they're getting a little bit more mature. But also that you've got newer people coming in, and some of them are older, and I think that is helping the community as a whole. Yeah,
sorry, just getting that noise from you again, Alesto.
Yeah, it sounds like you're right next to a highway, and you're hearing like.
Is it still? It's probably. Hold on, I'm gonna have to probably drop then because I don't know why. I fixed it on my end. My noise canceling is working. I don't know what's hearing, so I got to troubleshoot. It could be IQ. That's why I had to drop.
Well, if that's the case, definitely plug yourself one more time before you go, good sir.
Hello, everyone. I don't stream because I work too much. My name is Lester TV. You can always follow me, and you'll see me in chat all the time because we have a lot of downtime in the medical field. So I could get on, but then if you see me drop, I'm usually doing something, then I'll come right back. But it was a pleasure, Ty. It was nice to see you.
Yeah,
and Senor K.O.E. I hope to have you yelling at people in another panel because that was entertaining.
Oh, I might be on Danabo's panel tomorrow night. It just depends. I got my daughter this weekend, so it's all in flux. So we'll see what happens.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, if you're there tomorrow night, I'm there with you.
So yep, I will definitely be there to yell.
Tomorrow, good luck, guys.
Yep.
I'll see you guys in chat
later on.
Later, sir. Yeah. So yeah, we'll see how that one goes. It's going to be education, and Joe Lewis is going to be there. He's a teacher, so I'm curious what he has to say. He and I don't get along all that well. I know that shocks you, Tiberius. I know. But how could anybody not like me? This innocent, lovable little fuzzball that I am. But it's understandable. But yeah, I'm hoping I get to make it. But like my kiddo comes first, so we'll see what happens on that. We got into that a little earlier, actually. The school shooting, that was yes, adios. Kid went weird out of nowhere, from what I understand. Parents failed, school failed, everybody failed. Yeah, that's
apparently it wasn't out of nowhere. Apparently, like, there have been quite a bit of warning signs for a while, and like if at least from what I understand, and granted, I have like very little vested anything into this, is that like the parents damn near just had the whole, oh well, no way it could be my kid, and caught up with them.
Yeah. Not my kid. He's a precious angel. Oh, really? So. Yeah, my take on it is fucking tragedy. Modern day Othello. It's just a tragedy no matter which way you want to look at it. But unfortunately, and we're going to find out where this goes and what kind of precedence it is. I know. Huge reveal, folks, underneath all my sartorial resplendency, I'm usually just rocking a Carhartt shirt. I know. Your thoughts, your perceptions are all just shattered. Life probably no longer makes sense. But now you were right in the smack dab in the middle of a pretty good point before Alesto had to dip out. Do you happen to remember where you were?
I have no idea what the fuck I was saying.
Son of a biscuit. Well, it is a Saturday night, a beautiful, beautiful Saturday night. But now I'm curious. When I figure we'll bring it back full circle here. You're saying that you're a farmer now. What are your primary crops that your family farm has raised over those 7 generations, sir?
So, like, they've gotten in and out of different businesses from time to time. Like they used to everything. There used to be an orchard. So Grandpa was telling me this today because we were sitting in the hospital together, and apparently great grandpa back during Prohibition was making whiskey from the orchard that was on the top of the field.
Nice.
It was like, wait, our family did shine. He's like, well, there's a story to that. He apparently was, starting to ramp up a little bit where he just, had done it in a little bit of flash for people. So, if they wanted like their little hit, they could. And there was news that I can't remember what they called them. The prospectors, I think is what they were called at the time. We're going to come through. So he goes in to the ditch that's next to the farm, and he lines the entire ditch and buries the entire stock of what he had. And that night there's a 3-inch flood that gets dropped in, and it washes all away. Apparently, that was the end of the whiskey making business that my family had been in. So, anyway, long story short is that largely they've gotten out of all the cattle, they've gotten out of everything else, and like that wasn't even there for when I was a kid. Right now, for most of my life, it was popcorn, soybeans, and winter wheat.
Okay.
And they've gotten a lot more into field corn lately because the popcorn guys have just been a pain in the balls the last 5 years. Like usually popcorn is treated as very well, because it's in some ways it's just better. In some ways it's it's got some problems, but it's been generally more rewarding for us to do that. But just dealing with multiple different companies the last couple of years, the dad and companies not happening, and they keep getting worse and worse prices when they can do field corn. And you got to run 3 times as much stuff, but it's just been better. And the one thing that I'll attack on there is that when I was a young boy, they did Milo, and I'm so glad they don't do that anymore because that shit makes you itch like a son of a gun.
Yes, my brother and I actually, when we were kids, when we wanted to be assholes to each other, we'd knock off a whole stock of Milo and we'd whack each other with it like it was like Star Wars lightsaber battle, but like who's gonna make the other one more itchy by the end of the day. So yeah, we were assholes about it, but yeah, like Milo's actually seed Milo was how my farm got its start. And yeah, we used to do whiskey back in the day too, apparently. Like that's just what the family legends are. Apparently everybody was a little bit involved in the whiskey business.
Prohibition apparently made a lot of money.
Yep, that is definitely the case. You need the favor of the Lord, bro. Well, is what it is. But yeah, like to me, we're a seed farm and we've been doing seed crop for years. And we did raise popcorn for a short while. We're a little hot for it. And so we would actually have kernels pop in the field just because we were so hot some years. So Nebraska's weathers can be pretty extreme. We can be almost 110 degrees with horrible, horrible humidity. And actually last year, 15 miles west of my house was actually the coldest place on earth for 3 days. We were colder than Antarctica, Siberia, the North Pole. We were negative 47 degrees.
Holy shit.
So yeah, we were like I've got some buddies who are Russian. It's like, you don't know real cold. It's like, oh, do I now? Yeah, I fucking know cold. Fuck off. And so yeah, we've got some pretty extreme weather out here in Nebraska. So whenever people come to visit, we're like, what are you doing here? Oh Lord Almighty. Hang on one second.
You're fine. Oh man.
Boy. So always fun here at the Mill of Extreme. What can I say? Just My brother showed up for a second. But now the main reason I broadcast out of here is because the upload rate is incredible. Because we've got like security cameras on our gas tanks and stuff. I can upload a YouTube video from here in the mill in 8 minutes. That takes me 2 hours to upload at my house.
Oh, that sucks, man.
So I'm like, now you've seen my setup at my house. I fucking love my setup at my house. It's fucking great. I got everything I need right there. It just I can reach and everything's right there. But here at the mill, it's not too bad. And I figured if I put up a Nebraska state flag, that should be innocuous enough. Nobody's gonna care. So excuse me. But yeah, we've been. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm trying to find a damn Indiana flag so I can hoist up, and I'm having a hell of a time, man. Really am. It's like I feel like I gotta order one. It's just like, why can't I not find one at my local Walmart? Like, because I really would. It's just like I like my state. Don't get me wrong, we don't do everything right, but I went down to Texas back in November for the first time, and they've got Texas everywhere. It's Texas this, Texas that. I'm like, all right, Texas, you're cool, but you're not that cool.
Did you stop at a Buc-ee's?
No.
Oh God! Imagine a super Walmart and the cleanest gas station you ever had a baby, and they spray painted Texas all over it. Like that's like all of the no. It's the cleanest toilets you will ever see in God's creation. It's funny. Like they pride themselves on these will be the cleanest fucking toilets you see on the road, and it is. So it's kind of their selling point. But yeah, it's its own institution. But no, there's nothing wrong with loving your own home state. But
I don't know. If I was in Louisiana or Mississippi, I might have some problems.
Now just curious, why is that?
Number one, they pretty much, or Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama pretty much across the board set the records for worst of everything or the lowest of everything. Like almost on everything. Education, standard of living, all that shit. The only way you could get worse is if you literally made Puerto Rico a state.
And curious, where do you lie on that? Do you want Puerto Rico to be a state, or do you support independence?
Either or. This quasi part is where I'm not in favor of. Now, if they're gonna make Puerto Rico independent, I'm cool with that. Can we kick Hawaii out too?
Why you want to get rid of Hawaii? Just curious.
They're largely in the same general instance, right? Puerto Rico, so Puerto Rico is a tropical island that's, it's not nowhere near as far away as Hawaii is, but they're basically colonies. And you know what? If they're going to be literally different time zones out from the United States proper, then, treat them as such. Otherwise, if we're going to bring them into the family, then yeah, make Puerto Rico a state. It'll be, what is it? Is it a full time zone off from Eastern Standard Time? It's going to be on like Nova Scotia time, if I remember right. So, great, like wonderful, expand the empire out into the wild blue yonder. But for me, like it's really hard for me to be like, all right, cool. These are basically like imperial provinces from a bygone age, and like, don't get me wrong, I'll happily use them as military bases, but they can suffice as semi-independent countries. And if we're going to worry about like what the United States is, it's the lower 48. Alaska's a colony until we annex Canada, and then we can make Alaska a state. I'm memeing a little bit here, but I'm also being a little bit serious at the same time.
Now, you also got to understand, and I'm also going to be memeing a little bit and also a little serious at the same time. So it's like, now, as a person who loves the 50 nifty United States and all 50 stars on our glorious flag, I'm like, ooh, I don't know about that. But as a Republican voter, I'm like, so you want to get rid of Hawaii? Oh, do go on. Like, really, because like all I hear is the Democrats want to stuff the Senate full of as many Democrats as they can. Like, let's make DC a state. Let's make this a state. Let's make that a state.
Okay, so
me is just an asshole to come back. He's like, well, all right, Nebraska's splitting up into 12 fucking states. Now we're sending 24 fuckers to the Senate. Now what are you gonna do?
So here's my thoughts on this. Puerto Rico, I 100% can get behind being a state. I get the Democrats will probably pick up 2 seats there, but I'll live with that. Or DC being a state? No, fuck that. You want to fix that? You can make it easy. It's part of Maryland again.
Yeah, that was what I said, but none of the Dems on that panel really wanted that because what that doesn't help you with a power grab of the Senate because I've even heard Prime say like he wants to get rid of the Senate. I'm like, damn, just anything that stands in the way.
And look, I've openly said this. Now, granted, this is with the 6-party system, which we are leaving right now. We're moving into the 7-party system. But under that, if I had the way that I wanted, yeah, you know what? The House would probably be mostly controlled by Democrats more often than not. But the Senate would almost always be locked in as Republican. And like that's kind of how it honestly should be more often than not.
I was about to say, somebody that cares a lot about the Supreme Court, I'm like, go on. And so the Senate just stays Republican. I'm liking what I'm hearing.
It's like, and honestly, it's kind of that compromise. It's like, you know what? So I do geopolitics, that kind of stuff, and I look through that lens. Is that land is important, where you live matters, and you know what? They're all like, oh, why do the states get voting power? It should just be to the people. And I'm sitting here because where you live and how you operate in that regard does play an integral role to how this works. And I've openly said, look, we need to redraw the states. That's always been a touchy subject for people, but I'm gaining traction a little bit. And it's good because the colonial states are almost all either way too small, particularly the New England 5. Seriously, you get 10 senators in an area that's smaller than fucking Indiana. Are you shitting me right now? No. So that bothers me.
Now they always get angry about, well, look at how much population is in that area. Like I've even had Bastiat come at me with this, and it's like when you talk about the New England, there are some areas that are kind of dense, but yeah, like they think New York should have like 12 senators or something. I don't know.
Well, so I mean, we can metagame this all day if we need to. It's just like, hey, cool. You know what? You guys want new senators? Cool. You can have Chicago. That can be a city. Yeah, you can have the city state of Chicago. We're gonna pick up Illinois as a red state. Have a nice day.
Sweet.
Seriously, I feel so bad for my compatriots in Illinois. I really do, because that state is red as hell. Unless you get Chicago, and it's what Cook and Lake counties have like 2 million voters, and it's all blue.
Yep. Now I used to go to Chicago every year for the seed convention. If you're a seed producer, they have a convention in Chicago, which first week of December, coldest fucking city in the lower 48. Oh, good God. But and I've noticed it is blue as can be, and way over fucking regulated. Like I don't know what, they actually did a study. This was fascinating. For every 300,000 residents in Chicago, they had 158 different layers of regulation. So basically 158 different layers of bureaucrats that could in some way fine or impede them from building codes to everything. And so they're actually amongst the most regulated human beings on the planet Earth.
You're not wrong. If there's actually some hard data with this. Illinois.
Well, I mean, the simple words of Phil K.O.E. should be enough. I mean, what?
Fair enough. Actually, this is something I learned in my state and local government class recently, and it blew my fucking mind. Illinois has more governments than any other state. It has more governments than California and Texas.
Yeah,
what?
I would totally believe it.
What? Yeah, they have something like. So they've got a pretty normal amount of little bit of regional governments and municipal governments and county governments. That all lines up normal, but they've got each state has special administrative governments that are responsible sub-districts. And Illinois has more than Indiana combined and doubled, just in that.
That's fascinating. Now, I went into the sub-regions, the sub-levels of Chicago one time because a cabbie was telling me about oh yeah, I see all these cars here. They'll be fucking snatched off the road and they'll be taken down to this garage several layers below us. I'm like, wait, what? There's layers below us? You got to remember, I'm a Nebraska boy. It's
like what's an escalator?
Like there might be a basement in the building, but it doesn't go any lower than that, right? And then I paid this guy some extra money, like, no, just drive me by this thing. I want to see it. And we go down, like, and my first thought was Coruscant. Okay, like I couldn't tell, like, wow, I'm actually in Coruscant because I was up on the upper level where everything's pretty and you can go to all the nice shops and there's a Saks Fifth Avenue and like I was at the ritzy part of town, and then I go down. I'm like, oh my god, if I get out of this car, I'm probably not making it back to the surface. That was kind of my first thought, like, well, this isn't good. So then when I went back up, I was like, nope, I'm never doing that again. But yeah, that led me to believe, like, yeah, the people of Chicago are so, like, more regulated than probably any other humans on the planet, which is kind of jarring to think that, you know, America, the land of the free. Well, depends on where.
Ain't no kidding.
But now I'm curious, you got fields in Indiana and Illinois, is that correct?
You got it.
Now, I got to imagine the Illinois fields probably have at least a few more extra layers of red tape and just making shit kind of a pain in the ass, or is that just, you know, you managed to get away from at least a little bit of Illinois bureaucracy out in the rural areas?
So the real issue that I've seen is that like DNR doesn't really bother us any more than in Illinois than they do in Indiana, at least from what I've seen. But there is a sampling bias, maybe. I've got like 700 acres in Illinois and a lot more over in India, right? So
Gotcha.
suffice it to say is that when it comes to dealing with that, way more examples of where I'm going to see DNR like scoping you out. I'm like, what are them fuckers doing? On the other side is that what I can tell you definitively is that Illinois is way horrible on property taxes. Like just the nose is bleeding. So yeah, like don't get me wrong, we own the stuff. We're gonna make it work, and we got some pretty damn good dirt in Illinois. It's like an entire section. Your southern Illinois has got some amazing soil. Southern Indiana's got pretty good, but it depends on what part. But most of Illinois soil is pretty solid, and the climate couldn't be much better either. You get any further south, it starts getting too hot in the summer, and like it burns the hell out of your crops. You get much further north, and actually this is a problem for northern Indiana and particularly northern Illinois, is that like it's not only frost is a pain in the ass, but it's that it frosts earlier, and more importantly is that it snows, and it snows a lot. Like down here, you have like 3 inches of snow a year anymore. That's it. Like now, I could double check it, but it's not a lot. Like the 30-year average, I think, the 30-year average where I live is like 6 inches of snow.
Yeah, for us, it's kind of always thrown off because we won't get shit for a long time, and then like
get a blizzard,
and then like now expect 3 feet. What? Like, okay, fuck, and it's gonna be negative 47. I was like, Jesus. Now, what's funny?
Like, when did I start living in Hoth?
Yeah, but like it was fascinating because like I've got a drying facility that's like about 3-4 stories tall, and so I went up on top of that just to see as far as I could, and like just as far as the eye could see, it looked like waves in an ocean that were frozen in place. The whole, as far as you could see in every direction, when it was like negative 40 something. It was fucking nuts. Now we got, hey, CTV, critically thinking veteran pro tip. If you put the name of the streamer that you're talking about too, more people are likely to click if they know the person you're talking to. CTV, that would assume that I have the wherewithal or knowledge as to how to change the title of a stream midstream. I mean, what year 9000 technology do you speak of, technology wizard? You realize you're dealing with the boomer millennial here in Phil K.O.E. So, what year 9000 technology are you trying to fucking give me? When will wake up? Yep, that is. Actually, what's funny here in Nebraska is we get our warm weather from the Gulf of Mexico, our cold weather from Canada, and our water and rain all comes down from the Rocky Mountains. And I've actually been standing there when the wind changes and you get like, oh boy, I just felt that wind change. It's just went down about 2 degrees, and it's kind of fascinating. I've stood there out in the middle of a field and it's blowing, and then and winter is now coming. Game of Thrones fans are like, fuck yes. That's in the same box that you set all the start and you click done.
Wait,
well, first of all, I'm on StreamYard. So we're on, like, even Tiberius is like, yes. So this is how the uninitiated run their streaming.
I was gonna get there. I was like, yeah, he's running a StreamYard, so I'm not 100% with like how that all works for you.
Okay, looks like I can maybe do a little bit of Chris. All right, I can do a little bit of changing here. Tiberius D, Chris Cuomo. There we go. There. I changed the title for the first time just for you, CTV. You brought me to a new era. You brought new knowledge to me, and it has now been made so. We have changed the name Tiberius D and then all the other things that were in the title. So yes, thank you, CTV, with this incredible knowledge. We've all grown. But how you been, CTV? Also, I've noticed that you've gotten a little more vociferous, a little more extruding, a little bit more extroverted in some of your delivery, CTV. I'd like to think your King of Extreme might have inspired some of that. But yeah, it's been interesting to see y'all getting in these panels. I'm actually starting to dip my toes back into it just because it's fun for me. I've had some personal trials and tribulations that I've had to get through lately, and then there was also Harvest. So a lot of things just all kind of hit at the same time. But CTV, you're welcome. Why thank you all, oh, head of the wolf pack. I'm on TY's channel on a few minutes. Yes, Tiberius. So, Tiberius, this has been an interesting evening with you, oh good sir, and I do appreciate and also I just want to say this officially, Tiberius.
Yes, sir.
You are welcome here at the K.O.E Nation anytime. Okay, like any fucking time you want to come, you are totally welcome. But also, good sir, there's something else that I must do. There we are. This is a soybean sampler. But sir, for your amazing time here at the K.O.E Nation, I am knighting you an official Thane of the K.O.E Nation. This is good for an entire week, good sir. You are a Thane of the K.O.E Nation for a whole week. Here are the keys. Bring it back with a full tank of gas. Yeah, yes. So thank you, Tiberius. Now officially an honorary and recognized Thane for an entire week. I used to do it for just a day, but now I give it for a whole week. But
Fantastic.
then it's like, it's never forever. You got to have a reason to keep the people coming back. But yes, I'll be honest, it's always been there. Now it's more finely tuned. Yes, Counterpoints. Counterpoints is an interesting guy. I like Counterpoints. I don't like every argument he makes. He's not. I want refund. Congratulations, but not like Counterpoints. Also, I've had this joke for a while. It's like when he's painting his Warhammer stuff, I want to go like, God, can you believe how just juvenile that is? Just like playing with children's toys. Doesn't the Bible tell us that there's times to put away childish things? Then I'm like slowly picking up like a Lego model that I'm putting together and so, carry on. I always figured that would be a fitting counter's like, and yes, counter. I'm part of Lego supremacy. Get your Warhammer models out of here.
Jesus, you're in for a fight.
Like that'll be the one time Car's like, no, shut the fuck up. No, you are gonna listen to me right here. Like, yeah, that will actually be pretty funny. But yeah, he just like one day became a Warhammer streamer. But now, curious, do you got any other big projects coming down the pike, good sir?
Me?
Yes.
I'm largely finishing up school right now. I actually was going to work on a paper tonight, but I got invited to a panel and all the family stuff was going on. So probably my thing for Monday is going to be wrapping up a final project paper. And after I'm done with that, I should be good to go. So anyway, after I'm done with that is that the next video projects that I'm going to be working on is literally like the mission statement for my geopolitics stuff, and that is where you live matters. And it's going to talk about how geography, and particularly geography and climate, affect where you live. Or I'm sorry, geography and climate, how that affects how you live. Because you know what? It is different to live in Georgia than it is to live in Nebraska. You have to operate in different ways because I don't know if you know this, but Georgia ain't that cold. Nebraska can pretty goddamn cold, right? So I'm going to talk about, hey, you know what? There's a serious economic disadvantage if you live in a place that isn't flat. Because I don't know if you noticed this, but moving things up a hill is a pain in the ass.
Mhm.
And if you're moving it up a mountain, it's even worse. And so I'm going to talk about the balance of transport where, you know what? If you've got flat land, you're good. If you've got flat land with rivers, you're even better because we have barges, and barges are amazing. So stuff like that, and then getting into climate. Certain places it gets so cold that you have to provide extra insulation into your walls and panelings, and you're constantly paying to keep the heat on, right? And that heat's expensive, especially after a while. You ever dry your corn?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we've got a giant corn dryer, and like if you were to see my power and natural gas bill, you would puke on the first page.
No, I'm good. I know exactly what you're talking with. We've got to dry our crops too to some degree, and yeah, it's not pretty. And the worst part, it's not even natural gas, or some of it's natural gas. Excuse me. Yeah, the burners are natural gas, but there is some electric components, and we have a 3-phase line that goes straight into the place. Yeah.
Yep.
So you know what we're doing. All right. So anyway, if it's too cold, you have a problem. If it's too hot, not only are you paying to keep the AC on, what's worse is that you have no natural pest control. Because frost, or particularly getting under 40 degrees will get rid of most of your like cockroaches and most of your general pests. But
you need a couple hours of 28 degrees to get what I call a killing frost.
Yeah. You get an actual frost, and you get it for, better part of a night. Most of your weeds, most of your complete pain in the ass pests, they're just dead. They're all dead, and they're only going to be living literally in any place that's heated. And that's an amazing thing. So you need something that is kind of a balance, and what the world has largely gotten to the point of, and the entire point of this video series largely is going to be, we went from a world, the technological advantage was you needed to live in a river basin, right? So this is the Nile River Basin, for Egypt. This was, the Tigris and Euphrates in Mesopotamia, the Indus River. Then you've got the Hanghe, used to be the Yellow River for China. And now it's moved into not just a river basin, but it is a watershed. And it's a watershed overlapped into an area of temperate climate. And if you live in those areas, if I've got my doctrine right, you are set for success, and you will probably be an amazing and major geopolitical force in the world. And so if you look at those places in order of size and scope is the United States of America, particularly the American Midwest. That's everything from largely Omaha, Nebraska over to Cleveland, Ohio, and everything starting up from like Minneapolis all the way down to New Orleans. The next area is the North European plain. So that's everything from France all the way out to like Poland and even the Belarus and Russia if you want to get like big.
Wine and wheat country.
Yes. You got Northern Germany, that kind of stuff. The third spot, and it's close. The third spot might be the Chinese plain. That is the Chinese Triangle. And it's about the same size as the La Plata, which the La Plata is the area of Argentina, southern Brazil, and Uruguay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, so it sounds like they do have some productive capacity they haven't fully tapped yet in China.
It's not that they haven't. It's not that they haven't fully tapped it. The problem with China is not that the problem is with China is that the Chinese core, the Chinese triangle, if you will, is about the size of 2 Texases, and there's 60 million people that live there. No, not 60 million. I'm sorry. There's 600 million people that live there. It's not that they haven't tapped it out. It's that they grew into that area. They built it out, and they have expanded into the areas out surrounding. And it's just it's not built out in a geography that is conducive to what it is. If that doesn't make sense, what I'm largely saying is this. The United States has room to grow in the regards that it can develop probably to a point where it has like 1.2 billion people and not even choke. But China passed that point 300 years ago to where China went into the hinterlands. That is, Manchuria, Mongolia, Xinjiang, and the southern provinces that are the places where they speak Cantonese as part of the Chinese core. And those are the border regions. And China basically spilled out in the border regions because they had been successful for so long. But now they're talking about all these borderlands that are part of China. And that's fine, but that is the equivalent of saying, I'll put it this way. What would the United States look like if the United States owned all of Canada and Mexico? It would actually be poorer.
I was about to say it wouldn't be better economic situation. Actually, I mean, Canada, you could almost call that a wash, but Mexico, you basically just have to start from the ground up if you want to have a competent government there.
Well, like exclude all the government problems, though. Is that assume that like the United States like annexed most of Mexico or all of it back in like 1848, right?
Okay.
Back during the Mexican-American War. Even with all of the, let's assume that we got most of the government issues fixed because it was part of the same house, you are dealing with a place that is largely arid or tropical, interlaced with mountains. This area looks like Afghanistan for most of its geography.
Yeah, but they do actually, believe it or not, do have some productive capacities. They've actually got some pretty decent farmland, not great, but like also look at 80% of the world's tequila is consumed in the United States. So they actually have good exports going. And also now this was back in like 2008 when I was looking this up. They have like some of the world's best silver mines. So like politically, like Mexico should be a paradise, but politically it's a basket case. So I wonder if we wouldn't have just like the American Southwest wouldn't have an expanded idea. Like I'm curious. So I understand your argument. I wonder if it wouldn't quite be as bad as might not be that bad. It's just my thought. But now I'm certainly open to a counter.
Okay, so here's the difference between the United States and Mexico. The United States is largely within the temperate band, where Mexico is largely within the tropical band. So you can already see where that would cause a lot of problems.
Mm-hmm.
Largely from Denver east, it's relatively flat, except for the Appalachian Mountains in the United States. Basically, in Mexico, it's Monterrey and east. So you got a lot less to work with. And then the western side of basically everything west of that is mountainous as holy hell. And, even on the parts where it gets a little bit flatter on their side of the continental divide, it's not by much. Like it's literally like a few enclaves on the side of the coast, but that's it. So it's way more hilly. It's way more divided. And basically how this works is that instead of having an entire giant basin that you can consolidate into a geopolitical entity, is that it's largely, effectively, a bunch of give and take city-states and mountain valleys that have been literally wretched together by one of the most corrupt institutions that the planet ever did. And that's why that this government is such a pain in the balls to deal with, is that the name of the game is either you have to come in and beat the living hell out of everybody to play the game, or you bribe the shit out of them.
Yeah, I was about to say the game in Mexico right now is it's all run by the drug cartels. I mean, hell, the drug cartels defeated the Mexican government in open battle in 2019. So, like the idea, yeah, they're running the show at this point. Like, you really can't even deny that. Like, when the Mexican military found out that the cartels are heading to their homes, the battle was pretty much over. So, unfortunately, they're more brutal and they just want it more. So, like, I don't know how you turn that one around. Now, assuming that they were part of our nation, the United States military is a pretty mighty one. So that would have done its job probably back in the 60s or 70s, even if it had to. So even if it would have gone that late. But so this is a very this is one of those alternate histories I've never really considered. So like my mind's just kind of racing with the possibilities.
The problem here is not like that the United States couldn't do the United States military couldn't do the job, but the problem is that it's more in the fact that the Mexicans had to got to the point where the Mexican military had to get involved. Because what you're dealing with here, on a nutshell, is that if you look at the United States in a general sense, is that it is a lot more stable because it's able to be built up, where even underdeveloped states like Arkansas are still politically viable. They have zones of control. You build out from those, you connect them to other places that you can establish out zones of control, and you're good to go. The problem with Mexico is that it's way harder to build out zones of control, and because they have to expend so much in not only maintaining the air conditioning if you're going to run it, but getting from A to B, because you're drilling through mountains more often than not, or you going over them, is that all of these things add up to the point where it's a way harder to develop any kind of macroeconomic entity. And it's not been until this thing called NAFTA, where Mexico is largely in any way, facet, or form turned the corner as far as economic development. You look at most of their history, they're not a first world nation in the same regard that United States and Canada is. They're every definition of the third world. They're plagued by instability. They're plagued by underdevelopment, and they're right next door to the United States.
I actually had an ex of mine who she was originally from Mexico, and she's talking about how her great grandpa fought in the revolution. And I said, well, which one? It's like, yeah, we're not exactly sure, but he did fight in one of them. And it was like, there was like a 20-30 year period at one point that like there was revolution was kind of a trendy thing in Mexico. So like it was it's like you said, like there's been instability, strife, but like when you look at just their weather and just like, to me, it's like when I see it, like, God, this place should be a paradise.
It's a paradise for vacation. The problem is that this is the thing that I have to deal with these damn leftists on that drives me insane, is that there is a level that's funny.
Critical stable theory. Yeah, that's a way to get people pissed off about your theory, so everyone will know it.
We're gonna call it critical stable theory. Anyway, so here's where I'm at. Most of the areas of the world that are economically developed have a centralized core that build out a macroeconomic entity. It generates capital, and that capital can be used for greater projects. And that's part of the technological development that I was talking about, where it went from one to another, where it got bigger. Egypt's still Egypt, right? Egypt's pretty capable, but the tools that allow Egypt to flourish eventually moved into Europe, and Europe is way bigger and better at generating capital. And so Europe became dominant, and now it's moved into the United States because the United States is Europe on crack. And until that technological change happens to where, you can maybe turn India into the next superstate or something, you're largely going to see the United States be the predominant geopolitical power of the world, and they're basically New Rome.
Oh yeah. I've even broke that one down to my daughter, it's like even like English, the English language, for example, 4% of the world speaks English as a first language, but 40% of the world speaks English as a second language. It's what they call the lingua de franc, which is just the general language of trade. And there was a time when it was Latin for the Roman Empire. Now it seems to be English. There could be a time in the next 150 years where it would be, I suspect, Mandarin. Like, or do you think it would be Cantonese? Which one do you think would actually win that war?
I think it's going to be English.
No, I'm just talking about between China. Do you think ultimately, if they were to have their own imperial language, would it be Mandarin or Cantonese?
It would be Mandarin. But the long story short is, worst case scenario is the United States actually gets involved with in a second Cold War, and it'll be USA versus China. But just
that's coming. Like, there's no avoiding that. That's coming. We need to have some sort of proxy war. There's too much bad blood, and they got to get it out somehow.
So there's a level where I agree with you, and like that, I think I'm like, hey, that needs to come. But here's the reality: we actually might see China implode before that even happens.
You know, I've been saying this for a long time. Like, I don't know, like, I don't know how old you are, but maybe you're too young to remember when, like, the Michael J. Fox Back to the Future movie, everybody was afraid of Japan taking over the world.
Oh my God, I was literally gonna go here. Okay.
All right, we're on the same fucking wavelength here.
Yeah.
Now, like, you're gonna hate me when you see this. No. But if China were to collapse and they were going to have their own lost decade and everybody's like, oh boy, remember when we were all worried about China? That was funny. You're going to hate me when you see this. Within 15, 20 years, you're going to start to see news reports of North or South Korea on the rise. Are you losing your job to a South Korean? Is South Korea going to take all the manufacturing jobs? Because we've always had this, like in the West, there's always been this paranoia that some great power from the East is going to rise and supplant us. So like that's something I've always found kind of fascinating. But yeah, like, so okay, you're totally down. Like, yeah, we used to think Japan was the fucking cat's meow and we were all going to be speaking Japanese and we were all going to be working for some Japanese company at some point, and then it way didn't.
So yeah, we're agreed on this. Hooray. Here's where I'm at. You're absolutely correct, and the problem is, like, the Chinese economic model is like the Japanese one, but it's even less profit driven, and it's completely throughput driven. And if you look, throughput.
What do you mean by that?
Okay, so the West has basically an economic model largely built on capitalism, in the words that you take capital, you invest it, you try to get a profit back out of it, right? Pretty straightforward. Sounds pretty basic, normal. Take care. Or was it Humperdinck?
Peapod Humperdinck.
Gotcha.
Great name.
I'm burning it. I'm burning at Wick's End out here. But anyway, long story short, here.
You can cash out whenever you want, man. I just want to hear this last point, and then
I'm enjoying it. Okay,
yeah,
so the American economic, or not only the American, the Western economic model has largely been, what we would largely call capitalism. It takes it a couple different forms. But you take your money, you invest it, you try to get a profit out of it, you take those profits, and then you invest in the next thing. The Asian economic model has never been quite like that, or at least the East Asian one. Now, granted, they've transitioned, or particularly South Korea and Japan transitioned to more of a semi-blended one. South Korea's had the most success of actually blending it more towards what we see in the rest of the Western world. Japan didn't quite do that, and everything was working great for them until 1990. And then it kind of went to hell, right?
The lost decade.
China, they've actually had more like two, and it's going to get worse. Anyway, China has gone full East Asian on this, in that their system is not backed by profit. It's backed by throughput. And their whole economic engine is, as long as they can keep the velocity of money and the velocity of goods moving, to where there's an endpoint seller, that somebody's going to use the money, somebody's going to use the goods, their engine keeps running. So it's like demand economics on steroids. And it's been working because you're talking about a people that literally were in the dire, desperate desire or grips of poverty, right? We're talking about, 30 years ago, most of the Chinese citizenry lived off of $2 a day. Not hard to get them demanding not hard to generate a massive demand curve whenever literally there's nowhere to go but up. but now they become an economic power. And what happens to economic powers? They have economic fluctuations. Sooner or later, you're going to see a market correction within China. But when you have a throughput economic system, a market correction doesn't mean that you go in a recession for a year and then it's over. It means that the entire system seizes up.
It means the music stops.
It does stop. And what I'm expecting is that, granted, people have been calling this for 10 years and it hasn't happened yet. And I 100% get where it's like, oh, one day it'll happen, is that if any part of economic doctrine is correct, sooner or later, this thing's going to have a hiccup, and we're looking at maybe Evergrande is going to be it, or at least the sign that this is starting, where this thing's going to hiccup, it's going to plateau, and it's going to crash like a stone.
Now, what was that you said was going to be the sign? The hiccup?
It looks like Evergrande might be the sign that this is starting to kick off.
Evergrande?
Evergrande is the American name for, the Western name for a massive Chinese construction company and property owning company. And I can give you some links here in a second here.
Sweet. I'll definitely be looking into that a little later. But so that's because what you're telling me with a throughput economy, like the way I'm hearing it now, is basically the only way to maintain the model that they want and what they consider profit is eternal growth.
Yes. And the problem is that it's basically
impossible.
Yes, it's Enron on steroids is what it is.
Evergrande. So yes, folks, definitely look into this. Tiberius D, the big brain of Twitch and YouTube, has brought this particular little gold nugget of knowledge. I even wrote it down on my pad of knowledge over here, because that's always something that'll happen to me. Like when I'm debating somebody, I'll just write down like 3 words so I can remember a thought and then just come back to it later. But so interesting. So with throughput economy, there you need eternal, never-ending growth, and well, that's not which that also now makes sense as to why. Like, because I was always wondering, what is the purpose of this investment in these ghost cities? It can't just be that they're hoping in 15 years people are going to move into what's now obsolete buildings.
It's literally been built,
cooking the books,
and it literally is. It's cooking the books on a scale that we have never seen before. And just sooner or later, I'm not going to say like it's absolutely guaranteed, just because, stuff doesn't always work the way it's supposed to, but probably more likely than not, if economic doctrine is remotely valid, is that this thing is going to be the biggest economic collapse in human history. And it's going to make South Seas bubble look like a joke.
God, now what's funny is the way I knew that they were cooking the books years ago, at my office, we always get the Kipling report, or at least used to. I don't think we have in the last few months, but the Kipling report used to be like the one we always went to. And every year it said China's growing 9.5% GDP. China's growing 10% GDP. China's growing 9.6 GDP. And every other country's got like GDP numbers that look like actual real numbers.
2, 3, 4, right?
Yeah. Like there was one year, one country had a great one, and it was like 6, and they were fucking blowing it out of the water. But China always 9.5 to 10%. Like, okay, they're cooking the fucking books. Okay, like you don't even need to have a fucking basic economics education. You just need to know how to run a fucking basic balance sheet to know that. All economies require growth, yes, but they also need to be able to sustain corrections.
Tell that to Japan.
Oh, ouch. Because you're right. It wasn't the lost decade, and it's still going. But
and Japan's going to jump off a cliff in about 10 to 15 years.
Yeah, they got a population crisis. Like they don't have enough people to replace themselves. Like their general economy is not.
It's over. The problem is they're not the only ones that are going to jump off the cliff. So, actually, Japan's actually not the first jump. Japan may be the oldest country in the world. But they're actually not going to be the first country that jumps off the population bridge. That country would be Germany.
Oh, Auf Wiedersehen. Okay, that's interesting. Now that makes when you say that, suddenly why Angela Merkel had such a big push to bring people in from other areas of the country makes sense. Because like I remember thinking like this is bizarre. Like she's changed 1% of her country's population in a matter of like 4 or 5 weeks. Like I don't know if there's ever been a precedent for that before, and we'll see what happens in the future. Now, again, people move around the world all the time. This is just what happens. But the fact that we had such a big migration movement a few years ago, that's very fascinating. And we'll have, but yeah, Germany. I wouldn't have guessed that one honestly. I don't know which one I would have guessed first, but yeah, Germany. That makes actually some sense. God damn it!
I'm gonna try to share this. Give me a second here.
Now it's one of those things of I wonder what other countries are going to hit that because like I've often said like the baby boomer generation didn't have enough kids to replace themselves. So if if you're one of those people that believes that everything's going to shit, then all right, bam, there we go. The Germany population 2020.
So this is okay, technically what you do is you take the males on one side and females on the other. I just integrated this so that you can see them all in one thing, but this is called a population pyramid. You may notice that this doesn't look like a pyramid in any way, shape, or form. Now, most of the developed world has turned into a chimney, and that's fine. Look at this graph. One fourth, or it's more like 1/5. 1/5 of the entire German population is in their 50s. And in 10 years, they're all retired.
So they're going to have basically the same problem Greece had a little while ago. Huge retired population that's promised all of these benefits, and there's not enough people paying taxes to pay for it all.
See, the worst part is that Greece is in the situation that Germany is today, and they had that problem.
Oh, Lord.
Because the Germans actually know how to run a banking system and know how to finance and know how to actually go, oh, hey, we know what fiscal conservatism is. Greece never really knew how to do that.
That's unfortunately a very good point. Like, because Angela Merkel, for all of you can definitely throw some criticisms her way, but the way that she actually led Germany through the 2008 financial crisis, I was pretty impressed by that. Like, I was like, fuck, really? Like, you guys had everything to lose. If things went to total fuck, which we were that close, that would have been pretty much.
I'm bringing a different file up. I just this is linked to my personal Facebook, and I just wouldn't want to share that.
Fair enough.
I have an official Facebook, but obviously, if I'm looking at through my ends, you can see my personal one, and it's not that I'm overly concerned with doxing myself, but my personal Facebook has family with it, and I just don't want to have them bring that shit. But I am going to transition to this, and so I can just drag and play as we go. So where is Japan? Give me a second here. Where's my J's? Here we go. That's Japan.
On Earth.
Yeah. So we're gonna roll with this, and there you go. Whenever you wish to display.
All right.
This is Japan.
Japan.
So the first crunch was that group of 70, or the people that are in their 70s. That's when 1990 hit. It was largely with them starting to go in retirement, but more importantly, with their system like starting to heave out. But they didn't largely even start retiring until about 2005. So that's where their system really started going to hell. But you may notice that their system's still like viable, that it's still working. That's because of that second group of people. Now, granted, they're in that 45 to 49-year-old range, so they're right behind Germany. But when they jump off the cliff behind Germany, they're literally just going into a population tailspin. And yeah,
damn. Because like I've talked to some folks who they're English teachers in Japan, and they talk about how, yeah, there's a real population crisis here. They did not have enough kids to replace themselves, and a lot of the kids aren't as interested in dating as the previous generations were, and you just got a fucking problem here. So I don't know what the answer is. I don't think I have a good answer for that. But it's one of those.
Who do you want to see?
What's that?
I was gonna say, who do you want to see? Because this is what a traditional population pyramid looks like outside of a
Nice.
little bit of infanticide.
What's oh god, yeah. When I was taking an Asian history class in college, there was some aspects that happened in India that I was like, oh really, that happens. Oh good god. But we won't get into that, folks. We don't want to depress you. But now I'm curious, what does USA look like? Good old USA, America.
United States is actually is probably the most stable of all the Western nations.
And I'm proud to be an American. Well, at least I know I'm free. All right. So, yeah, we don't really have the same underpopulation crisis that we're seeing in some of these other nations. Like, we're definitely not trending in the way we would like, but
we're maintaining, which is fine. Now, granted, this is the old data. Let me jump back a second here and hit the new data, because it wasn't a bigger jump, but it was a little bit more updated. So, yeah, because here's where we at, or where we are at, and I can't remember the final totals up top, but if I remember right, we were about 1.5 million lower than what we expected to be at 2020, but that's not horrible.
Yeah, but I've often said many times, 2020 is not the best year to consider for gathering any kind of group-based data. I think we can all just unless you're just doing a raw head count like this is, like even then, like you could even say were more babies or less babies born because of COVID? Like, I don't.
There's a big conversation going on about that now, because there's a lot of people that were openly saying that we were going through a baby bust. And the problem is that the data isn't being very reflective of that. And like, this is one of those deals where I'm just like, all right, media's full of shit. Our birth rates haven't really moved that much.
How dare you, Tiberius, on the K.O.E. Nation imply that the media is full of shit, other than the fact that we say that almost every day, because it's unfortunately true. And folks, and if you want to know who's betrayed you the most, I don't think it's your politicians. I think it's your media. I think they betrayed you most of all, unfortunately. But that's fascinating to see there. So America's, again, America, fucking good to go, motherfucker. But like, it's fascinating to see Japan, Germany are going to hit this problem soon, and then I wonder what's going to be the fallout, because I don't see Japan doing the Germany route and bringing in a whole bunch of immigration to try and change the problem.
I'm going to say something spicy. You ready for it?
Oh, Japan
is way too racist to do that.
Like, if you're just going to rip the Band-Aid off, because this is actually a stand-up comedian made this joke one time, Tom Segura. He was talking to folks and like, so do you hate Japanese folk? And, puts the mic in their face, and the person in the front row goes, no. I said, oh, really? Because they fucking hate you a lot. And like, it's like, now that's a joke, folks. Jesus Christ. These are all just jokes here. We don't know what the fuck we're talking about. But gotta always do that Joe Rogan disclaimer whenever he drops a really bad jokes. He goes, these are all jokes here, people. We don't know what the fuck we're talking about. But yeah, like Japan, I don't see them doing that. But then it's also like, this was a thought experiment that I heard years ago. It's like, okay, you take Japan and Mexico, and you take the population of Japan out of Japan, take the population of Mexico out of Mexico, swap them together. Are they still Japan and Mexico? It's an interesting thought experiment to me. It's like, are those two, are they still Japan and Mexico? It's kind of a ship of Theseus argument, but with populations, but it's one that I've ruminated on for some time. I don't think I got a perfect answer.
So I struggle with this really bad. And the reason why, in a nutshell, for me, is that I'll put it this way. macro identities, because you have the identity of yourself, right? And you may have the identity of like a small community, like my family, right? Like that's really easy, at least I think, in comparison, because like in some ways I'm like, oh, you never really know who you are, and I'm gonna not go there for a minute. The reason I bring that up and the reason why I talk about that is that a macro identity is fucking weird. Like it's just generally just weird, because you have like American history is that like who accepted as American has changed almost decade after decade. Because the left talks about this, there's a level where it's true, where it's just like, you know what, it was the whole white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, and that was what you were to be an American. But then it was like, oh, hey, there's a bunch of French people here, in the New Louisiana, or Louisiana, and all that, and they got brought in the fold. They started speaking English. Don't get me wrong, but on the other side of that, it's that, well, I guess it's not just Anglo-Saxon. And then eventually you had the Germans, which are now 1/3 of like the heritage of most people in the United States, right?
Yeah, well, and I do understand like macro identities, they can be strange and they can even be moving targets, but I do think at times they are still valid. Like,
I'm
for
not saying
example,
that they're not.
Human,
I'm not,
okay, because like human is a macro identity, like, and so that now, but what you're talking about, like, yes, these have always been moving targets. Like, have you ever seen Ben Kingsley's Gandhi?
I haven't seen it, but I need to.
Yes, it's required viewing in my opinion. The first, and I'm not spoiling anything because this is one of the opening scenes. Gandhi, this is back when he was a lawyer from London. This is before he had his reformation and thinking. He was on the way to a court in South Africa, and the baggage guy was like looking at him like, how long have you been in South Africa? About a week. It's like, I don't know how they sold you a ticket. And when they got to him, Gandhi, who was from India, they were calling him black. And they're like, just move your black ass to third class or we'll throw you off at the next stop. And that was the quote from the movie. But that in that time, he was considered black at the time. And white. Irish folks weren't considered particularly white at the time. So black and white and like these meta identities, or not, what was the word macro identities. There we go. They, like you said, they are weird and they're moving identities, but it's just one of those, like, to me, it's just more of a, like, philosophically, what do you consider? Like, I don't think there's really actually a right answer to those, but to me, it's kind of like a ship of Theseus argument is, if you take a ship, it's called Theseus, and over time you've replaced every single board, every single nail. Is it still the ship of Theseus?
Yeah.
And I think, to me, I kind of think it is. Like, I know, and I don't think that's like the right, I could be a right or wrong answer, but I think if the crew's all there and like, it's the ship of Theseus, fuck it, it's the ship of Theseus.
So long story short, I need to bounce out of here because I need to talk to Connor before he goes to bed. Just in a nutshell,
plug yourself before you do.
Yeah, and just in a nutshell, real quick for you guys, is that one of the big difference I noticed between people who are on the left and on the right is that the left, by their axioms, would say that the ship of Theseus is not, if you replace all that, because they tend to be more consequentialist, and right wingers tend to be more what do you call that? More principled and how they operate, and they tend to be more not spiritual exactly, but they tend to honor the spirit of what the original purpose and intent of something is. And you will usually find that most right wingers, and from my experience, will say the ship of Theseus is still that, even if you do it, because it still serves the function or the purpose of what that ship was. So anyway, without further ado, my name is Tiberius D. I hope you had a wonderful time. I apologize. I got a little bit more vulgar as the night went on, and I got a little bit more unhinged because I'm tired, and that's just how I am.
It's all good, man.
I'm a massive nerd. I do all kind of nerd stuff. I have multiple videos that you guys can check out my channel, which we have plugged thoroughly during this particular presentation. But if you think a guy who goes into the infrastructure bill, talks about it, and then talks about the major interstate programs that are likely to be funded and how likely each of them are to be funded, absolutely go check that out. I-57 is going to be the big one. It's just a spoiler alert, but I do go into the 6 major ones that I've seen that are on the docket. The one that's least likely is California's I-9. That's actually probably not going to get done, but all the other ones are at least to some level are on the docket. So I-11, I-14, I-57, I-49, and I-69 are all projects that are likely to have some funding by the all very much likely to be funded by at least portions of the infrastructure bill, and you will see those, maybe in your neck of the woods. So feel free to check out that and see if one of them is nearby you. And then, I just did a massive review on William T. Riker. Actually, it's about 2 or 3 weeks old now, but a lot of people have talked about, is Riker a good officer, all this other stuff for some reason, and
a good beard.
I weighed in on that particular conversation. So is Riker a good character and is he a good officer? About an hour and a half video giving a full in-depth deep dive on that.
I'm gonna have to check that out. I might actually, if I like it enough, I might actually play that on this stream sometime if you're all right with that.
Absolutely. Appreciate the promo.
Oh, no problem. But yes, Tiberius D, YouTube, Twitch. Is there any other platforms you're on?
Okay, so YouTube and Twitch is where my content is. If you guys want to get a hold of me, you can find me on Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook. I do have a Patreon. If you guys really like my stuff, you can throw me a couple bucks. There's all kinds of ways to help me. There's all kinds of ways to contact me, and you'll find most of that all in the links down below when you find my content. So without further ado, I gotta jump out of here, buddy.
Peace, man. You're welcome here anytime, bud.
Later on.
And that, folks, was Tiberius D. Good God Almighty. That went a little longer than I anticipated. Got a bit of a frog on my throat, but I got rid of it, folks. Don't worry. But yes, we were talking Star Trek. William T. Riker, of course. So, folks, now I can't just leave you just unsatisfied. I need to finish this video with you good, fine people. So this is me facing my worst accusation yet, and this was just a good time. And I'm going to gather, my phone died, so I got to go plug it in, and I'm going to go visit the Call of the Wild, if you will, folks.
Aerosmith. No.
3 or 4 of them.
Motley Crue, new tattoo.
I fucking love that album.
You loved that album.
Money,
yeah.
It's how you're making money.
Yes. 9 Inch Nails, Pretty Hate Machine. That was
Nice.
one of your favorite. That was a great album. Can't begrudge you for that at all. Obviously, the Black Album. You were obsessed with that. Jesus Christ, Melancholy, Infinite Sadness. That requires another mention.
One of the best albums of all time.
Okay, sure.
I had to buy that album twice because the first one.
That's why I mentioned it twice. Jesus Christ. Oh, there were so many. You think about this. I could probably list more. God damn it. What was that fucking soundtrack? The Oh Brother, Where Art Thou soundtrack.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to have to think about this whole time because I could probably list more. Hang on, let me see what I got here.
What's the most embarrassing album to
Oh,
you?
shit.
Not to everybody else, to you. Like when you bought it, and then like years later, you were like, "Shit."
Ugh. Ooh. Embarrassing after I bought.
We got a small and a big, by the way.
That's tough. My first ever CD that I ever owned was Weird Al, Running with Scissors.
I wouldn't be ashamed of that.
No, I'm not ashamed of that at all.
No. Embarrassing albums. That's
Embarrassing album? Oh, Jesus. No, I take that back. In Excess Kick.
Okay. Yep. All right. That's.
Didn't listen to it. Bought it specifically.
You fucking liar.
Nope.
You fucking liar.
Didn't listen to it. Bought it specifically for Monster Rancher on PlayStation.
Oh my God, he would.
Yep.
He would do that. Yes.
Yep. That's even more embarrassing. Thank you.
If you know anything about Monster
Yep.
Rancher, yeah, it basically
And the
was
Spawn
reason.
movie
Oh,
soundtrack.
do you check too?
Yes, check.
Oh, good God. Yeah,
Yep.
that everything he just said.
I'll
there
just take that. Yep. Thank you. Check.
is just yeah.
Super nerd. Thank you.
God's honest
Yep.
truth.
Even nerdier than it sounds. Holy shit.
One that I'm kind
Wow.
of like, I don't know why it was such a guilty pleasure for me, but I really love U2, the Joshua Tree. And that's one that Tony he gave me a lot of shit for liking,
you
but
just
I
love that
really
one.
liked that album. Now, what I actually kind of shot like it's so funny, like oh God, but yeah,
I'll
I
check
had
again.
a bit too much of a complete collection of Insane Clown Posse.
Yeah, we both did.
I know, but like,
I'm
yeah,
not
in
gonna-
this year of our Lord 2021, you can go like, oh man,
I'm not gonna fucking hold that against
Oh,
Jesus.
Okay, Midwest boys and ICP.
Yeah,
kind of a thing.
shit.
yeah,
Yeah, that's forgivable.
Everybody.
That's
found out what a
forgivable.
juggalo was.
I'm the thing that pisses me off is you won't admit the Nickelback
What?
because the
It's
only
a
reason
juggalo.
the only reason I know
I honestly,
what
God, never fucking bought that album.
the only reason I know what the fucking album cover looked like was because it was sitting on top of your stereo for at least a month and a half straight. It was that goddamn brown piece of shit with that fucking eye in the center of it. Am I wrong? Look it up.
No, you're right about the album cover. But
No. Then you borrowed it from him.
Oh, look at that. He's
Blame it on you.
Shit.
But no, he was
Chris.
a Nickelback freak. He will fucking back that up. So yeah, that's where you fucking
Maybe
saw
you
it.
borrowed it from him. I don't know.
We all checked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leader of Men, still a really good song.
Yeah,
And I mean, you can't hate.
it's a decent song and an album I never bought.
Right. That you just happen to.
No,
own.
you know what's gonna happen here, folks? Is like within 30 minutes, it's gonna be like the I fucking hate Nickelback. Yeah, Nickelback sucks. Like,
But you can't hate animals.
not
That's right. Yeah, but you can't. I mean, Rockstar's not terrible.
yeah, I mean, we're like,
I fucking love Nickelback.
Oh
I know, I love it too.
They're coming to the fucking Persian.
We're going. We're fucking going.
Oh my God!
Look at this photograph. Every time I do it makes me laugh. He's drunk as shit, and he's just blathering on like a drunken asshole. And all of a sudden, Nickelback comes on the TV music station. He goes, "Yeah, that's Nickelback. That's my favorite band." And he takes a big old drink.
Oh my God.
And he goes, "Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed." And we all lost it. Like the day after, he's like, "You know what? No, I'm just going to fucking own it. I'm just going to own it. I'm going to be that guy that just loves Nickelback because what else am I going to do at this point? I can't come
What
back
else
from
are you gonna
it."
do with this life?
Yeah, it's like, I can't come back. I just got to own it now.
I like Nickelback. Like,
I'm that guy.
hello. So no,
I'm just glad. What made me happier than anything was I started spitting out lyrics, and you guys were immediately you got it.
Now
That's the sad part is.
Exactly.
I'm curious, Chicken. What is your embarrassing guilty pleasure album?
I know.
I bought Savage Garden
Yes!
when I was a kid.
Yes. Love Savage Garden.
What's wrong with Savage Garden?
Nothing. Or 90s. I love
When I was
90s.
a preteen and early teen, I was pretty sensitive as a child.
Hey, preaching, baby. Get it.
And
Oh.
so, did you raise him?
No. Colin.
Hell, why do you think I thought the answer was in a Smashing Pumpkins album?
Oh.
So, yeah, I can definitely,
Emptiness is loneliness.
and
Loneliness is cleanliness, and cleanliness is godliness.
and God is empty,
Just like me.
intoxicated.
Okay, no, that's
with
enough.
the badness.
No, that's enough.
I'm in love with
No,
my
stop. That's enough. That's
sadness.
enough. You got it.
Bullshit fakers, Enchanted Kingdom. Okay,
Savage Garden.
There you have it. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Being accused of being a fan of Nickelback. Like Tony, You and I go back a long ways. You and I you've been there for me through thick, thin, thinner, and thinnest. And that's why this hurts, man. This is low. You're accusing me of Nickelback fanery. Folks, I don't know how anybody could move forward faced with these kind of accusations without meeting them head on. And as you can see, folks, it is impossible for me to have owned Silver Side Up because it did not feature the track Leader of Men. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, you now know the truth of this vicious, vile accusation. God bless all you beautiful people. Like, share, subscribe. I don't even know what to do. I don't even know what to say. Tony, you know what you did. You know what you did.
You know what you did,
to
Tony.
here and see if it just smooths itself out.
Tell you what I'll do if I ever get back. I promise to refabricate you, raging rivers of gold. That's what the brochure advertised.
True to
Now
freak.
we're lost. We gotta take it down. Let your gun slow. It's hard to survive.
You get a duet there, folks.
Eldorado.
Oh, don't want to deprive you of all that information.
Well, let's see how that one went.
Yeah. See.
Yes. So, folks, that was interesting, was it not? Let me just pull something up here. Let me get a few things ready for all y'all beauteous, beauteous peoples. No, you don't. All right. So, folks, this has been quite the evening. This went a little longer than I thought it was. In about 15 seconds, I'm going to have gone 5 hours tonight, which is quite the achievement. I was not thinking I was going to go that late, but I really had a good time. Tiberius D was a fascinating fella. Alesto is always fun to talk to. The Freak, fucking A, you're just awesome. Just one of those super fans that you can always rely on, and God bless you for it. We love you, DeFreak. You're one of the greats here on K.O.E Nation, and in fact, DeFreak, just for being one of the commenters of the night, I now knight you as an official Thane of the K.O.E Nation for another week. Enjoy this honor. Enjoy it. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining me this evening for the K.O.E Nation for a very special evening chat. I didn't think it was going to go this way. You didn't think it was going to go this way. None of us knew it was going to go this way, but it was the way that it had to go because it was the way that brought us all together here at the K.O.E Nation, folks. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E. You can find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, K.O.E Nation on Twitch, K.O.E Nation on TikTok. Always uplifted. Yes, there you are, to freak. All of you beautiful people. Every last one of you beautiful people within the sound of my voice. Thank you. God bless you for being here and being with me this evening at the K.O.E Nation. I hope that your holiday season is one that finds you happy, healthy, and much the wiser. And I hope that you and yours have a marvelous, marvelous holiday. So, folks, God bless every last one of you. I hope that you and yours and everything that you possibly can, I hope the trials and tribulations that are overcoming your life in this moment, I hope that you overcome them in ways that will even shock and amaze and surprise even you. I hope that all the fucking things that are weighing you down, you shuffle them off as if they are feathers, folks. Thank you for being a part of this amazing journey that we call life and a part of this amazing community we call the K.O.E Nation. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. God bless every last one of you. And this week, we're going to leave you on something a little different. This is my personal favorite poem of all time. This is called On Being Inspired by The Tree on the Roof by Uncle Handsome and Uncle Handsome's Redneck Poetry. So, folks, I'm going to leave you all on this. And thank you for being here, every last one of you. Check out Tiberius D on Twitch. Check out Big Buckin' Empire, folks. You know it's the right thing to do. Big Buckin' fucking Empire on YouTube and Facebook, so you can follow all of the fun times and the twists and turns and even more KOE content, which is what's really important. But folks, God bless every last one of you, and I'll catch you on the flip side. How we doing there, folks? This is a very special poem of the week, a very special one for me. This is actually my favorite poem that I've ever read, and I came across it in kind of special circumstances. When I was a little boy, I would mow my grandmother's yard, and one day after a very long mowing of the yard, I went in to get a glass of water, and on her desk, on the kitchen table, was this book, Uncle Handsome's Redneck Poetry, The Road Less Graveled. And it was just a fascinating little poem book, and I really enjoyed it. Most of it was really funny, but there was one that I just found really, really good. And because I'm a farmer, there's an extra element to it, because this poem is called On Being Inspired by the Tree on the Roof. There he is. And just really great illustrations. And the reason I'm bringing this up is in farming, you sometimes come across this. That stubborn little plant that refuses to give up. And that's why whenever I see those, I immediately think of this poem. So here goes. I was watering the tulips in the toilet out front and was thinking about life and truth when I saw a little tree growing in the gutter that's there on the edge of the roof. It was kind of tall with pretty green leaves and was swaying round in the wind. And it spoke to my heart about blooming where you're planted and surviving and trying to fit in. About branching out and holding on even when your life's in the gutter. About extending your roots and holding your turf when the storm winds are shaking the shutters. About making the most of whatever you're given and trying to reach for the stars. All of these things came to my mind as I was out there watering the flowers. I'm sure some folks wouldn't want a little tree growing up on their roof like that, but it gave me such deep inspiration. I'm leaving that tree where it's at. Grow well, little plant. Yeah. My grandmother's poetry book that one way or another just kind of made its way to me, but I've always loved Uncle Handsome's Redneck Poetry was just really great, and The Road Less Graveled. Yeah, that is my favorite poem. So all I can say is thanks, Grandma. Love you. So, folks, let me know if there is any poem that you'd like me to read. If you'd like me to read your poem, just let me know. Be a great time. But thanks for indulging me in reading my favorite poem in a way that might make sense to you. Catch you on the flip side.